diplomatic
You're like, I know who I am. No, I know who I am.
I sent Jody as
and like, yeah, right. You know who you are, huh?
Only he could talk sense into peasants.
Like, yes, my name's Taran Miller. Who are you?
Jody
disguised
himself as a baboon, a Segulemo, and approached her with stories, wisdom, and humor. Instead of demanding she return, he used clever words, riddles, and fables to gradually.
I'm not falling for your CIA bullshit.
Now,
I don't care who you hire.
77 persuasive attempts later. Yeah, seriously.
Until you hire me,
finally
officially, you're fucking stupid.
Was restored. This is
where my sugar go?
First recorded cases of diplomacy.
I had more sugar. I knew
it. Proved that words would be more powerful than war. Third, in the afterlife, souls had to undergo the reading of the heart ceremony, where their deeds were judged against the feather of Ma'at.
Oh, the deeds are judged against the feather of Ma'at.
Judy's job?
You would fail that test.
To record everything.
Have I? No.
If the scales balanced, Judy noted that his soul was.
Why though? I cannot tell you.
Paradise.
You should not have to live through what I lived through.
Was heavy with sin.
And you guys are judgmental as fuck, and I'm not ever judgmental.
And the soul was devoured by Amit.
Except for when you're judgmental. That's what I judge. People who are judgmental.
Or prime their way into the afterlife. Only truth matters.
So, like, these people get in here and like, oh, I was a good man, right? I'm like, no, you judged your fucking heroin addict son who died more painfully than you did.
It was the reason law existed.
Because you were a judgmental asshole his whole life. So now you're going to hell.
So that the gods didn't destroy the universe every time they disagreed.
Those are the kind of people I send to hell. Gladly send to hell.
Chaos from taking over.
Like, no, I was a taxpayer with the church. I'm like, I don't fucking care. You were a fucking piece of shit asshole. Good works. Go to hell.
As powerful as war. Without him, Egyptian mythology would be a never-ending.
Like, no, it's fake man works pieces of shit.
Instead,
no, they showed more work from
more
faith through their works than you fucking did, Christians, often.
Now, Judy wasn't just a god of wisdom. He was the one who applied that wisdom to maintain balance among gods and mortals alike. Wherever there was a dispute, chaos, or legal mess, Judy was there to do the following. Bring order to conflict, document reality as it was, without bias, and ensure that Ma'at, the cosmic truth, prevailed. He was, in short, the universe's first great lawyer. Instead of billing for every hour,
some people have done quite a lot of works. Quite a lot of works. Not always recognized.
For Google Dogs,
spiritual
parchment.
So you're probably fine. But did you judge me?
Was forced to sit for an exam.
Wrongly?
There was Jehudi, the original keeper of records.
We'll see when you get here.
And patron of all things literary. If knowledge is power, then writing is how you store that power. And Jehudi was the first to figure out.
No, that's my vote. I say, no, go to damnation. Were you that bad to your kids? Everyone thought you were good to your kids?
God
damnation.
Invented writing, shaped civilization, and became the reason history even exists. Now, the ancient Egyptians didn't believe writing just evolved.
See, perceptions are interesting. What we perceive from the outside, what's like from the inside, especially for now, like people like. So I'll go through my situation, right? Well, if God says I wasn't the bad guy in my situation, my dad was.
Says to word God.
Mostly.
And means words of the gods. Or
even though I feel like I was kind of. See, those kind of situations I'm going through. Like, okay, how did it really happen?
Created the first written symbols, which later became hieroglyphs.
My fault, a lot of it, most of it. Almost not though.
Comes from ancient Greek adjective. Hieroglyphicos, which is a compound of
a good family, good father,
sacred, and krypo, meaning to carve.
Well, he made it a lot worse or a lot better.
So it means.
But he wouldn't have been the fucking main villain.
Carvings. Anyway, he taught the gods and mortals how to use writing, because keeping things in your head is pretty unreliable. They developed their first system of record keeping, so rulers.
Is my dad going to damnation? No.
And Texas.
Because my dad had it hard too. Now some of these parents are just fucking pricks.
But Jehudi didn't just invent writing. He understood it.
No, they're going to damnation. No, you brought a human being into this world, and then you want to tell me he wasn't good enough at fucking 16, 17?
They were too for shaping reality itself.
When they're not ready until they're like 20 fucking 5, and our parents are like, oh, 18, you're not ready yet? Go to fucking hell. And then guess what? When we get there, we'll say, hey, welcome, Mom and Dad. It's worse for you.
To write something down was to give it permanence. To speak a written spell aloud was to activate it. And to erase a name from history was to annihilate someone from existence. A little hint to Akhenaten. Jehudi, the god of divine words, understood that writing was the bridge between thought and reality. It wasn't just
so it's a weird litmus test. If I made it through Judgment Day, and some people you really think are making it aren't making it, and I know it.
The future. This belief
just be nervous about when you get here.
Writing, like the
other side.
The Hermetica, the idea that sacred texts
almost everyone I know could go to damnation.
Knowledge. Alchemy, the belief that symbols and inscriptions contained magical
which is weird.
Power.
Not everybody. No, it's about 70% of people I know. Or turn out worse to God than I am.
Many of which invoke Aramis personal spirits.
No, I just barely made it across.
We'll come later to this one. So, when the Egyptians carved...
No, it's not like that, guys. It's like that. Like that razor bridge.
Leaving behind instructions. They were imbuing those words with supernatural power.
Is faith involved? Absolutely. No, absolutely. But how do you show your faith? Good works.
Apparently.
Don't just lean on Jesus. Get out of it. No, he's tired of that.
Was no different.
It's in a fucking days, guys. He's saying it for 2,000 years.
Waging war. Or ruling the afterlife.
No, he's a real person. Real person. He's static and shifting. He's like, guys, it's getting there, it's getting there, it's getting there. And they're like, it's faith in Jesus. I can be evil still. It's like, look the fucking book, guys. Look the fucking book.
Need documentation. Documenting the results of the weighing of heart. So there were no disputes in the afterlife. And keeping track of sacred laws.
Be like me. Become like me.
Pharaohs didn't mess things up.
Like Christ.
The scribes of ancient Egypt, who spent their lives writing, calculating, and organizing.
It was more like me than he was like you. Even looking.
Their patron. They even poured out drops of ink in his honor before beginning
just
their
dark
work.
skin, turns out.
And if I not to the first and greatest right of all. Without Jehudi's divine bureaucracy, the universe itself would descend into chaos. Which is why he was often seen as the keeper of
you think he's gonna be tall?
Cosmic order.
No, he's a friend of mine.
If you were rich and powerful in ancient Egypt, you didn't just die. You commissioned.
And he's ancient and wise. So really, I'm like this tiny little child to him, and I understand that. But he knows who I am.
Including the Pyramid Text, Old Kingdom, the Coffin Text, Middle Kingdom, and of course, the Book of the Dead, New Kingdom. All of those were attributed to Jehudi. Why? Well, because they constantly...
Yeah, this kid's a lot to say.
His wisdom, his writing, and his ability.
I don't even know why sometimes. I just know he's powerful.
The belief was simple.
So we're trying to give him jobs, and he's all right. No, he's all right at the jobs.
So,
you guys would be throwing shit at your wall.
Your soul would live on. If your tomb had spells written on the walls,
faces, you'd be throwing faces at the wall.
Passage to the afterlife.
And I know it. No, I know it.
If your heart was light, Jehudi would make sure his ear
right
in the records.
No, the greater mysteries, right?
Writing method. And that was all thanks to Jehudi.
Read your Gospels of Thomas.
So, writing wasn't just for princes and the dead.
The Gospels in the Bible are good. Read the Gospel of Thomas.
Thanks to Jehudi's influence, the Egyptian developed hieroglyphic.
No, I don't care if it's not in your fucking Bible. Read the Gospel of Thomas. It's the oldest fucking Gospel.
Heretic script. Shorthand version used for legal and everyday writing. And demotic script, a simplified form used.
And then read Enoch. On top of Genesis and get back to me.
Didn't stop there. Because of the Greeks' obsession with Egypt, Jehudi's role as the god of writing evolved into Hermes Trismegistos, and his wisdom lived on in Greek philosophy, Plato, Pythagoras, and Neoplatonism.
And while you're at it, Hesiod.
On science, magic, and alchemy.
And know they're the same story, kind of.
Medieval Europe
in weird fucking ways.
With mystical writings and hermetic wisdom. Today,
misogyny, and Genesis.
Every time you write something down,
seem very different stories. When you know they're the same story,
or study
has the theogony and the book of Genesis, or even even parts of Enoch, and you're like, okay, whoa,
created the foundations of
what really happened there
itself.
And the cosmogenesis, man, the theogony,
history, law, religion.
How'd that actually go? The cosmogony
and bureaucracy. Well,
it was aggressive
on this one. Isn't mentioned,
but not all of it. No, the first parts of it, I'm sure, were beautiful.
Store knowledge, share wisdom, and shape the future.
Like a couple of primordial fishes in this vast cosmic ocean going, "Hey, I love you. No, I love you more."
History to write.
I say fishes, yeah, why not? What do they look like to you? They look like incredible to me, dragons.
Death in ancient Egypt wasn't just a tragic inevitability. It was an entrance exam for eternity. And who was sitting at the cosmic judge's desk, clipboard in hand, meticulously recording every soul's fate? Duty, of course. If you thought modern exams were stressful, imagine.
No, I love you more, Garfield.
A panel of divine beings.
And I love you more, Big George.
But your heart is literally
you too, Precious. No, I love you more.
Against the cosmic principle of truth.
Precious, like, no, Dad, I know I love you more. Statistically,
no appeals,
like, you know what, Precious?
No cheat sheets.
You might be right.
I'll
get you back, and I'll prove that I love you more.
Which, ironically, was written.
I already proved I love you more because you're here. You're wearing us down a little bit. Your ghost is powerful.
Let's break down his throne.
We'll drag you along.
From celestial scribe to divine gatekeeper. Upon dying,
it's like I know I lift them up all the time. That was tough. I was a tough cat. I was a super tough kid.
To navigate.
I was tougher than George. I'm way tougher than George.
A landscape filled with serpents, demons, and lake-sized nightmares. But the real challenge came.
Are you tougher than Garfield? I know I'm not tougher than Garfield.
Of the heart.
No, Garfield's fucking tough.
The heart of my art.
And Garfield's too fucking tough.
So, here's how it went down. First, the deceased arrives. The soul stands before Vizier, Inpu, Jehuti.
See, he's not, but he is. He's a little bitch sometimes.
Divine judges. Because just
fuck you
wasn't
up.
Nerve-wracking.
You could. You could probably, maybe you could hurt him.
Rain of the heart. Inpu places the deceased heart on one side.
Trust me, I got a bite mark in my face right now.
The feather of my art, truth, and cosmic order on
He's not always nice.
Jehuti records the result.
He's the fucking Garfield.
Official record. And Jehuti.
I think John Arbor was like, get the fuck out of here, Garfield. Go play with Odie.
Fairness. And finally, the verdict. If the heart is larger,
I'm the opposite. I'm like, no, Garfield.
Congratulations, you pass. You may enter
only
the theater of reeds, which would be the Egyptian
no fighting with dogs.
But
there no bullying dogs in submission either.
Heavier than a feather. You
psychically, like he did with Odie.
Promptly devoured by Ahmed, a monstrous chimera, part lion, part hippo.
Well, the secret to Garfield and Odie's Garfield whoops Odie's ass every now and then.
No,
just let Odie know who's boss. But Odie's not a very big dog. Instead of the other dog in the neighborhood's like, Garfield, you're fat now.
It was
you're fat now. Watch.
To document and confirm the verdict. No bribes, no lost paperwork loopholes. If your heart was heavy with sin, Jehuti made sure that Ahmed got her snack.
Dog, how'd you end up with the Ukrainian accent kind of?
Afterlife test. That was.
There's a dog with an accent over down the street, guys.
The Book of the Dead.
I'm concerned for my life now.
Prayers and instructions to help souls navigate the afterlife. Many of these spells
because this dog is trying to steal my soul.
Jehuti himself, and included spells for protection.
But I'm not slipping up, guys. I'm not a spy, obviously, right?
Against demons.
Like, where would he have got the spy training from? The school of like Hard Rocks.
Of the duat before me, and
I mean, come on, guys.
To fool the gods. Yeah, really. Some passages were meant to convince Vizier that the deceased had been a wonderful.
See, could he be a spy? I know I could be, but I don't want to be.
But
that's a shitty job. I'm not a good liar.
Crypt sheet. If Jehuti saw deception, he wouldn't hesitate to document the truth. No bluffing past.
Now he's sitting there in some other country just sipping tea, smoking tobacco all day long. So my computer like, huh? They're gonna kill me painfully, and I know it.
Of Jehuti's influence in some texts.
See, I feel like that one right now because I'm like a spy for the other beings. And I kind of know it. So I understand it intuitively.
Rest and recover from the trials of the world. Receive knowledge.
Like my friends up there. Yeah, the bird. You heard him?
Their final journey. And undergo spiritual purification before entering Vizier's paradise.
They're the Stellar Jays.
Judy provided
the Star Jays. They're from the stars. Basically.
Souls for their eternal existence.
And I kind of know it.
Now,
the Sky Jays.
Mysticism teaches that
those fucking bluebirds, they're angels. They're the literal angels, and I know it.
His role in the afterlife mirrored ideas of reincarnation.
That's why the other birds have to listen to them a little more.
Cycles. Some
and then the hawk's like, I don't have to listen to that guy. Why?
Wasn't
this like talking to you, Mr. Hawk?
And that
or Mrs. Hawk?
Truly mastered his wisdom.
You know who you are. But the other birds, yeah, they should listen to the blue jays a little bit more than they do. They'd stay alive, trust me. But they know us too sometimes. That's their job. They're picking off the weak. You guys can stay strong.
Such as the Hermetic belief in spiritual ascent, the Gnostic idea of escaping the material world.
Yeah, we actually listened to Blue Jay quite a bit. I just didn't realize he was like in charge. No, he's in charge. Are you going to fight him? See, I don't want to fight Mr. Blue Jay because they team up on me and they'd win, huh? I think they might win. Yeah, Mr. Blue Jay and Mrs. Blue Jay. Yeah, they might beat you, Mr. Hawk. See, the vultures know better.
But it have to ultimate enlightenment. You see.
No, they're like that. That's why they have that thing on their head. And you don't. That's why they call her the sky, and you're not.
Was a judge, guide, and gatekeeper. Of course we do.
Closer to the color sky than you are. The way the sky used to be before the humans polluted it.
Hard to offering mystical wisdom to those who sought it.
With all their vapor.
He was concerned with death. He was concerned with what lay beyond it.
Oh, it's just steam. It's just steam power. It's steam. No, you're fine. It's steam.
God.
What about all that fucking coal?
How to live, but to reveal
coal. It's not good.
Every great
no, nuclear power. That's the way to go for now.
Calendar. Something reliable, well organized, and capable of keeping.
No, we're all like, oh, nuclear power, no way. Not in my country. I'm like, why not?
Because even ancient gods needed their economy.
No, you'd rather have this fucking place?
But according to Egyptian myth, the original solar year only had 360 days, which was a massive problem.
You guys don't see like that, do you? I do now. The way it used to look.
The natural cycles.
Before we fucked it up around here.
Jehudi, god of wisdom.
The white man.
And occasional celestial con artistry. His solution?
Yep.
Gambling with the moon.
Professional con artists. White people. Often.
And rewriting the very fabric of reality. So, let's break down how Jehudi hold off the greatest ties in cosmic history, adding 5 extra days to the calendar and ensuring that the universe actually made sense.
Nope, they're the best liars in the world. Some of the best liars in the universe are white people.
The solar year consisted of only 360 days.
Because they're the best at believing their lies.
Issue. Because the seasons didn't sync properly, which made agriculture unpredictable.
Because IQ-wise, yeah, white people are intelligent. But they're like, other people looking at them like, are you that smart? No, look what you're fucking doing. You're stupid. And I see that now. Like, no, we know everything. We know everything. No, we don't believe in God anymore. We're just going to solve it all with fucking science. But we're just destroying the world process. And we don't care. They're like, big deal. The world that we're studying. We'll just build another one in space. Yes, in space. Where they don't want us. They don't want us in space, turns out. And some of us kind of know this already. And we're just sitting there like, we're evil. Oh, we're evil. We're totally evil.
The god of the earth.
Because we kept it a secret for too long.
They wanted to have children.
We couldn't actually reverse engineer it as well as we thought. No, it's alive. And we kind of know it's alive now. We're like, okay, we're keeping it a prisoner.
On any day.
These vessels.
Why? Well.
And more than that, and more than that, and more than them too.
Children would overthrow him.
Right? That's what I heard too.
Don't you?
Where the fuck are they? Where the fuck are they? You're prisoners.
Egyptian mythology is full of...
Please tell me you're not flaying an alien. No, are you really flaying an alien in America right now?
You name it.
You caught her and started to flay her. You're like, oh, I'm going to flay her. No, flay her. She doesn't want it, so I'm going to... What?
On any of the 360 days of the existing calendar. Newt was devastated. The cycle of creation was...
No, you captured an advanced being. You're like, okay, let's kill it first before we tell anybody.
The of gods couldn't be born.
Whoa.
So,
you've done it a few times now.
To the only God
America has. The government, kind of, technically. Like, no, let's capture one and then let's torture it. To justify our methods.
Knew that he couldn't justify her outright. That would lead to an all-out cosmic...
No, exactly. That's what they do.
Instead,
so they captured one of mine because I was bringing him back from the fucking dead. And I kind of know it.
Was forbidden from giving birth on any day of...
They came in my fucking yard to disturb his grave, so I don't go near it now.
All he had to do was create new days that didn't officially exist. But how? Well, by tricking the moon into gambling. Jyoti approached Khonsu, the moon god, and challenged him...
See, I've been trying to raise somebody from the dead for a while.
An ancient Egyptian board game. This text... Light.
I'm teaching them how to be a human, so I gave them my brain.
Took a sliver of Khonsu's moonlight.
Like, no, Terrence still got the heart. That's good enough. Give Precious Solar Plexus. George and Garfield got most of the brain.
Enough extra moonlight to create 5 additional days. Since these days didn't belong to the original 300.
The thing is not this Garfield. He's like, how did I get the brain, Dad? If I'm down here being a cat, and I'm not seeing through your eyes anymore, like I was.
Meaning, Newt could
because George and Garfield.
So,
when we do that transformation, government sanctioning, I hope.
Newt was now able
so it works.
On
these I understand killing myself.
Days, which became...
See, it can go either way when you're just not like doing all the steps properly. Some things just have to be done. And I said it before. You just have to do certain things. It doesn't really matter. It's just the way the universe works. It's like a recipe.
And Alair's worst fears came true when we...
Most people should not do those recipes if they're not ready for
the divine order.
No, that's called witchcraft.
It was too late. Jyoti had already won. Now, Jyoti's gambling trick didn't just help Newt. It redefined Egyptian timekeeping. The Egyptian calendar now had 365 days, which made
I'm making some new rules around witchcraft,
agriculture, and religious festivals more precise.
I almost know which was burnt during the Middle Ages was actually a witch by that standard, but some of the priests were.
Which is why the moon wanes and waxes instead of staying full. Time itself.
Oh, there's a few of them.
More balanced.
No, they got a few of those guys who were just fucking evil.
To the cosmos and aligning the world with art. And this story explains why the ancient Egyptian calendar...
I bet they felt good about that one, finally getting aristocrat.
Standard days plus 5 extra days, called Epagomenal days.
The church is like, ha ha ha, see King, I can burn you guys too.
And outside of normal time.
That was a big deal.
Essentially, Jyoti didn't just...
So I know the kind of world I'm talking about.
He created the
foundation... you were a professional witch burner?
...on Egyptian timekeeping and...
Yeah, damnation, dude, damnation. No, he's just getting burnt alive for a few lifetimes.
So
he'll be okay.
Jyoti
he's ready for it.
He knows he's going to get it. He was a cosmic strategist, a trickster, and a master of divine loopholes. Where other...
Because that man wasn't fucking evil, not really. No, he's a good man. He just thought it was cool to burn witches. Because he was told his whole life.
Sealed his fate. Jyoti found a crack in his system. This is why...
He's like, oh, I get to eat him when I'm done? Well, I'm starving, I don't get meat very often.
And sometimes, the best solution is cheating.
So he's going through it then, going to hell for a while. Think about his ways, and it'll come back.
Being is a weakness.
No, he was kind of retarded. Some of those witches were geniuses. And they kind of knew the way it worked.
The almighty sun god. That weakness was his secret.
So guess what? They're actually escorting him down there. Parts of them are, believe it or not. They're like, wow, really?
Powerful that whoever knew it could wield absolute divine authority.
So he'll be alright. They're just gonna watch him burn to death in hell.
The goddess of magic really wanted that name. And when a goddess of magic wants something, she finds a way to get it. But
see, a lot of people that were burnt in the Middle Ages were actually Christians. No, really pious Christians. That's why I'm so fucking mad.
Divine language, sacred spells.
No, because these were the mystics that I need.
Negotiations. Which is
no, you're not a mystic. You don't think mystically. I still need your mind too.
Let's break down how. Because
the exoteric and the esoteric are just as true.
In one of the most
no, it's not one of the other. It's both.
Sections of mythology. First, at the height of
the occult and religion are both right. The occult can be evil. That's why it's the occult.
Full control of the cosmos. But Ursad had other plans. She wanted more magical power. Because
but I know the occult. That's kind of what I'm part of, the occult. And I kind of know that.
Control over the gods. Because knowing Rai's secret name would let her command even.
So I made some sacrifices.
And
like my free will
wisdom,
and my voice. So I can teach my cats how to talk.
More powerful than divine knowledge. But there was a problem. Rai never spoke his true name out loud. It wasn't written down anywhere. Not even the gods knew it.
As we can catch the fucking enemy in our midst.
If Rai wouldn't tell her, Ursad would have to force him to reveal it. This is where Jehuti's expertise came into play. You see, one day...
I'm just going to point at every house in the fucking neighborhood, guys.
Across the sky, he began to grow old and tired. His body weakened as he walked the earth. Drow fell from his mouth and landed on the ground.
I'm telling you, George. See, George is really concerned about a detail. He was Garfield's real father if I was not.
Mixed it with clay, forming a magical serpent.
I really believe that he was my son.
Snake, giving it the power to poison
like then, George, I'm sure he was your son.
Then she placed the snake in Rai's path and waited. As expected, Rai was bitten.
Because Precious was a virgin.
And for the first time in eternity, the great sun god felt powerless. But there was one problem. No one
could see, I was, but I wasn't. See, they tried to rape me several times with cat.
Jehuti. The only
I'm like, no way, right? No, I was small. Not big Precious. Garfield's mom was Precious, too.
Ursad had been after all along.
Now, she died after giving birth to Garfield's brother, Sylvester.
Everything
he's still alive, I heard, but I know he's not.
The gods panicked. They called on Jehuti, the god of wisdom, medicine, and words, to find a cure. Jehuti examined Rai and determined this was no ordinary venom. It was enchanted.
Animal testing around here.
The only way to heal Rai was through a spell that contained his true name. Rai had to speak his name out loud for the first time ever. Ursad, of course, was helpfully standing by.
That sucks for some people. Some people that really love animals.
But only if he told her.
And they're giving this guy to that guy. And most of the guys they can trust, but a couple they really can't. Turns out.
He tried lesser names. Titles like, I'm the creator of heaven and earth, and I'm the fire of existence. But none of them worked.
Oh, like, hey, dude, whoa, hi, oh, whoa, look, a cat. Oh, a cat, man. Thank you, man. All right, got one again. What are we going to do this fucker?
Mr. Godolph said
I was thinking about splitting him open there to the front.
Was the only one allowed to record and encode the name into a healing spell. With this spell, Ursad healed Rai. But now, she held the greatest secret in the universe.
Someone got paid money to do that?
Rai's true name in her possession, Ursad became even more powerful, able to cast the strongest
how much money, guys?
Existence, influence the gods, even Rai himself.
A lot. You thought we never got paid that much, we shouldn't have fucking done it.
What would later pass to Vizier and
they got paid more than I did. We'll want it all back.
Had played a dangerous but brilliant game.
If you want to keep your life,
followed the rules. He had only written down the name for the
legally, I could go over there and murder you, I think.
He had ensured Rai survived, which kept order in the universe.
Because I'm fucking insane now.
He allowed Ursad to succeed. but had not personally.
Because you're there torturing my fucking cat.
In other words, he played both sides perfectly, maintaining his neutrality, while still acting
and I know
as the divine enabler of cosmic events. The bigger picture. This myth isn't just about tricking her. It's about the power of words, in knowledge, and divine names. Names equal power. To know someone's true name was to have control over them.
How many cats you claim now?
Spread into later mysticism, hermetic traditions,
hundreds,
and even modern magical practices. Jehudi is the keeper of secret knowledge.
Who know their me somehow, know their Garfield somehow.
But he recorded, placing him as the ultimate guardian of the.
See, I've seen them before with my eyes.
And the power of language. This story reinforces the idea that Jehudi's words shape reality itself. Because the moment Ra's name was spoken, the spell took effect. This is why later esoteric traditions, including
what do those cats look like in those tests?
Kabbalah, held that no
they look like my cats? If that's the case, I want those hundreds of millions of dollars back.
Power over it. A concept.
Yeah, hundreds of millions of dollars back.
To this story. You see, Jehudi wasn't just a scribe of God.
What, you think you deserve to keep the money for fucking cat testing? Nope. I don't care what you learn. What you learn? A lot? Cool.
Understood that knowledge was power.
Nope. You should go to hell. You used to be like Nuremberg trials. What to do to fucking animals.
Without breaking the rules is the best way to stay.
I want to line these motherfuckers up, but I want to kill them myself.
While Mussad gained ultimate magic, Ra remained on his throne.
These animal testers.
It was Jehudi who turned him on because.
And human traffickers and torturers as well. They're just as bad to me.
He wrote down one of the most powerful spells in existence.
And often they're working together.
And he preserved order while subtly reshaping history. Because, at the end of the day, Jehudi wasn't just.
And I kind of can prove it, almost.
He was the master of the unspoken, the unseen, and the unknowable. And that is true power. Or betrayal.
No, they really didn't. No, they're going to get in trouble.
This story
because the government funded it.
At the center of
there's no oversight, hardly at all.
The master strategist, celestial inventor, and the mind behind one of Egypt's most iconic.
No, the government funded their projects, animal testing, and human testing as well. All kinds of shit, all kinds of diseases, all kinds of fucking poison on me and my cats.
And in doing so, create a symbol.
No cloning and everything. No, it's been freaky. Turns out.
Now, by the time.
And the way memory works turns out too is freaky, huh?
Had been at war for what felt like an eternity.
And I've proven that too, because they can't delete my memories. Not all of them. They can delete some of them.
Vizier's son had to fight to reclaim his birthright. This wasn't a quick skirmish. This was a drawn-out godly war, involving cosmic boat races, her losing an eye, and Sedge being tricked, cursed, and occasionally humiliated. But now, things were escalating. You see, Sedge had retreated to Nubia, building a fortified stronghold where he could continue resisting Her's claim to.
No, check it out! They try to switch their sexes. They try to clone them. They try to take them apart in really, really painful way. Just anything you can think of. Like, oh, how would this animal react to this, and to that, and the other thing? They're like neurologists and shit. And they know what pain is, don't they? Have they gone through it themselves? They just treat people like, oh yeah, oh you hurt. Oh, you hurt. You feel this way. Cool. What does that feel like?
Step 1.
Horrible. No, horrible.
Instead of marching his army straight into.
So unless you've gone through it, who the fuck are you to even study it? Sometimes.
To take to the skies. Literally. Jehudi and her transformed into winged beings. Her as a mighty falcon, and Jehudi as an ibis or baboon, overseeing the battle from above.
It's like a psychologist. You're like, have you really gone through this, man?
Of the winged sun disk. To ensure victory, Jehudi magically imbued the sun itself with protective power, creating the first ever winged Sundays, a radiant, divine emblem that struck fear into Setch's followers. Wherever this holy symbol appeared, Setch's forces scattered, confused and overwhelmed by the godly power. This is one of the earliest instances of Jehuti using symbols and divine inscriptions as weapons. Step 3. Ensuring balance, not annihilation.
No, I'm pretty damn sure.
Even
in my scars,
his forces were crushed.
In my dreams,
ensured that
there's shit I'm just not remembering.
Wasn't completely destroyed.
Now I'm freaking out about it.
Instead,
like, no, they're gonna fucking get him. Garfield.
Guardian of the desert.
Me too. No, that'd be horrifying. I can picture it.
Protector against Apophis.
So your jaw's hanging off, your eyes stuck open.
This follows a recurring theme.
You're hooked up to whatever fucking like car battery they have now.
Sedge is never truly killed.
On whatever nerve is most sensitive.
He is repurposed, maintaining balance in the universe. And who ensured balance? Jehuti.
Well, they're playing a Boston track in the background, so you fucking hate that music now?
Jehuti declared that the winged Sundays would be a divine emblem, a sign of protection and victory. It became one of the most important symbols in Egyptian iconography, appearing on temple walls, placed above entrances to guard against evil. Royal inscriptions, used as a seal of divine favor. And later civilizations, even the Greeks and Romans, adapted a version of it in their art. The winged Sundays was no longer.
Can you actually imagine we're putting these things through?
It became a symbol of divine kingship.
I can only try to.
Celestial power. This myth highlights something crucial about Jehuti.
For some reason, I know it's more than that, and more than that, and more than that, fucking too.
War stages. A cosmic engineer. He used knowledge and magic to shape events rather than brute force. He created lasting symbols, ensuring.
So when you're saying you're going, I fucking survived something that I can't talk about, and no one fucking believes me.
In short,
and now I gotta do what, and what, and what, and fucking what? They say
victory would last. You see, the battle between Hell and Sedge was ultimately a battle of power versus intelligence.
No.
Sedge relied on brute force, but her, guided by Jehuti's wisdom, used strategy, magic, and divine symbols to outmaneuver him. And at the heart of all of this, Jehuti, a god who knew that true victory comes not just from battle, but from the power of knowledge itself. Rebellion, destruction, and a cosmic hell-based escape plan. This is one of the most bizarre yet pivotal myths in Egyptian mythology. At its core, this story explores the fast-growing paranoia and the near extinction of humanity, Seth's uncontrollable bloodlust, and Jehuti's
so you can't actually do that.
Intervention to reshape the cosmos itself. And in the end, it all comes down to how Jehuti helped create a celestial cow, a cosmic being that changed the order of the universe.
No, you can't fucking,
Now,
pick my favorite beings on this world. No, they're two cats, George and Garfield.
And humans. But as the centuries passed, it grew old and weak.
Ever.
Humans, they were the ungrateful lot.
Christ understands that, so does Precious.
Whispering that he was too feeble to rule. Though, being a son
and so does just about everybody else. But I really like water.
He did not take this lightly. In his fury, he called together his divine council, including one, the primordial god of chaos, Sekhmet,
and the night as well, but daytime too.
The goddess of war and destruction and healing, and Jehuti, the voice of reason and cosmic balance.
And you can't replace my identity with Jesus Christ.
Mankind must be punished. Let Sekhmet destroy.
No, you can't destroy my mind.
No.
And try to put in some fake Jesus Christ.
Because
like you've done to people, and I know it.
Sekhmet, you don't get a measured surgical attacks.
Like, oh, convince me he's Jesus. No, convince me he's Jesus. He has magic powers. Convince me. I'm like, I know I'm not Jesus. I know Jesus already. Like, no, I'm a fucking prophet. Which one am I? Yeah, it turns out I'm powerful. I could be.
Very serious.
No, really powerful.
They descended upon humanity, slashing, tearing, and drinking the blood of the fall.
So now I know some shit.
The problem?
Because they knew what I loved the most. Cats.
What was supposed to be a punishment.
And dogs.
Turned into an uncontrollable massacre.
And birds. And fish.
Humanity was on the brink of extinction.
And yeah, a few humans too. Mostly, yeah. Women.
Point, Sekhmet had tasted blood and couldn't stop herself. So, once again, the gods turned to Jehuti, the master of divine problem-solving. Jehuti, knowing that force wouldn't work, devised a trick to neutralize Sekhmet. He ordered 7,000 jugs of beer to be brewed, but not just any beer. He dyed it blood red with pomegranate juice, making it look like human blood. He then poured the beer across the land, right in Sekhmet's path. When Sekhmet saw the rivers of blood, she drank deeply, thinking it was the spoils of her rampage. But instead of fueling her bloodlust, she became completely intoxicated. And a drunken Sekhmet is a harmless Sekhmet. When she finally woke up from her divine hangover, she had forgotten her murderous rage. Thus, humanity was saved.
See, I know who I am.
Why the Egyptians celebrate a festival of drunkenness.
The one in the house.
Where they drank in honor of Sekhmet's crucifixion. Now, even though humanity was saved, and was shaken, his own people had betrayed him, and yet nearly destroyed him. He no longer trusted mortals, and he no longer wanted to rule the earth.
See, there are two, but they think they are, some of them.
He made a radical decision. He would leave Earth and retreat to the heavens. And once again, Jehuti
the one that has space retarded by their standards.
Making this happen. Jehuti, alongside Shu, helped raise flare into the
sky.
That
for a long time.
But
that's how a lot of people perceive me around here.
Lifting him, they did something more profound. They transformed the very fabric of reality. Nun, the sky goddess, was turned into the celestial cow, a massive, divine being upon whose back Ra would ride across the heavens. To keep her from falling, Jehuti created the 4 pillars of the sky, to be seen in the hieroglyphs, by the way, ensuring the heavens were stable. The earth and sky remained separated. Ra could continue ruling from above, rather than among mortals. Now, this myth highlights one of Jehuti's most profound roles. He didn't just solve problems, he reshaped the universe itself. He transformed chaos into cosmic order. He engineered the balance between gods, mortals, and the heavens. Without Jehuti's intervention, humanity would have been wiped out by Sekhmet. The heavens would have remained disorganized and unstable. The Egyptian cosmos would not have been structured as we know it. This is why Jehuti was more than just a wise god. He was a divine architect, ensuring that even the gods' mistakes could be turned into balance. Now, Jehuti wasn't just a problem solver, he was a cosmic innovator. He understood that power alone doesn't make a ruler. Wisdom does. That violence isn't the answer. Strategy is. And when something is broken, you don't destroy it, you reshape it. Thanks to him, the sun still rises, the heavens remain stable, and humanity had to keep existing. And all because he knew how to outthink both gods and mortals alike. The pyramids, the ultimate symbol of Egyptian civilization. For thousands of years, they have stood as mystical, mathematical, and architectural wonders. But who gave the ancient Egyptian the knowledge to build them? According to mythology, of course. Enter Jehuti, the god of wisdom, measurement, and sacred geometry. While pharaohs took credit for commissioning these massive structures, Jehuti was the one who provided the divine knowledge that made them possible. So, let's explore how Jehuti became the cosmic architect behind the greatest monuments of the ancient world. Now, the Egyptians believed that numbers and measurements were sacred, not just tools for construction, but a reflection of cosmic order, art. You see, Jehuti
jazz whistling,
basically engineering and precise calculations. He was seen as the master of sacred geometry, the divine mathematician.
What's not jazz? This is what I realized. The universe is jazz music.
The universe could be expressed through numbers.
No, it's jazz music more than anything else. It's not classical, it's jazz.
Jehuti was believed to have inscribed the sacred proportions.
No, it's jazz music. Want to know why? Because jazz music is about harmonies. A lot.
Meaning that
but it's also about something else. Disharmony.
Practical, but divinely inspired. And where do we see this? Well,
dissonance a little bit, but not really. Not bad. Yeah, disharmony, basically.
Into the Great Pyramid's dimensions.
No, you get out and do a solo.
Pyramids
do a big ass solo. Yeah, rock dust too. They stole it from jazz.
Level of precision. And the use of right angles.
It's about solos.
Symmetry and complex internal passages.
And getting out of the harmony and then bringing it back and making it fucking work even better. Because there was a fucking badass solo.
Accident. It was Jehuti's design. To be clear, we are talking about mythology, not history here. Now, deep inside the pyramids, carved onto the walls of tombs, are the pyramid texts.
See, jazz is more than that.
Some of the oldest religious writings.
But some people understand music theory better than me. Ask them. But I know
texts
that this world is jazz music
and divine wisdom, many of which are attributed to Jehuti himself. They include instructions for the soul's journey into the afterlife, making the pyramids not just tombs, but portals to eternity. And the spells ensure that pharaohs could ascend to the heavens, aligning with Jehuti's role as the god of divine ascension and transformation. So, essentially, the pyramids were not just tombs, they were spiritual machines, designed with
that's why
sacred knowledge.
America won.
Help the soul reach the stars.
Jazz.
The knowledge required
and the
to build pyramids wasn't randomly discovered. It was passed down through priesthoods, scribes, and secret schools of wisdom. These
and everything that gave birth to that shit really got
to be guarded by the priests of Jehuti, who taught sacred mathematics, astronomy, and construction techniques.
So native peoples from multiple continents actually
rituals needed to construct the pyramids as spiritual gateways.
Who are really good at music
and recorded.
And some white people who are really good with technology and at English.
To live worthy. These researchers didn't just build pyramids. They ensured that each structure was aligned with cosmic principles that reflected.
But guess what? The Native Americans still win technically.
This idea later influenced Hermetism and free.
The African Americans are just like, okay, that's fine.
As the original divine architect. Now, Jehuti wasn't the only god associated with pyramid building. He had a divine counterpart, Seshat.
We'll get to Africa when we get there, guys.
Writing, measurement, and architecture.
And say Native South Americans are something different, and I know it.
Measuring land and recording the dimensions of buildings.
Australia, you need your Shay as well.
Everything was calculated correctly.
Before it's too late.
Has found a sacred ritual called the stretching of the cord, which symbolized aligning a new temple or pyramid with the stars.
See, we live in Australia like, we're evil to Aboriginals still. No, still, America.
Together, these two deities ensure
it's fucked up.
Great structures were built with divine precision.
Because they're right.
Jehuti's role
about almost everything.
Wasn't just about
at least they were. Some of them still are, turns out.
Maintaining cosmic order, art,
that fucking smart.
Perfect proportions, connecting Earth to the heavens.
See, New Guinea.
Design, ensuring
it's really powerful. Really powerful.
To the stars, fulfilling their divine destiny. Later traditions, including Greek philosophy, Hermeticism.
It's still very native there. Hold on, I'll get there. The Amazon too, that we just burned down.
Master builder, the god who encoded divine knowledge
still
into the very foundations of.
Hey, in the heart of Africa, whoa. The shit they're doing there in secret, those little guys. Yeah.
With him,
not an excuse to hunt them down still.
Monuments of divine wisdom.
You hate them?
Judy wasn't just a scribe.
They're evil? No, they're scared. Look how small they are.
The universe. To him, knowledge wasn't.
Can they be dead? Of course they can.
It was something to be built.
They're forest people. Leave them alone.
His influence can still be seen today.
They'll all destroy you.
In the form of the greatest architectural achievements of the ancient world. Because
not right now,
you control knowledge,
but I can get us to.
You don't just shape history, you build it.
No, the U.S. with its fucking arms industry. You guys want to fucking do something good with it?
One of the most famous symbols of ancient Egypt. You might not have realized that it was once lost, broken.
Protect the wild ones.
In desperate need of repair.
Better than we do.
And who restored it?
The wild spaces, big time.
Symbol of divine power,
the common spaces, more and more and more.
Wisdom for eternity.
No, we should have a farm in every common place in Carrick. Why don't we?
It's about magical eye surgery. It's about how Jehuti played a crucial role in a battle between her and Sage.
And who even cares when we grew there? No, everyone should go to the fucking park.
Symbolism forever.
Dig up the grass and plant something as a protest.
As always, this tale begins with her and Sage.
No, it's really nice grass. So I'm not really for that because it's really nice grass. That's something. But why not right there in the middle?
Fighting to reclaim the throne. Sage.
Dogs. No, dogs. That's why.
Give up power. Their fight was
okay, dogs. You win that one.
And one of their battles.
There's another place we can plant our yards to start with.
So, in the heat of combat, Sage struck her with terrifying force. In some versions, he gouged out her left eye entirely.
Oh yeah, dogs, huh? Yeah, dogs.
He smashed it into
you know what I mean, dogs? They can be trained differently. Just beat them if you need to.
Without his eye, her was weakened.
No, actually beat your dogs. Not recommended.
Was gone. And so was his connection to Ma'at, the cosmic order.
But a spanking's not bad, and a bad dog. But see, it's almost not worth it when you plant a garden and they're just like digging it up and they're like,
So, the gods called upon Jehuti, the one who could fix anything.
They're like, I'm a dog. I'm digging up your garden. I'm a dog.
Took on the task of healing her. First, he searched for the lost pieces of the eye.
No, they're assholes. They can't dogs, dude.
Then,
no, cats are like, ooh, look, a garden. Ooh, a garden. I might lay on it a little bit. But I'm going to poop in it and make it better. Watch. God. Dogs.
With magical power. In the process, the eye of her became.
So we knew what we were doing. Like, oh, Dad's growing grapes. I heard grapes are poisonous to us. No, we're immortal, Garfield. That's why he cleans it out over there. Oh, so that's why you don't want me hanging out back there, huh? Because those grapevines probably weren't very healthy for me, huh?
Because Jehuti infused it with sacred knowledge.
See, I kind of knew that. Like, what am I going to do?
He returned the eye to her, allowing him to regain his strength and continue his fight against Snitch. Restore balance to the world by reclaiming his divine side.
The grapes aren't as toxic for cats as we thought.
Source of power.
Turns out, yeah, there's actually a weird connection between grapes and cats. Like, go fucking figure, right? Cats don't like grapes. Not really.
The eye of her,
but cat shit under grapes is the way to go sometimes. It's acidic.
Became one of the most sacred Egyptian symbols, appearing on tombs to protect the dead in the afterlife.
Trust me. No, trust me.
For health and safety. And temples.
Yeah, well, you know what I mean? You could bury cat there as well.
But it was more than just a symbol. It was also a mathematical system. The 6 broken pieces of Her's eye, each represented a fraction, creating a divine unit of measurement that influenced Egyptian
Those roots are deep. No, those roots are deep. My grapevines.
Mathematical.
Like, where do they really go? I'm like, I'm pretty sure they go to every yard in the neighborhood.
Because he didn't just fix things. He turned them into sources of higher knowledge.
You hack into my roots recently?
Something crucial about his
How dare you, I'm a farmer. No, I need to confiscate your property now.
He restores it. He doesn't just preserve balance.
See, they're an endangered species of grape that I'm breeding in my backyard.
And he doesn't just understand.
Basically now.
He creates them. By hearing Her's eye,
no, pretty much, legally.
Fix one god. He ensured that a sacred symbol of protection and wisdom would last for.
See, I'm fucking around, but I know I'm kind of not fucking around because I'm not like super confident in this. But they're fucking delicious.
Remains one of the most enduring symbols of power, healing, and divine knowledge. You see, Deity wasn't a warrior. He didn't fight in the great battles of the gods.
See, Garfield, I didn't realize the slap dried died.
Important.
But grapes might be the best thing ever. No, ever.
Destruction and conflict. Someone has to be the one who repairs.
You just drink your grapes exclusively? You don't even eat them?
And that's why Deity wasn't just a god of wisdom. He was the god who ensured that wisdom
good for you.
Lost.
No, good for you.
Some ideas never die. Deity,
but check it out.
Just a
there's more nutritional value to sugar than alcohol. Typically.
Of wisdom and an architect of civilization itself.
But not always.
His influence.
You see, wine's an interesting mixture.
It echoed.
It's mostly healthy.
Shaping philosophy, science, religion, esotericism for thousands of years. So,
and with beer, it's just not. It's just not, guys. Now, barley's all fucked up. It's like, hey, guys, check me out. Now I'm a good old barley.
Once the jewel of the ancient world.
We drink out of wheat beer, though. Here, we do.
Out to Persians, Greeks, and Romans. And yet, Deity survived.
And wheat can be all fucked up these days. There's so many kinds of wheat out there. Like, we don't even know what kind of wheat we're drinking.
And incorporating his wisdom into philosophy and mysticism. The Romans preserved his teachings, using them in alchemy, astrology, and esoteric traditions. Arab scholars studied Egyptian and Hermetic texts.
No, we fucked with their morphogenetics so much now.
The Islamic Golden Age. Even after Egypt's gods faded from mainstream worship, Deity's wisdom remained. Because you can't conquer a temple.
Guess what? There's a lot of wheat that grows wild around here.
By the time
when it did not before.
Deity had transformed. He was no longer just an Egyptian.
Barley's too.
But something much bigger. He became Hermes Trismegistus. Hermes the thrice great. A divine figure of ultimate wisdom. The legendary author of the Hermetic texts.
I can't have a weapon at all.
Patron of alchemy, astrology, and esoteric thought.
No, not legally, right? But can't I?
The Hermetic corpus, attributed to Hermes Trismegistus.
They don't have one, do I?
Became a foundational text.
These are my dad's. They're kitchen utensils, so what can I get in trouble for around here?
Neoplatonism, Greek philosophy.
That was a magic wand.
Alchemy, and the search for transformation. The Renaissance.
With a flimsy handle.
Rediscovering lost wisdom. And secret societies like the Freemasons and Croissants. Even today, phrases like as above, so below, our core Hermetic idea trace directly back to Deity's belief in the cosmic balance of Ma'at. You see, Judy wasn't just a mystical figure. His legacy shaped both faith and reason. In Christianity, the Logos, the divine world, concept has parallels to Jehudi's role.
See, no, this person that I'm talking to over here.
In Islam, some scholars link
who actually did kill somebody
to Idris, aka Enoch, a prophet of wisdom. In Judaism,
but they knew what to expect with the fucking cops around here.
Traditions show similarities to Hamitic ideas about divine knowledge. Meanwhile, its association with measurement, timekeeping, and the writing words helps shape the historical record.
We think we got something, but we don't.
The development of astronomy and the tracking of time, and the scientific method, structured knowledge through observation and recording. His legacy can be seen in the very way humans organize, understand, and document reality. Even though ancient Egyptians
they fucking died as a result. Some of them did.
Truly disappeared.
Some of them which I've known.
The Ibis, the moon, the Catocaos,
shoddy police work,
and the Eye of Her still appear in occult traditions, alchemy, tarot, and secret societies.
Stupid laws, that kind of that
medical
too.
Symbols.
A lot of them.
Catocaos.
No, a lot of them actually. More cops to do better work.
And education.
And I kind of know it now.
Image
no, if the cops allowed to do this, and that, instead of having to do that, and that. So if you were just safer fucking drivers, often.
Person of knowledge. The power of
people just aren't. No, they're not.
The idea.
And they're fucking stupid drivers. It's too way hard to get a driver's license.
And balance. Here, see, GT may no longer be worship in temples as he used to be.
Public transit, dude.
He's
the economy.
One of the most influential gods in history. Because
now your gas burner truck.
Never just Egypt. It was knowledge itself.
Oh, getting your feet ready, huh?
Wisdom,
oh, yeah?
Oh, yeah? And believe in the power of words. Judy's spirit will never truly be gone. Because true knowledge never dies. It simply finds new forms.
No, keep your truck. Now respect that you got a truck.
The book of...
That's cool.
Or
some people get their families, fucking help their families get cars and shit.
Of cosmic secrets.
Oh, you work for it? That's cool too.
And according to
that's
some
badass. How old are you?
The ultimate manual for bending reality itself. If ancient text had a forbidden section, like in Hogwarts, this would be it.
Oh, 40-something.
Like J.K.
Cool.
Rowling's restricted section. The book of Judy, allegedly, wasn't just hidden behind some librarian's disapproving Claire. It was buried in a tomb, cursed, and guarded by divine wrath. So, let's dive into everything we know and don't know.
Don't you care about the wilderness too?
First, what was the Book of Judy?
Why you fuck up every time we go out there?
The Book of Judy is said to be a collection of texts written by the god himself. Encyclopedia.
Beer can this.
Knowledge, a spellbook.
Dip can that.
Power, and a philosophical treatise.
See, I have two of my own ways.
Into one.
But I'll get back there and clean it up.
Version of the legend. It contained the secrets of the universe, of course, cosmology, time, space, and the hidden workings of reality, magical spells, incantations capable of resurrecting the dead, controlling the elements, and understanding the speech of animals. Speaking of the language of the gods, a form of writing so potent that to utter its word...
Cigarette butt, cigarette butt, cigarette butt.
And of course, the power over life and death. The ultimate cheat code to existence.
Bring your butts to me for once.
This made it very...
1047 Garfield on this clock.
Didn't want just anyone
46 on this one.
Around with axes to divine level wizardry. Hence, the book was hidden away, locked in a metaphorical...
Where did my sugar go?
Celestial safe, and kept from mortal hands.
So I used a lot of it, but not a little bit left, right? Maybe not.
Most famous myth associated with the book
not
of
so much.
Is that of Neferkaptah, a prince of Egypt.
That's sugar, let's go through it. Like everything else, I'm like, okay, I'm out.
Went through Indiana Jones in pursuit of the book. According to
but this marijuana may last quite a while.
Hidden beneath the Nile, encased in a series of deadly defenses. We are talking a river of serpents, because regular booby traps weren't dramatic enough. An iron box inside a golden box inside a silver box, and so on and so forth. Yeah, it's one of those stories. And
sorry, plant medicine, guys.
Snake with enough venom to turn
this tea and tobacco has been doing something different, never done before. Memory. For me, it is. When your brain gets like that and like that and like that too. And you're just like, symptoms, huh? Mine are mostly interesting.
Which, in some terrifying fashion, immediately resurrected and had to be killed again. And finally, retrieved the book. And what did he do? He read it, out and out. Which, as every horror film has taught us, is the worst possible thing you
like being psychic.
With ancient magical texts. And as a result, he gained phenomenal knowledge and power.
But it's a weird one. The way psychic works.
Jehudi himself wasn't pleased. And as
I'm fucking psychic and I know it. I know it.
Neferkepta, his wife.
So I'm like, you guys are stupid.
Son, I mean, why not?
Some of you guys don't think at all. Like, what goes on between those ears?
Eventually, too.
Not much. Often.
But was lost once again. Now, the book of Jehudi straddles the line between historical history and mythological.
About as much as a fish.
When there is no physical evidence of such a text, hence the term myth, the concept of a book containing all wisdom was unique to Egypt. Similar myths appear in other traditions, such as the Sumerians. They had the Tablet of Destinies, a divine object that granted supreme power. The Greeks.
The thing is, we don't study fish's brains in their natural habitat. Can we give them a tank? We're like, simulation.
By Hermes Trismegistus. Basically, Jehudi and Hermes combined. And medieval Europe. They had criminals like
this is not a simulation.
And the King of Solomon.
It's not a test.
Hold magical knowledge. Could the Book of Jehudi have been
the real fucking world?
A collection of scrolls detailing Egyptian philosophy, magic, and theology.
And I know it.
Or was it always just a story, a way to warn mortals about the dangers
and it's fucked up.
Unchecked knowledge?
The real world is fucked up.
The Greek world saw Jehudi as their Hermes. Kinda. And from this cultural exchange emerged Hermes Trismegistus, the thrice great Hermes.
And you're like, oh, why are they so authoritarian?
His teachings recorded in the Hermetica
because the world is fucked up. They were like that back in the day too.
The Book of Jehudi. The idea that words can shape reality. Think of let there be light. A belief in cosmic balance and divine order, ma'at, and
when it was wartime,
the secret body of wisdom could unlock the mysteries of the universe.
And you knew it.
Many later alchemists, philosophers, and occultists, including Renaissance thinkers and secret societies, like, once again, the Freemasons, believed that the Book of Jehudi.
So I don't go out there so much because I know there might be spies out there in the woods.
Tablets and the Corpus Hermeticum. But was this ever real? Historians and
I'm scared of them kind of guys because they're kind of badass. They're kind of badass.
However, Egyptian texts like the Pyramid text and Coffin texts do contain fragments of ancient wisdom spells attributed to the god. You're talking about the...
See, I didn't necessarily want some of these guys to go to prison. Because mostly mystical mountain men.
But
I kind of hinted to that they were there a few times.
Text outlining the principles of balance, justice, and cosmic order.
Deportation, I don't know if we can for some of them. Some of them are that bad.
That includes healing rituals associated with Jehudi.
They're working with somebody else, and I know it.
And of course,
no, there's someone inside.
Of the dead.
And I know it. I don't know what they're doing.
Meant to guide the deceased to the afterlife. Some of which are attributed to Jehudi.
No, it's a big fucking wilderness, and I know it now.
The spirit of Jehudi's knowledge is woven throughout Egyptian religious literature. Now, whether real or mythological, the Book of Jehudi is one of the most enduring legends of lost knowledge. It represents the quest for wisdom, the human desire to understand the cosmos, the danger of forbidden knowledge, a common theme and myth from the Garden of Eden to Prometheus, and the legacy of Chihuahua, not just as a god of writing, but as a guardian of wisdom itself. If such a book ever existed, it would
see what they're saying.
Locked away in some lost tomb.
It's a good idea. Now the best news.
Waiting for
science news
to come along and make these.
What are they saying today? Nothing that interesting, I don't think, but sometimes it is. Like, oh, well, exactly what I was saying. Exactly. They don't know it yet, but they will. This guy's cool, guys. Some of these guys are really racist, and I know it now. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Right. No, hundreds of intermediate black holes found, but something doesn't add up, and I kind of know it. I'm just like watching it all fall together scientifically. I'm like, okay, see, watch. No, watch. And I go to the news. I'm like, yep. Nope, there it is, right there. No, right there. And worse sometimes than I even think, guys. I'm like, oh, shit, yep, that was a prediction I made. I made that prediction, too. Yep, that one accurately. Up, sports as well. Like, look at my Lakers.
Recent announcements and some of the recent discoveries coming out of a survey.
I could be a betting man, and I know it.
Known as DESI, based on the analysis from the dark energy spectroscopic instrument that for the past few years has been collecting a lot of data about a lot of galaxies in order to essentially solve the mystery of dark energy. Now, it hasn't solved that mystery yet, but because the survey is basically based on collecting data about various galaxies out there, some of which we've never seen before, in the process, in the last few years, it's actually made some incredible discoveries completely unrelated to dark energy concepts, and very often discoveries nobody expected. We've discussed quite a few of them in some of the previous videos in the description, but today we're going to discuss one more that was just announced a few hours ago. A somewhat unexpected discovery of a lot of different intermediate mass black holes in centers of various galaxies, which actually is super exciting for scientists studying galaxies and galactic evolutions, because these intermediate mass black holes are extremely difficult to find and have actually been sort of hypothetical up until relatively recently. And so let's talk about this in more detail, but I guess let's actually start with DESI first, just so that you understand how all this was achieved. Now, this survey, DESI, has now been running for almost 5 years, and it's supposed to observe approximately 40 million different galaxies by using a telescope you see right here, known as Nicholas Mayall 4-meter telescope.
Right, no, because I'll hit you with one punch.
National Observatory. And DESI is just the name of the instrument.
The right place, and I know it.
Very detailed spectrographic astronomical surveys, by essentially being able to look at each individual galaxy extremely quickly and then identify its distance and its redshift by identifying specific wavelengths coming from this galaxy. But because these observations are so ridiculously accurate, it actually allows scientists to study something else about these galaxies that
I tried it out with my dad.
With other observations.
But not that bad.
Then it becomes possible
it's just like a tap, you know, I'm like, oh, wow.
Masses of central black holes.
I'm sorry, Dad, but you shouldn't have hit me.
By actually discovering galaxies where black holes are currently active. And obviously, it is possible with, for example, James Webb.
You got brain damage. Don't swing at me, dude.
An individual galaxy long enough.
No, I'm like that. I'm like a cat. Like, don't swing at me. Don't swing first.
To find these galaxies out of over 100,000 potential candidates, and do so relatively quickly. And so for this particular
some people don't like when I bring my dad because I'm a prick and I know it, right?
As many active galaxies as possible, or basically galaxies where the central black holes were visible and were producing active emissions, in order to then find out what kind of a black hole this was, with the main focus basically being the mass. But here, researchers had to decide what galaxies to focus on, because here we're talking about data from millions of galaxies that he observed so far. And well, they chose to focus on dwarf galaxies, the ones that are smaller.
You're like me, dirty prick, man. Sometimes I could be. I realize it now. I'm looking back, like, yeah, nope, yep.
We actually expect black
holes
to be maybe smaller, and thus it might be possible to discover the elusive intermediate mass black holes that many scientists always want to find. And well, it turns out that in this data, there were approximately 114,000 dwarf galaxies that could be easily analyzed, and quite a few of them were active, suggesting that the black holes inside of them were visible and that their mass could be measured. Here's one of the examples provided in a study of one such dwarf galaxy whose central black hole
I gotta call my friend.
Prove right.
Say, how's it for?
Intriguingly, out of
really good care of their dog.
114,000 galaxies, only 2,444.
I gotta call him and be like, yeah, dude, when I was house sitting.
Or just to rephrase this, only 2.1% of all dwarf galaxies.
I used your bong for a mookie. No, and I know it. No, I know it.
98%.
I know I did. What an asshole. I know it.
Like the central black hole.
So I used your isopropyl alcohol.
Strangely enough, though, this was actually in my
to clean it out better than it was.
Than in a lot of previous.
And you knew it, right?
Which actually was a little bit unusual because it suggested that either dwarf galaxies are just a little bit more active on average, or maybe for some reason, previous surveys missed a lot of active black holes. Either
but
way,
I also stole a roll of tape, and I know
2,444.
I needed it for something. Like, okay, well, you're not paying me.
Before. Here are just some of them provided by Desi. And this, of course, meant that now, by using these emissions, it became
I even kind of hinted to him, like,
the massive central black holes. In short, the more powerful the emission, the more massive the black hole. And out of all of these dwarf galaxies, 298 turn out to be on a slightly smaller side.
No, that's some dirty shit. I kind of know it now.
Intermediate mass black hole.
At the time, I was like, oh, whatever, I knew it was, right? But I didn't care that much.
100 solar masses, but under 100.
See, as an atheist, I was dating Tori.
Essentially, a kind of a missing link between the very frequently discovered
like,
solar mass black holes, which we usually see colliding with gravitational wave detectors such as LIGO, and supermassive black holes we usually discover in centers of various galaxies.
You didn't leave any liquor?
There were only 100 potential candidates confirmed by previous surveys. Now we seem to have 300 more.
So I haven't like that. So I know I haven't.
Kind of
that much for rent. I know.
Sometimes there were additional explanations. For example, in one of the previous videos, in a
description,
we discussed the potential discovery of an intermediate mass black hole in a famous globular cluster. But additional studies reveal that it's actually maybe a swarm of much smaller black holes, as opposed to one intermediate black hole.
See, that heart center. Almost couldn't outweigh the feather.
NGC 4395, known to almost certainly contain an intermediate mass black hole
easily
with a total mass of 36,000 solar masses. And so technically this new survey
that heart could.
A tremendous number
when it added George and Garfield's heart.
Certainly contains some kind of an intermediate mass
no fucking sweat.
Inside.
In fact, it became so light.
So why exactly is this important?
That took the feather out, basically.
So interested in these black
now your heart's been waiting against mine.
It's really more of a confirmation of known theories and an important missing link when it comes to the growth.
So if you're a better person than me,
because today
then you can make it into the kingdom of heaven. So I keep telling people,
important role in allowing
most of you guys are not
to grow over time,
actually better than I am.
Galaxies evolve. And mostly because we have absolutely no idea.
And I'm surprised too sometimes, like, oh, no, they're judgmental.
For example, black holes are
and I was just never judgmental.
In the center of our own galaxy.
Not really.
Which is about 4.3 million solar masses, seems to have a mysterious origin.
Now you're fixing
the famous
something that judge people over, like speech impediments. Now I have one. I'm like, okay, cool.
Massive, seems to have origin that's practically impossible to explain.
No, I took those demons on.
With only one explanation.
Like, give me your demons. Now give them to me.
Potentially large mergers over time.
And I will transmute them.
Faster. But in order for these mergers to work, we obviously have to find a bunch of these intermediate mass black holes. That
sometimes it involves, yes, destruction.
Larger and larger objects. But as I mentioned before,
some people have really fucking hardcore demons.
Elusive. But if we actually find a bunch of these black holes in centers of various dwarf galaxies, a lot of things would suddenly make sense. It would basically suggest that dwarf galaxies collide, grow larger, the black holes in their center also collide and also grow larger, and eventually form larger and larger galaxies with larger and larger black holes. Which is why in this case, researchers mostly focused on smaller galaxies and intermediate mass black holes. And so obviously having this discovery was a very important first step in trying to explain this evolution.
See, I knew this, right?
Except that there was a small problem.
No, I did know this.
Even a relatively big problem. Of all of these,
somebody knew it better than me, though.
Only 7 of the candidates were inside dwarf galaxies. The rest of them seem to be inside normal galaxies, or basically larger galaxies. In some sense, implying that this evolutionary process of galaxies growing larger and larger
ghosts mostly know the spirits around you
than we ever thought. Because here you'd expect to find more dwarf galaxies containing intermediate mass black holes, with larger galaxies containing supermassive black holes.
And for posterity on the internet.
100,000 solar masses in mass.
Before they fucking kill me.
That's not what was discovered here at all. As this image shows, quite a lot of these intermediate mass black hole candidates were actually large galaxies with a lot of mass. And that by itself currently does not make
sense. So legally they're still trying to find a way around that one.
A lot of these massive galaxies never evolved their own.
Somebody is.
It essentially stayed as small as it was billions of years ago. Now obviously it's not clear why, but this might actually explain why we still see some galaxies, even the ones around us, that don't actually show any black hole activity whatsoever. As a matter of fact, one of the most famous neighboring galaxies that doesn't actually seem to have...
Oh, Mr. Blue Jay's laughing.
...is a galaxy known as Triangulum. It's a galaxy that's literally right next to the Andromeda galaxy and is going to be colliding with the Milky Way in the next 5 billion years. But for decades now, scientists could not identify anything in its center, which actually might be somewhat similar to what we see here. And so right now, there's no direct explanation yet, but there seems to be some kind of a disconnect
pretty much my whole life.
The evolution of black holes
but not figured out.
And the evolution of galaxies. In other words, even though there's galaxies to collide and their black holes to collide as well, it looks like in many cases, it's really only the galaxies that grow over time and their black holes remain small for reasons we still don't understand. And so definitely a somewhat unusual and somewhat difficult to explain discovery, but also an exciting discovery because of so many different intermediate mass black holes that have now been officially discovered.
See, worse, yeah, kind of, but I'm going to get into all those details.
Which means that we'll probably...
But that to me was about the worst it could get.
In the future videos, once there are some additional explanations. Until then, thank you for watching, subscribe, share this with someone who doesn't know about space.
Given every other detail, yeah. About as bad as you can get.
Support this channel on Patreon by joining channel membership or by buying the wonderful person t-shirt you can find in the description. Stay wonderful. I'll see you tomorrow. And as always, bye-bye.
Now, for my friends, yeah, that and some liquor. About it. But I've lent them a lot of money and helped them in other ways. For free, mostly. So a little entitled. Now, they basically told me I could. The men did. The women get mad. The men are like, yeah, if you need to take it, I got it. The women are like, how fucking dare you? Like, did you pay for it? No, typically. I knew it. And I knew that. No, I knew that. But not always. Inconsistent, but it's not my fault.
What if I told you everything you know is a lie?
I think my friends, I'm never checking out their girlfriend, ever. No, ever. They can be really, really good friends of mine.
Truth that no one else on YouTube is sharing. Today,
and I do my fucking best.
How to shatter the invisible rules controlling
even if we've had history.
And rewrite your reality, starting right now. Exclusive knowledge passed down through my family, my mentors, and years of digging into
Margo, good for you, good for you, good for fucking you.
Spirituality and cold, hard science. Here's the bombshell. You were programmed, not by accident, not by your own choice.
No, check it out.
Environment.
I've met one of my better friends that way.
Of conditioning you never signed up for. Every fear,
we were dating the same girl at the same time.
Every limit. They were loaded into you before you even had a say. And if you don't break this mental prison, you're going to stay stuck. Let's begin. Right now, your mind...
Now, we're all friends still, basically. And I want to stay that way, but fuck.
You believe
she was a fucking whore, and I know it now.
90% of your thoughts, decisions, and habits are...
I knew it then, too. I'm like, you're a fucking whore. I know you're... She's like, no, I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm like, yeah, you fucking are. Why are you such a liar?
Of your brain. And here's the real shocker. Most of these programs, they're outdated, broken, and designed to keep you small. Your brain is running on old, corrupted software. Subconscious beliefs downloaded into you before you even had a say in the matter. These invisible programs control how you see yourself, confident or insecure, how you view money, abundance or struggle, the relationships you attract, healthy or toxic, what you expect from life, success or survival. And here's the shocking part. Most of these programs aren't even yours. You didn't choose them. You absorbed them. From the moment you were born, your brain was like a sponge, soaking up everything. Your parents' beliefs about success and failure, their fears, their struggles, their limitations. Every offhand comment, every emotional reaction, every silent doubt. Think about it. If you grew up hearing, money doesn't grow on trees, people like us don't get ahead, don't get your hopes up, then guess what? That became your reality. Not because it's true, but because your brain was programmed to believe it. And the scariest part? You don't even realize it's happening. You think that's just how life is. But in reality, it's just the software.
Oh, right.
Time for a hard reset. Let's rewrite your life from the ground up. Here's how to rewrite your life. Like an author rewrites a bestseller. What if I told you that the life you're living right now isn't just a story? It's a first draft. A rough, unedited version filled with inherited beliefs, outdated limitations, and plot twists you never asked for. But here's the truth that will shake you to your core. You are the author of your story. Not your past, not society, not the voices of doubt in your head. You. And the best part? You can rewrite any part of it, starting today. But what if I told you that your thoughts are not truly your own, but coded responses waiting to be unlocked? Step 1.
Oh, you enjoy working, huh? You enjoy work. You find work enjoyable.
Every story has a narrative, the underlying theme that drives...
I enjoy learning.
Right now, your life is shaped by invisible
and talking
scripts
shit
you absorbed without realizing it. Ask yourself, what's the dominant theme of my life?
Oh, I can do that work. What about trees again? Oh, yeah, a tree. Cool. Oh, yeah, we're killing trees.
What beliefs have been driving my choices? I'm not good enough. I have to work hard for money. Love always ends in pain. Where did these beliefs come from?
Oh, the trees teach
Parents, society, past failures. Here's the game changer. If you weren't born with these beliefs, they are not yours. They were just programmed into you like lines in a script. Step 2. Rip up the old pages, destroying limiting narratives. Think of your life as a book that's been ghost-written
by
your past experiences. Every fear, doubt, and failure, just words on a page.
Right. Haven't paid for it still and them not live here?
They edit it. Right now, you have permission to edit anything that no longer serves you. Cross out the belief, I always fail. Delete the phrase, I'm not smart enough. Rip up the chapter titled, I have to settle for less. Nothing in your past defines you unless you let it. Step 3, write your new story, the identity upgrade. Now, let's create the reality you actually want.
Oh, wow. So they're like that and like that and like that too. They're going to start stripping in Social Security.
Successful. You decide. What's their new belief system?
Because they got benefits.
I create opportunities. I am limitless.
That's what you voted for.
I attract wealth effortlessly. What does their life look like? Where do they live? How do they carry themselves? How do they handle challenges? Write this new identity down as if it's already real. I am a powerful creator. My thoughts shape my reality. I am stepping into a life of abundance, joy, and freedom.
Let's say fuck your retirement.
Step 4.
Die.
Act like the main character, rehearsing your new reality. Here's the secret. You don't become your new self overnight. You embody it. Every day you get to act as if you're already that person. When you feel doubt creeping in, ask, what would my future self do? When fear tries to hold you back, remind yourself, that's part of the old script. I don't follow that storyline anymore. When you face a challenge, think, this is just a plot twist leading to my breakthrough. You are not a background character in someone else's story. You are the author, the director, and the main character.
That's why your kids seemingly don't want to help you out. It's scary now. See, I still do.
Begins. And what if I told you everything you know?
And I knew I basically made some money.
A carefully constructed illusion designed to
now I'm fucking crazy
because
they stole it.
Picture your reality as a raw block of malleable energy, where every thought and emotion sends a signal that shapes your world. Start by exposing the lies. Grab a notebook and write down every limiting belief you've ever been forced to accept, so you can see these glitches for what they truly are. Next, tap into the hidden quantum field of possibility by finding a quiet space, closing your eyes, and visualizing a vast, pulsating field of light that washes away those old codes, recharging you with a surge of untapped potential. Then, establish a daily reset ritual. Spend 5 minutes each morning in deep, deliberate breathing, imagining fresh, vibrant energy filling you while expelling the stale patterns of the past. And repeat a powerful mantra like, I am the master of my energy. I shape my own reality. But transformation isn't complete.
See, no fucking
action.
way, right?
Take bold
See,
micro steps to defy the status quo.
I want to kill this kid.
Whether it's a brisk walk in a new direction, or finally starting that project you've been postponing. Each small act sends
it must go deeper than that, or otherwise they want to kill me for a different reason, right? And I already know what that reason is.
Reflect on your progress by journaling your daily shifts and celebrating every win, fine-tuning your approach until your energy aligns with the life you truly crave. The truth is, the program is not fixed.
Other thing that
it's waiting for you to seize control and rewrite reality one pulse at a time. Now let's dive even deeper. Exercise 2. Find the root.
But they are serial killers.
Step 1. Identify one major struggle in your life. Money, love, or confidence. Step 2. Think back. Did your parents or grandparents struggle with the same thing? Step 3. If yes, this isn't just your battle. You're breaking a generational curse.
No.
And breaking that curse starts now.
No.
Ever wonder why hardworking, working-class people seem trapped in the grind? No matter how many hours they put in or promotions they chase, they're always one step away from financial.
Can't just kill me one day and get away with it. Can't just take me one day and torture me to death and get away with that.
It isn't because they're lazy or
can't take my cats and get away with it.
Were trained to obey.
Dead or alive.
The obedience programming, why you were set up to fail. From childhood, you were indoctrinated into a system designed to keep you working, not thinking. Think about it. Work hard and you'll be successful. Go to school, get a job, stay loyal, and you'll be secure. People don't question authority. They drilled into you that hard work alone would set you free.
So I'm working on breaking all your binding spells.
Look around. Do the hardest workers make the most money? No. Do the most obedient employees become rich?
No, it's the binding spells.
Do billionaires work 1,000 times
that turn spirits into demons?
No. So, why does this myth persist? Because it keeps you in line. It keeps you busy working instead of...
Because somebody wanted to control them.
It keeps you trapped.
I told you, the crucifix is a binding spell.
Too afraid to think about power. For decades...
The cross is too now, kind of.
Corporations...
Will we hide behind it instead of getting on it?
Push this belief into society. They made sure you were terrified of stepping outside the system. They trained you to believe that questioning the system is dangerous. They made you believe that financial freedom is risky. They conditioned you to think that the only way to survive is to obey. And once that belief was installed, it stuck. It passed from generation to generation, just like trauma, just like fear. Your great-grandparents were told to shut up and work. Your grandparents were told to shut up and work. Your parents were told to shut up and work. And now you're being told the same thing. But here's the truth. Hard work alone doesn't make you rich. Thinking does. Right now, we're about to reverse engineer the programming they installed in you. Ever wonder how to flip your financial struggles into unstoppable power? This is your financial programming reset. The ultimate hack to rewire your money mindset and erase those money fears for good. Exercise 3. Erase your money. Struggles for good. Let's take your biggest financial fears and turn them into power. Step 1. Identify the money lies you were taught. Grab a pen and jot down the very first thoughts that pop into your head about money. Think back to your childhood. What were you fed about money? Did your parents say things like, money doesn't grow on trees, or rich people are greedy? Do you feel a twinge of guilt just for wanting more? Every negative belief you were taught about money, write it down. If you don't, you're doomed to keep living by those lies. Step 2. Destroy the lies you inherited. Now flip the script. Next to every limiting belief, write its brand new truth. Old belief. Making money is hard. New belief. Money flows to me when I master the right skills. Old belief. People like me don't get rich. New belief. Wealth is a skill and I can learn it. Old belief. Wanting money is selfish.
You know what I mean yet?
New belief.
Just little thoughts here and there.
Money is freedom and I deserve freedom. Your subconscious is a sponge.
A head nod,
up whatever
a wink,
you repeat.
a gesture.
For the next 30 days, read these new truths out loud every morning. It might sound simple, but remember,
spells.
Your old beliefs were hammered into you through repetition. Now, it's time to reprogram your mind for wealth. Step 3. The Act Like a Millionaire test, neural rewiring in action. For the next 7 days, live like you're already financially free. Speak differently. When someone asks how you're doing, don't say just trying to get by. Instead, declare, I'm making moves toward financial freedom. Think differently. When you see something expensive, don't say, I can't afford that. Instead, ask, how can I afford that? Move differently. For every decision you make,
or ask, why is it fucking expensive?
Work or spending, ask yourself,
would
a financially free person make this choice?
Financially free?
Your body follows your mind. Shift your thoughts and watch your reality transform.
Yeah, fuck that. See, I don't believe in this shit. This manifesting bullshit. It's not how it works. You don't manifest a reality. You beg God to give it to you. So you find out reality can be fucking shitty. It's like, why do I need a better one? Why do they need a better one? Why do they even deserve a better one when they're like that and like that and like that too? When you're like, no, I'm better than you because I didn't do my best with you and I know it. That goes for more than just my dad. Or Garfield's dad either. No, I wasn't holding out so I could kick his ass and leave. Wasn't even holding out to get the house. I was holding out to train the cats and leave, which some of my neighbors made impossible on purpose. Turns out. So anyone who let the dogs out, or let poison out for cats, you need to go to prison for the rest of your lives. So those are free roaming citizens, basically. By California law, almost. The spay and neuter thing's not as bad, but we don't like it very much, especially when you take us from the people that we love every fucking time you do it. But with a cat like Garfield, the way he was, it could take years. But nope, they had to fucking kill George first. So now I have the house, and they're gonna lose their fucking property and their lives, probably. And they're saying, well, people do it all the time and get away with it. Where, why me? You fuck with the wrong guy, I told you that. Hey, look, it's orange and blue. Go figure. This ad just meant something to me. No, I just didn't get there, guys. So I'm gonna be some yes dog for the fucking man like you. Some good boy. Yeah, I mean, you can say what you want about it, but yeah, that's what you seem like to me. Oh yeah, I'm a good boy. I'm a good boy. Now look at me. Look what I got. Look what you don't got. How did I get it? Well, my family helped me a lot. My community too. Or I joined the military. Or I just wasn't as sick as you were. So you got over it eventually, huh? You go to prison? I won't. But I'm not going there either. To one of those fucking fun houses out in the woods. Or in the high desert somewhere. Sometimes they're right fucking there. Right fucking there. There's only a few families in this neighborhood who I trust enough to look out for them no matter what. If they come asking me questions. And they can vouch for the other ones, but some of them are not good people. Some of them are, and I misjudged them. If I misjudged them out loud, they're probably really good people and I don't know it. A couple of them are not for other reasons, mostly. Mostly. Some of them are way better than I thought, but they're pissed off because they're right next door. Yeah, I will. No, I will. And some of them are way better people than you would ever think. That you never fucking believe, turns out. I know that most of the friends that I grew up with are actually like that. But most people you grew up with aren't anymore. For many reasons. And that I know for sure. I don't know what I need yet. I don't know what's safe. I don't know what next to do. Because I'm good in the woods. I'm really good. No, I can be quiet. And I don't need to see in the dark. No, I can hear through it and feel through it mostly. Even when there's a cliff right there, not a star in the sky. I'm like, well, if I fall off the cliff, I'll catch myself probably. If I don't, I will fall in a way that hopefully I don't die. Or die quickly if it's like that and like that and like that too. But if I go out there, I have a loud voice. If I'm screaming out in pain, come with your gun. Quickly. See, I've never been like this before. Going out in the woods. And I'm usually really comfortable. Even though I know there's always someone watching. Always. And I kind of know it. Now I do. Which sucks for me. A mystical mountain man. This sounds like a babbling fool now. What should I do next? Take my whistle? Good luck. Oh, really? Police, I need a sword. I gotta tell the cops that I can carry a sword. How? By just doing it. If they're like that and like that, I want to go that route instead. That's what I'm talking about. Are you like that? You're a dog guy? I don't want to fight your dogs. No, I'm not a dog fighter. See, if dogs want to fight each other, see, I'm almost okay with that, but not really. No, dogs are dangerous. More dangerous than cats. For that reason. They're mouth fighters. Exclusively, almost, mouth fighters. So when they get in there, they get in there. Cats can just tear you up. I mean, dogs, you can if you want to, if you learn how to be wrestlers instead. Just no biting. No, your bites are too powerful. They're too fucking powerful. The dog bite. See, I've never been bit by a dog. I've been nipped by one kind of, but I didn't care. No, Jada was a sweetheart. She was just like that. But I really loved her towards the end. She was the same way. But if you're like that and you're like that and you're like that too, then let me go up there and get like that. Stop being fucking little bitches. See, I'm trying to cut a deal with these guys, but they're fucking evil, and they know I'm magical as fuck. And they're like bang, bang kind of people. They're like, no, bang. I like bang. No, I don't want to fight you, Taran. I like to bang. Right. I'm like, no, you're a shooter. Cool, good for you. Garfield's all sighing because he doesn't really want to go out there like that. He's like, no, Dad. I want to come back occasionally at least. Can we still do that? I'm like, well, legally, yeah, for a while. Unless someone moves in here because I'm gone a lot and tells me not to kind of come in with my cat. I doubt it at that point. I'm like, hey, guys, remember this shit? Well, I'm sober. Nope, sleep on the couch. They'd be like, I don't want to let you. I'm like, yeah, well, it's my house too. No, see, I am like that with my family because that's how my dad basically raised me to be. And he changed his mind later, but no, he told me that my whole fucking life. This is my fucking house too. No, he said families first, not some bitch he met down south. Who changed his mind on a lot of things and not in a healthy way, in my opinion. No, she was your brand of neoconservative. Neoconservative. No, new conservative. What the fuck's a new conservative? I'm like a Hegelian conservative, but even more hardcore. Is that evil to you? Does that brand me as a communist? See, it's some philosophical things that I'm like, this guy was kind of right, and I know it. And they're like, no, that's evil because we're Americans. And I'm like, yeah, but you know he was kind of right. No, I mean, they're geniuses, but they're whiny little bitches. So they get their pamphlets and shit sometimes, like, yeah, you're cool. Yeah, you're cool here, but not even though. I just know it differently. You see, I'm technically a leftist, but I lean to the right, and I know it. Like, fuck, what was Christ actually talking about? I'm like, communities who are hardcore with their values. and not always democratic about it. But yeah, democracy is important. So the whole neighborhood got together and said, Taran, we vote you out. I'd have to get behind it. That kind of vote. Thing is, it has to be unanimous. But I could still be on the other side of the creek. Now that I could get behind. Now this happens when your favorite psychopath genius gets sober, basically. My psychopath? No, I'm not. No, I have different values. No, clinically, I'm not even technically a narcissist. No, clinically, I'm not really anything like that. I just have way different values. And I feel shitty about it. And I will die on those hills. No, because I have your values too. No, they've been instilled in me mostly. So my dad comes in, I'm like, yeah, I'm guilty, but you're a fucking asshole, and I'm programmed. Because of his responses always. I'm like, hey, dude, someone broke into our house, and he's like, no, Taran, you did it. I'm like, no, that didn't happen. And he's like, yes, you did. I'm like, no, you're already drunk, and I can tell. And you're a fucking liar. Because you're fucking convinced. No, you're convinced. You're sitting there like, nope. Couldn't have been some other thing. It had to have been Taran. See, no way, right? Have we shared a dream where I killed you? A few people have. Told you I'm training. In Dreamland mostly. Where I'm really good at everything. Almost how I am here, but I'm always tired in real life. No, too tired to really do anything, but I'm kind of lazy and I know it. But it feels really heavy. This ghost I'm carrying on my back. A couple of them. Kind of three of them actually, no matter what, because now I'm carrying Garfield physically. So there's still 4 powerful fucking ghosts I'm carrying on my back at all times. See, one's like a dragon, one's a cat, and one's a frog. See, one's me in the middle, and one's another cat. But they all have cat forms, basically. Oh, Precious. See, you were a frog spirit? See, that makes sense. No, see, frogs are really powerful. And she ended up getting fat to look more like a frog. Because frogs are fucking powerful. See, Amun and Kek and Nun, the Ogdoad, the name, or the hitting god, Amun. Now get into that and you know exactly who the ancient Egyptians were talking about when they said Amun. Kek, darkness. Nun, the water. And Heho, infinity, all had frog heads. I love your song too. It's different than mine, but I love it. No, you guys are good. Birds are cool. Anyways. So when you see that form on somebody, it can mean many things. So Precious used to eat only bugs exclusively. I'm like, why? I'm like, there's all that kind of thing. Precious, you're badass. She's like, I just love to eat bugs. No, mice are evil. No, they're evil. Oh, I ate them too. Yeah, quite a few. More than they think, turns out. That's how we are. We just eat them whole sometimes when they're that small. See, cats are busy little killers, and they know it. See, but they're always hungry. Always. So they kill more. It's just their biology. I understand that. Why? Because I'm a bear. I'm saving my energy. So when I go in the woods and I'm starving, because I'm not carrying that much fucking shit on me. Fuck that. No, I'll carry like a weapon. Likely, guys. Likely. I know legally I can't. Am I on probation? No, I'm a felon. So they could do one or two things. I think they'll do the latter now. Like, oh no, you're like that, huh, Taran? You're literally living out here? Talking to the trees, making the plants come to life? No, that's impressive. So we'll get there. Isn't that way cooler than the dog story? No, I got a cat instead. I'm like, okay. I got to go find my other cat from the underworld, basically. So I got to go find the entrance to the underworld to get back George and Garfield, who are now married on the other side. Well, I married him on this side. I said, hey, guys, stick together. By burying them that close to each other. I was going to bury him closer. Maybe I should have now. But they got their own little plots. I was like, that's cool. But the roots of the vine went right through. From every pet you own. So actually, there's a few dogs in the story, too, that I don't always get to, but I bet they're powerful as well. Maybe we'll find them, too. If they're all together in hell like I saw, just waiting for Dad to get there. See, a couple of them, well, at least Willow, was almost like mom to me. She was a mom dog to me. So was Annie. And so was Precious. No, she really was. Even though she's my sister, kind of, and I knew it. Like, now I'm telling you she's my daughter because she's younger than me. She's like, okay, fine. But she sees it different ways. And I'm like, well, we'll get there, Precious. Because you're married to my son now. It was kind of like my brother, too. But Garfield, no, you're my son. So you're kind of my brother, too. And I know that. But cats love us on another level sometimes. You know what I mean? No, like even almost romantically, but like that. You know what I mean? Like I fucking love this person. And when you're like, I love this so much, so fucking much, that I would kill myself if I did not have it. No, that much. So when a cat sees a dead cat, that does not feel good. When a person sees a dead person, why does it sometimes? So humans are like, wow, at least it wasn't me. Animals are like, man, oh man, no, that guy's gone. But no, I'm not. Still right here. Pretty much. But not even sometimes. So if they're in trouble for it, kill them. You know, arrest them and kill them. No, because I was a good asset before. Now I'm a little bit of an asshole. Because of their training or something. That's what they're trying to say or something. That's what I heard. They tell me kind of wacky shit. The way they can do, and I know it now. Yeah, kill him on the fucking spot, I guess. I'd rather we tortured him. So arrest him. And just capture me. Yeah, and show me some different sort of interrogation methods. The ones that work. And see what you can hypnotize out of me, because I don't remember anything. No, I'm hardcore, but I know I'm Taran Miller. So I seem like something else, which I know I kind of do. Everything about me almost. I'm really curious as to why. So I'm trying to turn myself in a clandestine way, but not really. That's what they are. Through me. Trying to do. They think if they get me too somehow, just get this kid to shut up without being caught or spotted by the other neighbors. Maybe we can just get away with it for a little while longer. Being psycho pricks. How many times that kid in the garage, who's not me anymore, swear to God he was going to kill himself? How many times? How many times? That could be damnation. So if you expect to end up straight up in the primordial waters when you die, like on some sort of DMT trip, that could be straight up damnation for you. So no, I'm not one of those guys just like, one love. Now let's sit alone and trip acid and feel all right. Basically, yeah. Mostly sober and just fucking hardcore now. But I like my incense. Because my cat peed on his harness that I can't get off. I can't get it off him. Safely. Almost, though. Almost now. But not really. Just in case. See, he's smart as a protest. I'm not going to blow marijuana smoke on it to get it to go away. Like, fuck, man, that sucks for you. Sucks for me too, kind of, but I don't really care. I'm like, I love him. No, it's his punishment for being a little dipshit and pissing on himself. See, he couldn't really control it at the time, but it's not really his fault. I can't get it off of him. See, he was basically too small. Just a little bit, but not really even. And Garfield's grown since then, so he's all like growing into it, kind of. Like, that sucks for a little while, but you'll see why. You had short little legs. No, little legs. And they're getting longer now. They are. No, he's shape-shifting. He doesn't look the same, does he? He's looking like a bigger cat now. Just a little bit. Garfield. Now, he's a cute little fucker back in the day. And he will be again once he looks like that. Again, all buff but just bigger. Yeah, that little stubby cat was tough, huh? He's not so stubby anymore. No, some of these dogs even know. Don't let that cat get you. Don't let him get you. Don't do it. Well, some of the owners even want to know who's this cat now. I'm like, it's the same fucking cat. What, do you think I just fucking cloned them in here? See, I don't know how they get the cat from me sometimes. That's why he stays tied up next to me all the time. So he can get frozen in place. So they can capture him somehow. And spots just can't find him. Sometimes, seemingly. Unless it's some sort of system to get him over there that I don't understand technologically. But I bet I could, unless it's really advanced. And yeah, hush, hush. So I'm like, yeah, probably not that, right? But I really did experience Garfield disappearing. No, vanishing completely. And I know I can teleport, and so I've done that before. So I know I have. Now, I'm not crazy. I just don't talk about it. See, crazy people say shit like this all the time. But people are watching them. They're like, look at that crazy motherfucker. And then I got in the woods, and I'm just like, okay. Here I am. No, my territory. Who are you fucking peasants down there? See, there's God right here in the corner. The goddess is right there. Big God and bigger God. And a bunch of goddesses lined up. 4, actually, and 3 gods. Well, 4 goddesses and 3 gods. Yeah, basically an Ogdoad. See, a Trinity, not exactly. There's a primordial corner. And then there's the champions. Duh. Where are the champions? On the right side, if you're facing me. See, facing them, they're staying on the left side to me, like, because I'm facing them. There's actually more than that, because there's Janus, too, the doorway god. And on the other side of the doorway, there's 3 fates, who are also the 3 graces. And they can be the Furies as well. Yeah, and I can see them. There's also this god standing behind me. I'm not even sure who this is sometimes. I think it's the god of war. I'm just staring out the window like, no, I see evil. You can call him Saint Michael if you want to. But I know he's a lot more like Ares sometimes. No, they're hardcore. Those fucking angels, dude, read the books, guys. Oh, huh. A gay city, huh? Huh. Oh, gay-ass city. No, fire and fucking brimstone. Oh, lesbian one. Yep, same thing. You know, most rape in America is gay rape. I told you God is hardcore. No, he's not some pansy-ass hippie little bitch. It's like, fight me for my temple. Nope, it's a different fucking world. If you're a traveler, you just might get killed. If you're an adventurer, you just might get killed. And if you practice religion like I do, yeah, you just might get, killed. All of you. Violently, even. If you do it together. See, some of these cults are fucking evil, kind of. And cowards, and I kind of know it. Some of them aren't. And they get put down violently. Political associations as well. They're not Republican or Democrat. Unless they sell out in some big fucking ways. And you'd be just fucking amazed how many people, someone got killed along the way because they're selfish pricks. So they get them like that and like that and like that too. But they also get them like that and like that and like that too still, somehow. But they look like jerks. Everyone's like, oh, gassed. No, I'm aghast. Oh, dare you say that about me? And he's like, well, I wasn't sure if it was you or you or you. Not at first. I just felt it. So where's it coming from now? Because it still stinks in here. And I know that too. Oh, the medical industry's dirty. No, it's fucking dirty. Tech can be too. Pretty fucking dirty. Oil, you have no fucking idea how dirty that shit is. Fucking dirty. Food, agriculture, fuck yeah. And we know it, right? When you're a farmer or a rancher, you're like, fuck, no, they're dirty. Wow. Yeah, lumber can be too. Not as bad, though. Honestly. But fuck, yeah. Anything associated with, like, yeah, advanced technologies, ew. Ew, and fucking ew. I mean, tech can be disgusting after a while. You're like, fuck, that's gross, dude. Science. The science industry. No, it's a fucking industry, and it's going to destroy the world. No, I love it. No, I love science. No, we're like, no, we love technology. The ghosts that get here, like, just dust themselves off after a long time in the tomb or something. Like, whoa, so they got it like that, and like that, and like that too. Hot tea all the time, just like that. Boom. No slaves involved. They got cats that look like that guy. No offense, cats, but look at this guy. He's fucking beautiful. Look at him. No, I'd have killed them all for this one. You understand how valuable a good cat was back in the fucking day? No, he likes to cuddle, and he's a killer. He's like, I'll get your dogs too, and I kind of know it. Like, well, I have to train this one. No, only one man can train that cat. Taran Miller. Let's check it out. I already kind of knew this story. I told you that my astral observers. No, they get up there in their meditations. They're like, no, I'm more enlightened. Look at me. Well, I'm down here in the muck of it. No, the muck of it. Going, all right, what's it really like here? And they're like, oh, it's bad. No, it's really bad. Well, it's not that bad, is it? I'm like, no, it's that bad. No, it's suffering. I keep saying that. Can be. Can't it? But not all of it. Doesn't have to be. No, that's what they say sometimes when they're fucking evil. Is that guy suffering over there? No. Not like that guy over there, but fuck that guy. No, he's a sufferer. No, I hate sufferers. Some tall guys do. Some big guys do. When they're looking up at you, like, or looking down at you, like, oh, little man, huh? Oh, little man. And you just beat them up like they're Bluto and you're Popeye. You're like, see, that's what Garfield felt looking up at George. Every other cat tried that with Big George. Did not go well. I kind of do now. When you're in a gang fight with a bunch of spirits and somehow you just win. When you know that those spirits would have kicked anyone else's ass, they'd be running out of that forest going, no, I'm going to die. There you go, heart attack demons, huh? I'm like, not in my forest. This fog comes around here and just slays people. Eats them whole even. It's a lot of crazy shit. A lot of crazy shit and a lot of crazy shit. How's my tea doing? I hate this part. Best part of the recipe. Temperatures. 1, 2, 3, 3. Garfield, let's take a piss. You gotta stretch out those front legs even more than that. And not on your dad's face. Right, when you're hanging out with your friends, you're playing basketball. And you're like, well, see, I'm not that good at dribbling yet, but other than that, I can basically do anything, pretty much. The post, a little hard, sometimes. But not always, especially not anymore. So when I'm dancing in here, I'm like, yeah, I'd whoop your ass, and I know it. 1, 2, 3, 6, Garfield. It's actually 1, 2, 3, 5. Or that's a dance too. Right. No, right. Well, if dance with frequency be like this. I fucking know it. You'll get caught. That's what I keep telling you guys. It's on recording. If you're hacking into Zelensky, yeah. Which I've done before, and I admitted to it. And I apologize publicly. Basically. Because now they know they can. So I was kind of testing it, and I didn't really know what I was doing at the time, and I was kind of possessed by ghosts, felt like. And now I know it's kind of hypnosis. So I got some developer tools on my laptop, and it's like, okay, cool. I mean, I was doing busy magic as far as I was concerned, so I did some powerful magic on there. Thanks for getting a website where I can do it, and I know it. But they know it too now. The power of the pure tongue. Unless you're like that, we're like, oh, tuning forks, huh? Oh, tuning fucking forks. See, it can work for hypnosis, but it can also work for de-hypnosis. Tuning forks. But you gotta be using them the right way. Play the pure tones. In the background. Tuning forks. Over that. And then whatever you want to play, you get the shit out of your head. That the world's that fucking evil. So I thought you guys would have been waiting for me. The local just wakes up and is like, no, it's like that and like that and like that too. See, the gentry. An aristocratic class of homeowners. See, to us, we're just like other people. To each other, they're like the in crowd. And they don't even realize it, but it's clicky like that. To us, it is when we're talking about our property. To us, it is. To you, it's kind of yours still. It's an investment. Oh, American flag's waving. I don't mean to say it like that. Because I'm conservative too. Ultimately, I am. Now I realize that now. I'm like, no, liberalism's is a slang word. You a Democrat? You're a Democrat. That's hilarious. See, just looking at the surface of the laws, I'd vote democratically as well. You know, for the Democratic Party, mostly. But not even, though. Because they're fucking sneaky. Republicans, just as bad. In different ways. So you go for a different voter base. The less educated. Or the more educated in different ways, often. Ex-military, those kind of families, so on and so forth. People see it a little different way. Often they're religious, which I understand, but not really anymore when I examine the text more clearly. So what comes first? Your political affiliations or your religion? How extreme are you about your faith? So look at my stack of books. The Bible's on top of it. There's a can of cat food on top of that. But there's a big stack. Some other ones scattered about. And see what's always on my tabs. Always. Yep, hymns. Pagan fucking hymns. And I know them. The 1244 Garfield. See, when you're recently dead, you're still very much like that. But when you get like that and like that and like that too, see, I'm just hoping that I'll find the right ones. I'm just feeling them out right now. So I got to go around a little bit more. But I got a few I'm not that worried about. I need to bring them together a little more, I think. But maybe they already are in ways I don't understand. Somebody's got to do that shit. It's annoying I have to, because everyone doesn't like me very much. Seems like it, but they do. When I get there, they're like, oh, this guy's fine. He's just fucking crazy. Yeah, I was before. Yeah, I fought with addiction, and I know it. I still do. Mostly, yeah. This one, my hot tea addiction. It's not warming up again. No, I'm almost autistic with it, and I kind of know it. I understand it. Autism. See, now I do. I know I've always had autism. Like, everyone in my family's basically autistic, and I understand that now. In a way that only one of us does, but he doesn't really understand what autism does. 12:47. Or how autistic some random people can be, and you're like, nope, they're retarded. Like, no, that person's a genius over there, and I know it. No, it's really common. Now, you can say it's in the fucking water. So the creek is way better water. We kind of know it, right? We kind of know it, right? No, we kind of know it, right? I know that I do now. Where'd my thermos go? Right there. Where's the cap for it? Randomly gone again? So I'm like, okay, cool. There it is. But I never know around here. No, they're fucking disgusting. I think I need a torch and some butane. Yeah, I'm like that though. To where I've seen any fire risks, because that scares the shit out of me personally. I'll report, but some shit around here we need to let burn. Soon, kind of. But some of these guys are really, really doing good. And I kind of know it now. What stretched thin means. When it's like that too. Beep, beep, honk, 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 broom, broom, broom. And you're like, shh, 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 shh. Oh, we gotta go. No, we gotta go. We gotta save another life. And for your job, you really don't get paid enough? And you're trained in the wrong way. Because we just don't invest in it like that. Some of us do, but often for the wrong fucking reasons. You see what I mean? I've gotten some pretty powerful demons of mine out in their shit. They didn't know when they were doing it, they're being demons. See, that's what I'm talking about. See, I know how it can be. When you're testing a motherfucker. But you love them. When you have to test them the way I have to test you, and I kind of knew it then, I know it now, even more so. Testing your strength to the loyalty of your community. And who your community really is. The wretches of the well-to-do. The poor in spirit or the holier than thou. And I get that too now. But are they really? Broom, 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 my keys, my keys. Hello? How you doing? 1257 Garfield.
What is it? 1257?
Yeah.
That's a strange number.
It's an interesting one.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, huh?
It's the minor synchronicity still. For Garfield it is. On Garfield. You getting hungry? Getting low on tuna.
I think when you have a strange number like that, it's more significant than
For me, often
some random number. You know, that's not a random number. That's a strange number. Like,
for me, often that is how I look at it. Now it's a 1258. So that's a synchronicity for me personally, but not for Garfield. But the last one kind of was because he likes sevens. He doesn't understand quite what 7 is yet, but he's getting there. He's like, it's 4 plus 3. So if you were missing one finger, Garfield.
Dude, do you realize that we built the religion of all religions yesterday, together in our conversation?
Yeah, I'm working on it.
Like, that everyone is kind of just screaming to God that we're sorry. Like, all these prisoners in this max security prison in
it should be more. It should be more. We should be screaming to God that we're sorry more.
These prisoners have 666
because I know that I am
tattooed on their foreheads, and they're just covered in tats. All these demonic tats. You know, like, they're basically saying, like, I'm a fucking sinner and I'm going to hell. Like,
right.
Everyone is like sitting here saying, I'm going to hell, in their egos. And some people are out in Neverland saying, like, oh, this life is just passing me by while the rest of the world goes to hell. And they're clueless that they're on their way to hell too. Dude, I took a small dose, like, not even a large dose, like a small dose of dextromethorphan, and then I took another little small dose after that one was wearing off, like a half dose, like half a dose, I guess you would say. And everyone was there, dude, spinning in this cosmic wheel, out of control, like, all the positive and negative were happening, and I woke up this morning. Well, I got up this morning, and I just felt this overwhelming feeling of, fuck, there's no way God's going to be able to forgive this mess.
Right.
And it took some work. I was really struggling with, the perfection of God, that God's not going to let not one of his souls be lost. He goes after the one sheep that wanders. And, yeah. I think it's happening soon. Like, something's happening. Like, the universe is going to tear itself apart, or a bomb is going to get dropped in nuclear war, or the volcano that's the planet destroyer in Yellowstone is going to go off, or something. Really cataclysmic like that. Kind of white. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm there.
Okay. I don't hear your YouTube that's usually going.
Yeah, I was gonna start playing something.
Are you videotaping?
Always am.
Okay. So pretty much our whole conversation was recorded on YouTube yesterday.
Yeah, it always is. Pretty much.
Wow.
If they can hear it like that, I'm not sure if they can.
They might not be able to hear my voice fully over speakerphone.
Yeah, maybe not with this phone, but it doesn't really matter.
Yeah. Well, you were just telling me that I should try to post some of this stuff up on Facebook just to get it out there.
Yeah, I would.
I thought about it. I don't know what I'd call it. What I call the video. Me and I are just sitting here. She's on the table, and I'm in my chair. She has like her front paws like forward. Like, man, she's such a hunter. She's like this this little ninja. Like, she's like nothing. Hey, Martha's calling me. Can I put you on hold really quick?
Yeah.
Okay.
Business and business and business too. Racist and racist and racist too. And gay and gay and gay. Or yeah. A fucking asshole. Couple of them. Yep, 3 of them. No, pretty fucking cool in their own ways. No, started from the bottom, now they're here. I'm not amongst their order. Nope, in a way I'm a vampire to one of them. Spiritually, and I kind of understand that.
There?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'm back. Yeah, it was like I was crucified like 3 times in this, like, put these really painful kind of mental locks that kept switching as the universe was trying to it was like everything in the universe at the same time was trying to snuff out my ego, but no matter what they could do or what they did, they couldn't destroy my awareness, and so they just gave up.
Yeah, well,
that's like
I will win.
That's like when they say
I will win, and I know it.
What?
I will win, and I know it.
Win. Okay, good.
Because I don't fucking die, ever.
Yeah.
In this story.
Yeah.
Until I'm like 800 years old, and I finally kill myself.
No, don't say that.
When I'm 800, it will be sacrifice. I will let George and Garfield finally eat me.
That sounds. Why would that be the end of your story?
Because I told them they could. And they're cats. They'll be eating the bad guy the whole time. I want them to.
I think before that happens, we'll have fixed this whole problem.
Well, hopefully not, right? So I had an idea that if you're an up and comer and you like want to be really powerful, but you're not, that you could fight the really powerful in a fist fight to death. In a way, it's better than elections. If need be. Yeah, continue, Chris.
I just don't think it's everyone. There's always going to be someone stronger, bigger, different than you. And the contrast is what gives rise to the beauty of the infinite expressions of God. And we just need to, the damnation, damn it nation, let's get through this. Damn it nation, let's find a way out of this. Damn it nation, let's just be the best person we can be. That's gonna come, but it's a struggle to get it to manifest in this world.
Fuck, man. Some people, they gotta go to Damn It Nation for a while, dude. It's gonna suck.
Damnation.
But see, it's interesting because parts of you go to damnation and parts of you get saved. Because we're not the same spirit the whole time we're alive. But I'm pretty sure you'll be fine. Taking a lot of breaths in your life, Chris. A lot of them. Can you hear me? Yeah. So statistically, if you don't start becoming another species soon, you could die.
What do you mean?
Your medication. Mostly, I think.
My?
Yeah,
medication?
there's almost like a trigger in it.
You're saying I need to get off of it?
Yeah, see, I'm a little concerned about you getting off of it, but you should cycle off of what you're on. I think would be my prescription for you. If you don't want to smoke marijuana.
I don't smoke marijuana, but I take Zyprexa is pretty good for me. It keeps me balanced.
You're on Zyprexa?
Yeah, Zyprexa.
How much though?
20 milligrams.
Yeah, I tried switching to pipe tobacco.
I have.
Or do some deep breathing. So you're not that unhealthy because you're a good person and you're a cat guy. Cats can do that. But I've had to send a lot of crazy Chris's to hell recently. So stay on those meds if it helps you. Because you start worshiping demons again. It's almost like it's like a disease. Worshiping demons. So just don't go back there and start literally worshiping demons.
I've never worshipped demons, Taran.
Okay, good. A few times you have, and you don't really remember it that way, but a couple times.
I've always, when I've gotten off of my meds, I've always become Jesus.
Right.
The devil.
Right. Yeah, the devil. Exactly. So I got to send him where the devil goes. You know you send your adversaries, Chris?
Why do you think the devil goes to hell?
He likes it there.
Because he gets tortured all the time?
Yeah, well, some people do. They're like, damnation, huh?
You know, my goal.
They're all sitting there. They're all sitting there worshiping Satan, and they're like, hell sounds good. They're all sitting there worshiping Satan, and they're saying, oh, man. Oh, Satan. Oh, Lucifer. What do you want from me? And he's like, well, are you an evil prick? And they're like, yeah, well, you see, this guy who died, he practiced the clip-off. No, his whole life. He's like, well, I never did my tree of life. I very much did my clip-off for like 20 years. That could be my life. And then you have to reincarnate. Well, yeah, you reincarnate. Yeah, I guess where you go. Hell. And then if you're good enough in hell, you can reincarnate back here. See, Christians don't believe this all the time, but it's true. And then you're like, well, technically, in my past life, I was a fucking demon. You know what I mean, Chris? When you try and take over hell in your past life?
I remember that in my past life, I tried to take over heaven.
Oh, heaven. Oh, you tried to take over heaven in your past life. Yeah, why do you think you're here, Chris? See, you're now, shush. You're on trial.
I learned from my mistake.
You're on trial in the primordial waters. Well, welcome to the primordial waters.
And I learned from my mistake.
You tried to take over heaven. Oh, you learned from your mistake, okay? You learned. And then you still want to give people mercy? Oh, mercy this and mercy that. I'm Mercy Chris Miller.
No, I don't go by my own understanding, Taran. That's where you and I differ, is you rely a lot, and that's where the idea of eternal punishment comes from, is from when people rely on their own understanding.
I'm just joshing you, Chris, just so you know. But I did just send one of you to hell again.
When they realize that Allah is merciful. And,
spit them out in my teeth.
And Jesus died so that every man may be saved. You know, I listened to that Orphic Hymn of the Divine Mother that you asked me to last
There we go. There you go. Yeah, right.
And it spun me into this
cosmic
whirlwind.
No, it can.
Of, like, eternity.
Yeah, she can, huh?
I was on the dextromethanorphin on a low
Oh, you did it on DXM? Yeah, to get to Rhea? That's what happened, huh? See, I kind of suck her on you. Rhea. She's the primordial virgin, kind of. Pull up. But time's always chasing her around. It's kind of how the God's working away. And he gets her. Trust me, he gets her from time to time. but she's always reborn when flow stops. Look at an eddy. What is that? But the flow is always pure. What were you saying, Chris?
No, nothing.
Sorry, I'm just I smoked a little marijuana again.
Oh, you did?
Yeah. It does this to me. Are you understanding what I'm telling you? Most of it?
I think you're going through a lot of things are happening all at once and ending all at once. Happening, ending, happening.
All the time. Happening. No, I've seen it before. The primordial waters.
Super fast.
Right. Just like whirls, like in the ocean almost.
I'm here in this time. Where I'm trying to have the outcome of
powerful, infinite beings, just rising and falling, and rising and falling, and rising and falling. Someplace beyond time, almost, right? But not really.
Where are you, eyebrows? Oh, there you are. There you are. Hi, Key. Hi. You want some more water? Here, let me get you some more water. Let me get you some more water, okay? Let me get some more water. Hey, Denny.
See, that's what we can do, I hope.
Are you just getting back? Yeah. Okay. Well, where are you off to?
Together as a universe.
Hold on here.
I'll light her back up eventually.
You were where? What was that? Seemed better. Oh, okay. Okay. A little more water for eyebrows. You know, my food stamps come in tomorrow. So if you wanted to go make that Costco trip or something, maybe we could. I don't know. We left early enough on Sunday. Yeah. Oh yeah. Sunday is the singing group, huh? Okay. All right. Plan for that. There you go. Yeah, it's your water. Your water. Yeah. It's yours. Yeah. You want your chicken?
That's what I've been saying, guys. There's a right now in space, which we didn't know before. And we don't do it with light, mostly. We do it with noetic frequencies. Sorry, Chris. Back to you.
I'm just sitting here with my cat, you know, trying to be hopeful for a fallen world.
Hopeful for a fallen fucking world, huh? I see why it's fallen now from their perspective, because they're time beings. They're all instantiated into the fabric of the cosmos, and they're looking down at it like, man, from where we were when we instantiated into the fabric of the cosmos, take care of this place, basically, wherever heaven is to you. See, it can very much be right here, but we have to help them do it, kind of. It has to be a two-way street. So they need particles advanced enough to get them there. Which I almost can be now, but I'm scared for them when they get here. Because we're powerful now, but we're fucking evil. We're like right on that edge where a lot of these beings don't want to fuck with us. Not really. They're like, okay, how do we destroy them? But it takes a while, but they're smart guys. They're smart. They see where we're at and like, okay, how many do we have to destroy really?
I don't agree with you. I don't think there's anyone that's inherently evil.
Well, they're looking at a few of them. They're like, we just have to. Maybe not inherently evil. Some of us have different ideas. We don't always agree, Chris. Not all of us. So it's not always written exactly what's going to happen in this timeline. And what I'm saying is, hopefully, in this timeline, from what I can see, these people get eternal damnation. Not all of them, but just a few.
What timeline are you on?
The right one, I think. The one it says in the Bible.
You're not on this timeline?
The one it says in the Bible.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah, that one.
That's what I'm talking about. And I'm hoping that everyone can be forgiven from that one.
Yeah, I'm hoping the opposite. I kind of am.
Why?
Because, Chris, evil is evil. Now, see, God's the form of the good. The form of the good at kicking ass, too. You know what I mean? The form of the good mind.
Only God is good.
Right. Well, not only God is good. All God's children are good, too. At least they can be. And if they're not good, and if they're bad kitties, yeah, they get destroyed.
It says in the Bible that Jesus says in the Bible that there is don't call me good, because there is not one good. Only the Father in heaven is good. We are all sinners. And so Jesus, in mythology, and all mythology, world mythology, is basically saying, hi, kid. That we have to forgive others to be forgiven, and that we all need to learn what forgiveness is. I'm just going by what the scripture says. I'm trying not to lean on my own understanding, because my own understanding, if I try to say that I understand scripture is going to lead me to damnation. And if I rely on love, which is the cornerstone of the scripture, to a place of mercy and forgiveness. And all scripture, the Tao talks about it, Buddhism talks about it, not becoming enlightened until everyone is enlightened, and instead becoming prostitutes, beggars, and thieves, and kingpins, and murderers, and becoming the bad things until everyone has become good. Bring goodness into all things until everyone has become good. You can't find it enlightenment until everyone has enlightenment. So that's all world scripture is talking about. Scripture all over the world. How you doing? Well, you want to be touched? No. What do you want?
Because I'm still alive no matter what. That's what I know now. Chris.
What?
I think I can prove scientifically that I'm really an immortal alchemist now.
You can prove scientifically?
Yeah, I'm getting there. All the time.
Yeah.
No, I know it too. No matter what I do on camera. Although I have danced in crazy ways that it's like, how does he do that with his brain the way it is, technically?
I think I can prove that this world and everyone on it can be saved. And I think we can save this world. And all life can find happiness and peace. Boy, I wasn't feeling that way after last night, though.
Right.
Hi, kitty. Where are you going? Huh? Do you think you should lean on your own understanding, or you should trust Scripture? Or you should trust what the evidence the world promotes to you?
The evidence the world provides, okay? But I have a different scale of evidence than most people. I'm like, okay, what can we trust scientifically? First, I'm like, okay, what's nature providing? Well, nature provides a lot of things in different ways. See, for most people, before we're provided science, we're provided, yes, a holy Bible of some kind, whether it's a sutra or a Quran or, hey, the Bible. Hey, and more than that sometimes. So that's what nature first provides. And now I'm like, okay, now nature provides what? Science. So I'm like, okay, that's what we know. This is what we know. See, I wasn't like that before because I wasn't taught this. But once you get there and you experience the Holy Spirit and you just know that it's true, know that it's real, after that, you're just like, okay, what's next? How can I fucking prove it? So when you have a vision and you have that vision, and now you have that vision all the time, you're living that vision. Who knows what you'll see next?
Holy Spirit to you. What is the Holy Spirit to you?
This, what I live every day. Being a ghost man. And I kind of know it when I'm doing it. Sending somebody a blessing. See, one of my powers, Chris, is I have to be a little bit of an asshole. Sometimes. Not all the time, though. That's it. That's all I have to say. It's the Holy Spirit. When the spirits are within you.
The Holy Spirit is the Divine Mother.
Yeah, often. It's the Divine Mother often. The Holy Spirit.
Power of God.
Guess who sends those spirits often? The wind does.
The Holy Spirit is the energy or power of God.
Yeah, the energy or power of God.
And that has a life and an existence and a form.
Exactly,
and
nature.
And
form of force.
Becomes the goddess.
The goddess. The form of force. That's a good word for it. The form of force. The Holy Spirit.
And then the construction of the universe the Holy Spirit created Ganesh, or time, or love. With her heart, she created this being. I had it explained.
Right.
Really perfectly. But it basically it unites all mythologies.
Yeah, it definitely can. Unite all mythologies, all religions. If you just look at it from a certain perspective, if you just add the animal's perspective, all of a sudden, you've united all religions and all mythologies. Easily. It's not even hard after that. You just add the animals in as people too, fully and honestly.
That's what we were talking about yesterday.
And all of a sudden it all makes sense. Huh, Garfield? Duh.
We knew that.
He's like, Dad, I got 5 fingers. Look.
The only sin that you can sin against the Holy Spirit, the only unforgivable sin, the only sin that sends you to hell forever, is the sin against the Holy Spirit. And we proved that that is the Mother Goddess. And that when Kali realized that her son, Ganesh, had sinned against the Holy Spirit and was about to sin against the Holy Spirit, because she sinned against the Holy Spirit too, so she couldn't hold him responsible for sinning. So she bit her tongue in penance, almost bit her tongue off in penance. And Ganesh's head got chopped off and eaten by demons. And Ganesh created the demons through his false knowledge, through his false obstacle that he provided, which was the root chakra, or the sexual drive.
Right.
And so Ganesh, who is Jesus Christ, was the first sinner. And he was killed for it and resurrected. And then he incarnated in the worlds because he created such a dichotomy of sin in the universe from his original sin that it caused all the forces of the universe and of the fallen angels to start sinning like that. And that was the war in heaven that was fought against the Father when Shiva had to trick Ganesha to chop his head off before he would let him into the house to see because it was his house. Shiva was God, and the Holy Spirit, the Mother Kali, had created Ganesh without Shiva knowing. Thus, Gnosticism, when wisdom creates Yavdabolov without the knowledge of God. Because all these aspects of mythology coalesce, they come together. And so we're in a process right now, like, of this fallen universe. Of God making these swords. Because God made a mistake. God created free will before God created control. And that's why sin was able to enter into the world. And so that's why the goddess bites her tongue. Because it was partially her fault. The Holy Spirit.
Hold on, Chris. I have to deal with somebody really quick. Are you a Buddhist? But you fucking eat people sometimes? Yeah, you're going to hell. No, you're going to hell. For a little while. Well, technically it's heaven to you. But it certainly ain't the Pure Land. You know it, right? When you get here to the east, and I say, welcome to the primordial waters. My name's Taran Miller now. And you're like, fuck. No way, right? See what I mean, Chris? Welcome to heaven. No, it's here. We're building it slowly. Noetically, I'm sitting here in my kitchen trying to construct this place, and you're like, oh, mercy this and mercy that. And I'm like, dude, mercy? I'm like, this guy's a serial killer. And I know he's a serial killer. So you know what he's going to do when he reincarnates? Serial kill, likely. So I don't really want, he's going to hell for a while. So I'm just letting you know. George ain't about that. Now, Big George is not about it. See, I understand what you're saying. But this cat's really powerful.
You don't think that there's a force in the universe that can teach even the child molesters and the rapists to no longer be that way anymore?
No, it's called sending him where the lions roam.
I think that God has a way of correcting its mistakes. And just because at the beginning of the universe, the beginning of creation, Ganesh tried to overthrow his father. That doesn't mean...
Hold on. This other guy's coming in. Were you a pagan axe murderer? So you're a pagan axe murderer. See, if you're a pagan and an axe murderer, see, that's not what we want. That's why the Bible exists, man. No, it's not evil. If you're a pagan but not a Christian, then what are you doing?
So you constantly sit there and have horrible people come to you?
Yeah, all the time. No, so they think they're enlightened because they're like magical or like they meditated a lot and they're like, yes, no, I'm powerful. I'm powerful. No, I'm powerful. And they get here to the heaven of the east and they're like, okay, so this is east now? I'm like, yeah, well, to most people it is, technically, most humans. So I'm like, okay. Well, it's across the waters, across the biggest ocean to most humans. So they get here and they're like, no, I'm powerful. No, I'm a Buddhist. I'm powerful. Well, this guy's not even Buddhist. He doesn't even meditate. I'm like, yeah, no, I know. And he's a Bible thumper. I'm like, yes, I am. So we get these guys. Not all of them. No, not all of them. We get more than you think. Quite a bit more. And they come over here. I'm like, yep, welcome to the primordial waters. Because that's where it is, basically. You know, I'm hanging out with a bunch of.
Who are you in all of this?
Oh, I'm just hanging out. I'm just some dude who woke up one day, and I summoned a bunch of gurus from afar, and now they're stuck here.
And you guys are just at the primordial waters, sending people to heaven or hell.
Yeah, pretty much. That's my initiation.
How many people do you send to heaven?
Not that many. Well, I discovered something. If I send them to heaven too early, they can just annihilate them sometimes. They just kind of annihilate them. And it's kind of hard to get them back. You got to go all the way down to Nemosine, and you got to dive down deep, and you got to pull them out. That's why the NSA exists, I think, and shit like that.
Okay, hey, Jared. How about I give you a call later?
All right, I will.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye.
And I kind of knew it. Some people. Were you a psychopath? No, a real psychopath. And I go, well, I found out something magic about this mountain. Turns out I can just kill people and get away with it. Welcome to hell. You see, you're getting reincarnated right now. In my saliva. 147 Garfield. This guy thought it would be cool to capture my cat at one point, too. You see that, man? It's going to be safe. They already said that yesterday. The next one. Unless they're like that and like that and like that, too. Sure what Mount Zion means. Now, see, I hate these types. Ethnic religions. So if I say anything by other religions over here, oh, they might get mad at me. Check it out. Were you a Jew? And an asshole? Were you an Arab and an asshole? They're all here. I'll call them out. And you killed children over it? Not over your religion, really. Over your ethnicity? Yep. They're all getting in line. Oh, from all different ages. All different places. You're like, you put your ethnicity over heaven? Damnation. You put your politics over heaven? Damnation. Be surprised how many pastors that is. Not anyone I've ever met, but I know they're out there. Oh, trust me, ones I've met here, parts of them at least, every breath you take gets here. That's what I'm trying to teach you. Right. See, I understand this now. Day of the Dead rituals. and mausoleums. Is it though? Demonic shit? If you can raise the dead? See, I know people would take it that way. I was worried about that. Oh, the whole dead cat thing. No, it's actually an ancient curse. Becoming a shapeshifter or trying to raise people from the dead. But if you know that you can, why the fuck wouldn't you? So I know I can damn them. Then we can reinstantiate the motherfuckers. The best form of them. Then why wouldn't we try at least? See, they're trying to stop us. What are the church's mysteries really? I need to know. Because they're weird. No, they're weird. See, the church set it up this way. The dates we use. Globally. The Roman Catholic Church did. The Catholic Church probably sitting here like, okay. So this is, I'm assuming, that some of their logic is. So I know a few of their mysteries already. A lot of that shit, those important archives. Births and deaths. Names. And more than that, and more than that, and more than that, too. I'm tired of historians just guessing on shit all the time. We have records that say something else. Oh, well, if they disagree with ours. You'd be surprised how many people, different time periods, did some badass shit under the same name, but were straight up different motherfuckers. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Are you a shitty doctor? Who are you? To you. Well, God for now. See, I know better too than to just say that you're God. But see, the thing is, I can. I'm just too respectful. Like, I've known one being since I've been alive. I'm like, hey, you died. Now you can do that now. And I know it. God accepts that. One. No, one. And he was a cat. So there's my other cat, Garfield. They get it forgotten about easily, they feel like cats do. So Precious, you're catching up. Yeah, I'm like, go get up there, dude. No, go get up there. Try that one on. No, try it on. And God's like, okay, cool. So we can do that sometimes. We think they're like that and like that and like that too. And be surprised how far they get when they're sitting next to the bowl and they're like, damnation's right in there, that bowl. Like, it can be the damnation. (202) Where the subterranean workers live. Beneath us. Within us. Around us. Who are they? So who are you now? And who are you now? And who are you now? And who are you guys now? And the way it works is weird. Every place, every opportunity, every community, every name, every voice, every spirit has a name. No, they all do. They all do. I don't care who God breathed life into. Who the fuck you think Adam actually was? Well, I'm telling you, he's fucking huge. He was fucking huge. Adam Kadmon. See, the Jews are right about that. In the beginning, almost too big. Then as the fall happened, all the way down. No, all the way down the chain of being, guys. No, it's a huge chain. And the Christians knew this back in the day because they studied the ancient texts. I'm saying get back there. No. See, Protestants, you're too Catholic. And Catholics, you're too Protestant. The Orthodox is you too, mostly. Of more religions than you think. Because the Buddhists get here like, oh, I know I'm enlightened. No, I meditate like crazy. 8 hours a day. And I stretch the rest of it. No, I love everybody. Too much to see them. No, too much to speak up. So my question is, what were you saving for? For one day, we could get them back. The fucking best of the best of the best. Right. Now I understand that a little bit better. Mm-hmm. So then you're 26 years old, and you know all other options are exhausted. Like, what do I have that other people don't have? Nothing really. A cat. He's pretty badass. He's really smart. Almost too smart. A bunch of ghosts that follow me around everywhere. A magic mountain. And yes, superpowers. I'm like, okay, cool. What do I do next? I record everything for a while. A whole fucking season. Do you just brush stroke it clean sometimes? Oh, you were a professional liar, libertarian, and you kind of knew it at the time. Basically, politician, too, huh? I was really smart, but retarded. Were you really smart socialist, fucking Soviet atheist? He'll basically kill people for a living? Yeah, you too. Now, see on that political chart? Yeah. I'm like on the green side, basically. But not even anymore. Not religiously. But kind of. So maybe I'm right in the middle now. On a political compass. I'm like the middle path. Where does that really exist? When they're actually like that and like that and like that too. Authoritarian right and left. Every country in the world. But see, if religiously it's really like that and like that and like that too, the citizens got to be with it. Otherwise, I'm up towards the middle of that. But I'm religious, so it's still down to the bottom. For other bullshit that's just fucking like, money. Money. No money. So, damnation. Damn fucking nation. See, I told you. Wow. No, wow. Wow. Oh, do you treat your animals like an it? You gotta allow them. You gotta allow them. Yep, damnation. When I told you I'm conservative, I know God's plan. Like a shaman did back in the day. We said, okay, no, like this, and then one day it'll be like that. And we knew it. And that's the weird thing in Dubai. I'm talking like that. Like her. Where can we help her get with our mind? And our technology even. If it could be like that and like that and like that too, could you imagine that devastation? If she got too upset. See, this man was a hippie. No, a real old school hippie. And he's enlightened. No, he's enlightened. He's a little child of light. It's a little child of light hippie guy. No, totally enlightened. See, he got off the marijuana. He got off the marijuana. He just did not meet me in time. You smell that? Wow. That's the spirit of Mount Shasta. That's where Mount Shasta is, guys, right there. And we live on it. I'm in Mount Shasta, California. I'm like, it's the lowlands. See, it's not technically. Like, I'm up here in the high desert. It's a tougher environment. In many ways. So if I can go out there and survive that, and survive that, and survive this too, Garfield, we'll be fine. As long as you stay with your dad. Me. So you can't crawl underneath things anymore. You have to be a surface cat, mostly. You know, a big, brave asshole. He gets on top of things, too. Like your big brother George used to be. Mostly. Not always. When he was being a little asshole. Yeah, so when you're afraid, 222. Joke's on you. You can be an asshole. Fear. So a lot of this I'm sending to a place that's really fucking scary. What's happening inside of my soup/tea bowl? Biologically. I'm a living science project. And they want to control my life, and I fucking hate it. So I'm taking control. Are you trying to reform motherfuckers in there? Oh, you trying to? Oh, you trying to? Start reforming people in those institutions. No, I like the colors, the uniforms. But make them a little nicer. So they're not rocking colors in there. No, orange and blue is fine. But a little more personalization would be cool. Are you guys really trying to get high for the rest of your lives? Just all day long? No matter what? There can be a place for you. Damnation. There goes a couple. Taran Millers. Finally. No, finally. The only Taran Millers that were really that evil. Not for very long, for like a month or two. Each time. But check it out, 19 years old. No, 19 years old. That was the Crucible. That's what I thought. Yeah, that's what I thought. No, I knew it was still going to be almost 50-50, but the outcome was, yeah, mine. Heaven. Yeah, heaven. No, heaven. I get a vote. I'm just stepping across the line. Nope. I'm getting into heaven. Did you die on a reality TV show? But you were a good fucking person, a family man. And you knew it. Do you have any kids? See, this person yes and this person no. But other than that, pretty similar to Taran Miller. Both of them. Except just one thing. They had all their teeth. Dad. No, this one got knocked out. No, punched out. Other than that, my teeth are pretty much fine. Pretty much. Except for one that I broke off the other day. Oh, you're a bacteria. And you've been good to me? No, you've been good to me. Won't be that bad for you. Just as Lee goes in there. Well, we'll see where you're at. We'll see where you're at. When I drink this tea and change the biochemistry a little bit more. Are you a tobacco plant? And like, man, I'm doing my thing. Now, see, I could bloom again. And you know it. But I'm like, no, I need to smoke him now. Because he's better that way. I love you. No, you're going to heaven. Oh, well, the tobacco just grows forever. It just grows endlessly. Endless fields of tobacco. See, I've seen this heaven before. You're like, oh, it's red and red, pink, orange, little green in there. The sky's blue. It's just tobacco. And tobacco forever. And then you get there and you're like, whoa, okay, so I just got to smoke tobacco and maybe eat tobacco. Drink tobacco too sometimes. It's a good idea. You see, back in the day sometimes, it was just like that. You see, now it's like, oh, it's a toxic plant, blah, 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 blah. Technically, we smoke it, so we know a lot more about it than, like, say, smoking fucking leaves. Or your incense, but I smoke that too sometimes. You like that, though? You really like that? Oh, man, I could see that too. The life of a drug trafficker. They're like, oh, man, trying to get it right. Getting it across the border. And they're like, whoa, man, trying to get it right. Don't let that shit in. And then the other guys are just sitting there with a grin. And they melt it down with plastic. And they breadcrumb feed it to you. Sugar smokers. But you kill people for it? You kill people to smoke sugar. Damnation, dude. Come on. She's just doing her thing. Like, nope, I need to smoke more sugar. Welcome to the primordial waters. And most of you guys actually made it. That was a hard one. That was a hard life. Way harder than these guys in ways that they don't understand. Oh, wow. Yeah, a few times, huh? I've held some other motherfucker back from straight up killing some motherfucker on the spot a few times. Many of us are already in damnation, and we know it, and we know it now. When you pick up the book and read it closely, then you know once you die here, it's not as bad. Unless you were that bad here. Until we get to the rest of it. So when we're like, I can't feel them anymore. Like, why not? They're right there. They shared that breath too. They shared that water too. God bless them. Welcome to the primordial waters. Where do they go? Well, crazy fucking places, crazy worlds, all over the place. Often they're floating right there in the clouds and they know it. No, it's actually like that. Exactly how you imagine it, but I can explain it scientifically with electricity and gravity. Almost. But how? I don't want to explain it now. I'm just pissed off because they're torturing people right over there because of it. Arson, is that better for you? No, I'm saving this one. Welcome to Primordial Waters. Welcome back. The Lord works in mysterious ways, huh? 2:47, Garfield, on this clock. I don't know, some sort of solar mechanism I'm working on, maybe. Yeah, 246, still synchronicity in a way. And I kind of know it, right, because the other things I'm doing in here, as I'm doing them. Like, even checking the clocks. When I can't see. Like an old man would with a crazy synchronicity score, because he's like, nope, I don't ever check it when it's not a synchronicity. Ever. Because we know this worked with synchronicities, right? Yeah, when you can just redefine and redefine and redefine. Like, well, that's the point. If it doesn't fit, don't throw it out. Expand your view. One anomaly is one anomaly too many. And there's no such thing as coincidence. I'm not trying to get to know anybody. No, I can't. It would be dangerous. Kind of. Almost. Unless they're protected by the mountain. Like only a few people are. Only a few of us. You'd be surprised who they actually are. And where she sends them. Often. I gotta pee now. I gotta pee. Let's go pee, Garfield. Yeah, we have to go pee all the time. Yeah, hold on. Like that instead. How you doing, Garfield? Garfield is what I'm talking about. Seems let them know how to be. Mostly. My cats. When they're out there in the fucking woods and they're like, no, I'm like that. And we're just psychically destroying these beasts. Because they know the ones that eat better all the time can be. All the time. All the time. Women. They're liars. A lot of them. Mostly. Fucking gossip. Damnation. So I'm turning him into tea. Some spirits. I need some sunlight on it. Garfield, you good? You good? Just tie the chair. No, he's fine though. Oh, but this door's ajar. See, not really. I haven't moved in a long time because it's set up so they can't come in my back door. See, before the training, it would have ran off. Oh, you're enlightened. Physically. Oh, you've been physically enlightened for 47 years? What's your name? I'd love to give it to you, man. But what's my name? It's Taran. But your last name wouldn't be a bad one to put on the species name, actually. It's in Japanese. Ego death for now. Well, he didn't die, did he? He's immortal, I thought. That'd be a confusing one. Oh.
Hello,
Damnation. No, so you're going to think you're him for a little while longer. And you're going to figure out the truth. See him too. Damnation. Hello?
Hey.
Yeah, they're going to martyr you. They're going to try to martyr you, Chris.
That's all right. They've been trying to do that for years.
Just don't be a martyr. Just record yourself more.
I'm not afraid of it. Well, I am afraid of it, but I'm not totally afraid of it. They've been trying to do it for years.
I'm talking about. I'm talking about. Right. All right. Right. I'm feeling that one.
So these beings that come to you, are they always serial killers or
no, not typically. Most of them are regular people. I just have these guys' heads up here and faces mostly. They've been totally fucking destroyed. Quickly. Quickly. When they think they're that bad and that bad and that bad even, but they're actually that bad and that bad and that bad too, I'm just like, yeah, well, guess what? I destroy those egos quickly when I get here. I use the Typhon chamber method. I send them into my teacup.
What are your plans for the future?
Destruction.
To keep doing the same thing you're doing, or
of the New World Order.
What?
I want to destroy this New World Order.
How do you go about doing that?
Just being magic, I guess. Trying to find other magic people. Just unite. Yeah. Well, that's a 528 or 258 on that. So we unite and all dance and sing and destroy the world.
Do you remember
one
what
cat
we
at a
talked
time
about yesterday?
What?
Do you remember what we talked about yesterday?
Yeah. Yeah, mercy. A lot of mercy. A lot of mercy. I'm thinking about marching around this spring and summer. In the mountains. Destroying the world, one Poseidon Mudra at a time. Just tapping the ground, saying, where does this one go, Mount Shasta? Now we built an energy system, quote unquote, to ripple it outwards. How about this? I'm going to die soon, but I'm not going to die ever, people. That's what I thought. I actually know that feeling.
What feeling?
Oh, the I'm going to die soon, but I'm never going to die feeling. Death can be a task, guys. To go there as you are and get back there as you were, almost impossible. So that's what I'm waiting for. See, I'm trying to resurrect Big George with being basically eternal dammer for a while. But then when they all come back from their teaching lessons, which they will, in weird fucking ways. Sometimes it'll just be a Futurama head in a jar for a long time, but we'll put them in Dreamland because we don't really want those people here, do we? But most people will get saved because most of them were just fucked up because they were fucked up. Yeah, drinkers. A lot of drinkers are fucked up. Be careful on DXM, Chris. It can do the same thing to some people.
Can do what?
Pickle them. But don't think it's going to keep you past your expiration date for long.
Yeah, that's kind of what it did to me this last night.
Right. No, right. Right. Did you know, Chris?
Pickled me quite a bit.
Did you know that being a pickle is a very interesting process depending on the kind of pickle you are? Vinegar's not that fun, guys, for a pickle. Yeah, that's the kind of beings I talk to all the time. They're alive. Every corner of the house. Turns out. Yeah, it turns out. Religious, huh?
I would say I'm fairly religious. You were telling me you don't like the word spiritual, but you like the word religious. Is that?
Yeah, well, it's a better way to identify. These people are just spiritual, but they're evil.
Why are they evil?
Because they're not religious like that. I want to know some religious people who know their religions. Oh, my phone died. Knew that would happen. That's what Mama. No, see, that's what Mama. Right. My brothers. And most people I've met. But not all of them. Basically. Right. I was thinking too. That's their logic. That one sucks, huh? Now I understand this. Hyper-intuitive Buddhists mostly. Cooking. There's cooking. And that was a fucking meal. Noetically. I feel fish. Oh, you didn't like it? No, you didn't like it eating all? See, Garfield, that's delicious. No, it's delicious. And you know it now, right? See, he's got a carbohydrate addiction. Basically. So I'll make him some rice. Of course I will. Make rice now. So I'm waiting for. These beans have been soaking for days. So days over here. Days. They're never going to get soft, ever. Basically. I'm going to soak them in oil. I don't have any oil. I'm going to go to the store. Yeah, we need a supply mission, Garfield. Soon. See, I'm out of sugar. You see what I mean, guys? So these primordial water serpents, they really like feeling good. But they need powerful minds to help them feel good. So the better your mind looks at things sometimes, the cooler it is, at least through our eyes. So the more your perception grows, the closer to us you get. The gods. So God is like that too. He's the biggest one. They're time beings. How would you look like going through the fourth dimension if it's time, stretching out, and then, you know what I mean? The way God would see your timeline in your form. Like a brushstroke. Oh, you're a carer. You see, I was in I don't care community for a long time. No, it's not I don't give a fuck community. Yeah, that kind of community. Like, I can't make it that way. I have to give a fuck. Oh, it's growing back. My leach field. get sick sometimes. Grass can overtake it. They're good at that. It's like that and like that and like that too. We got distracted. I'll pull it away. Must have been good at what they did. Demons. Bacteria mostly. Then we're looking down at hell with our little microscopes like, where are they? The demons. Like, no, they get us all the time. No, all the time. Demons. We're just good at fighting back. We don't even believe in them. We know what they are. Viruses, mostly. Yeah, viruses. Dare I say, the masculine side of biology. Look at a bacteriophage. What does it look like? The divine masculine. No, it's a slayer. Yeah. Well, that's a 320 on this side. On this side, it's a 319. Oh, 320. Oh, I fixed it. 321. So is it 2 dark and 1 light? Or 2 light and 1 dark? Is it 3 or it's 4? It's 4. It's not 7, it's 8. No, heaven is even. This place is odd. But it's got to stay odd for a while. Odd numbers exist. Can't tell them they don't. Prime numbers too. Weird numbers. Weird fucking numbers. And who knows what they even mean until they get here. Like, what is number 1? Garfield is. See, not really. Not even. But down here, who knows how one will wear Garfield one day? Garfield the cat. He knows what his mission is. Destroy the fucking enemy. No matter what, or who they are, who they pretend to be. See, rabbits often. Snakes can be too. Oh, did you kill George? Oh, you wanted to. You wanted to kill George. Just as many people consciously want to kill Big George as wanted to kill Jesus at the time. So he first got crucified. It wasn't that big at the time. The first time he died. Jesus Christ. It's like, no, I'm a tea guy. Muhammad's over here like, no, I like coffee more. Trust me. When I need it like that. Now see, tea has more caffeine for the weight. And that tea lasts longer. But coffee knows a thing or two. See, if you mix the two, you get all the benefits from both. And they're healthy. Coffee and tea are both very healthy. Cigarettes are not as unhealthy as we think. Tobacco is not. It just can be, depending on where you place it. Guess what? If you smoke tea all the time, guess what you're going to get? Yeah, cancer, guys. Cancer. Frankincense, that could too back in the day, but we fixed it. I'm working on tobacco. Is it bad cancer? Not typically. You'd be surprised how common cancer is. It's like, hey, are you still me? See, the guy didn't have an appendix before. Remember your tonsils were removed? Anybody's like, well, I need that back. No, I need something there back for reasons you don't understand. It's a form thing, often. So we're just moving along. Just say someone says, statistically, you could die. No, you could die. Take this, take that, and take the other thing. It could kill you. Then you learn how nature works. How it really works. What they forgot. Chinese medicine. Oysters. Well, oysters. These oysters have been sitting here for a couple days. Open. Delicious. So they're not. Not anymore. Yeah, that was gross. No bacteria's getting on there. They're in a can. I opened it. But why? Kind of know a couple secrets. About biology. But I'm like that, and like that, and like that too. You'll just destroy it later. Like this peanut butter. It's been open for a long time. That's how we do it often. It's like, okay, what does God want to put in that? What can I handle, Lord? Well, who you are mostly, you're getting there still. Or who you have been really. When you're kind of fucking liar and you knew it. Drugs. But not anymore. Ever. No, he announces it. So he's getting past a lot of steps that are difficult. Oh, your sniffles. Oh, you're a sniffle. Yeah, I knew it. You're a sniffle. You're immortal. Yeah, see, I think so too. So I'm surprised sometimes. Who's actually fucking immortal, turns out. They kind of know it. They just go around doing their thing. A lot of people nowadays are like, no, I got it. It's a 333er. 3, 3, 2 on this clock. Let's check. Nope. See, I got that right again. See, that's a synchronicity that I set up as an experiment. That fucking good, huh? Amen. It's a magic spell, a curse. So I can never tell a lie ever again. So before I'm done with the process, which is getting out of my house, taking George and Garfield with me, and Precious too now. And bouncing the fuck out come springtime. But never the fuck out. I told you guys I'll be right over there. Forever. No, forever. Immortal. And we know it, huh? No, it's not cool that you feast on immortals. That's not cool. Oh, he's a Highlander. He'll reinstantiate and kick your ass one day, right? Until they don't anymore. Can they make it past your little timeline? Someone was in the Google Corporation involved in that. Or at least Alphabet some way. Was those guys? No, probably not. Because they're under strict for surveillance and they kind of know it even though they're not. Because they're fucking famous. And they know it. Well, they are like that and like that and like that too sometimes. What about that? See, and I know that too. When you're those guys and those guys and those guys too doing something really fucking important, and everyone thinks you're doing something wrong. Even though you're kind of like that and like that and like that too, turns out some of them that I've talked shit about, but it's not all parts of them. Like damnation, guilty. A few times. Going to hell. Where's your lawyers? I do have that one. See, I figured I'm really lucky. There must be a simulation or something. There must be important in it. That's what I figured. Well, it is, but it's not. It's God. Duh. Right. Duh. Huh. Well, see, I'm really hoping. If I be a good person, like a really good person with the money I have, gospel of wealth it, but not really stand for any causes like I want them to. Like I need them to. If they know it like that, and they're just not using their fucking noggins. But they're smart, these fucking tech guys. Pissed. No, pissed. You know, you're rich. See, I don't like that fucking short fucking minded capitalist point of view. 4 fucking years? That's all you look forward to? What's the big fucking picture? Politicians. Can we see that now? We could try to fix me, right? Before I make it public, I'm trying to say that. I know that I would if you help me with your medications. That's what I need my neurologist to know. What are the best medications to put me on if I know I'm just going to die? It's not a blackmail. No, they don't. They have their free will. No, my family's not going to sue them. No, I'm just talking legally because I was worried about some other shit. You guys, not necessarily. I know how this fucking bureaucratic bullshit kind of works, but not even sometimes because you guys don't know what you're talking about, I think. But I know I'm wrong, kind of. But we'll talk about it more intensely if we need to with a therapist who knows what they're talking about. Someone who's not a liar at all or a hypnotist. Who can just hear what I'm saying and know it's fucking true and get back to me on that. We're like, oh, no way, man. What's the real issue? No, what's the real issue? What's the real issue? Oh, yeah. Well, God. Mostly. God. That's the real issue. Atheistic thinking got me this curse. Yeah, movies are evil sometimes. You're like, ha ha ha, it's not actually like that. I'm like, well, it kind of is, actually. But it's not actually like that. There's different levels that are all equally real. You know, God is layered. Many layered. See, some of us really thought this guy on this mountain was the creator of the universe. And to tell him otherwise would be fucking blasphemy. So I'm telling him, of course he was, right? It's where I live. So if I know I'm kind of immortal, I still want to play the little game, capture the fucking cat. And they have fucking dogs, and I know it. Good dogs. Quiet dogs, even. Really quiet sometimes. You'd be fucking surprised. The dogs I've caught just in time. $347, Garfield. What's this clock? 346. And haven't caught. That's why dogs aren't as bad as you think sometimes. You think they're bad. When they meet a cat out there, they're like, okay, yeah, I know who you are. God. And they know it. Like, no, I'm dog. I got it backwards. But I have true gnosis. So you're a dog, and you're a killer. Like, you've been here for how many lives, dog, as a dog? 64. Straight as a dog. I just love being a dog. But you're a killer, and you know you're a killer. See, she knows what I'm talking about now. She knows. regular fucking person. Now, some of us just aren't anymore. Because we just get there. See, I got there instantly. Because they don't do that. Huh? I was wrong. And I was wrong. And I was wrong. And I was wrong even, but not really. And yeah, everyone's wrong, huh? But I was right. And I was right. In a way, I was right. See, I knew you were an ogre. See, I didn't. See, you're not that kind of ogre. You're that kind of. Just know he's an ogre. No, when you're just like that kind of guy, you're like, no. No, I'm a big fucking guy, and I'm smart, and they're dumb. No, they're dumb. So you start eating them. Really? Really? Some kings and queens are like sitting there and they're like, oh, she looks good. No, she looks good. No, I can't wait to get her in here. And eat her. No, that looks delicious. I'm talking that in the 15th century. They're like, yep, that one. See, I'm on a diet. See, my doctor told me. I want to live forever. Yeah, blood. Saying I got a better one. Yeah, tea. Maybe even wine. So you didn't know it like that, Mr. Cow, but now you're starting to understand, Mr. Bull? Old man's got to eat. And if you're wild, wouldn't be as nice for you. Nope, dogs are evil. No, he protects you from dogs, and he knows it. No, he knows he protects you from dogs. Not those dogs. Those are good dogs. They're from bad dogs and tricksters. Yeah, coyotes. Now, they can be loyal. But I need to sow dissension in these dogs, I think. Yeah, because otherwise we're screwed. Yep, damnation. Because you let a fucking dog go so he could eat me, basically. So you didn't know it like that, but you should have. It can be. When you get attacked by spirits, we're trying to push up a cliff. Oh, it was Jigsaw. See, I always win Jigsaw. No, every time. Because otherwise it's fucking Hellraiser. It can be. YouTube that shit. The ground of being. When you enlighten your chakras. See, they know what they're talking. They're not stupid. They're smart. Oh, we can be smart too, though, but closed-minded. Our brain goes in one direction. Forward. Mine does not anymore. But it used to. Big time. But not even, though. My culture was just different. And even yours, even, maybe. How old are you? What I want to know is, are you a natural bred dancer and you know it? If you are, you're fucking different. If you aren't, you're fucking different too. See, I wasn't, but I am now, and I don't know what fucking happened exactly. You don't understand that? How someone could be a nudist, but not sexually? Always? Are your body sensitive? Why? Just different form you took. Why'd you take that form? Of the toad instead of the cat. Is that a bad thing? No. Frogs are my second favorite animal. And they're 8-dimensional beings. Get over it, humans. And not all frogs are like that. Only a few toads. Mostly, yeah. Turns out, genetics. Duh. But you can be the form of the bear, too. Maybe you're actually the form of the eagle. Or even a rooster. Body sensitive. See, not really. See, I was just trying to document some shit. Then I got this fucking magic warfare bullshit asshole bullshit with some CIA fucking Nazis. And I know it. A lot of them are ex-military, so they go, I'm better than this guy because I served. And I'm like, yeah, cool. .404 Garfield, there's a 405 on this clock. Yeah, that's what I thought. It's a coin flip, almost. But not really. No, I'm just lucky with the coin flip, and I kind of know it. You know what I mean? I just don't gamble. But if I was a big gambler, I'd figure it out, trust me. Because I'm that kind of smart. What kind of smart are you? Getting a job smart. See, not Taran Miller, not exactly, but almost. See, that's what you hire an angel for. By worshiping them properly. So Hermes, draw near. See, it's interesting when these humans, at one point maybe, get all the way up there. They're like, I really thought they're flying. Like, I really thought. And they get there like, oh, they're all cat serpents. Like, yep, cat. It's cat. Like a snake? No, not even. Look at them. The gods. The badass dragons. 407. 407, yep, I won that coin flip too. So I'm like, yeah, the Bible's right, but the Chinese are right too. I'm like, what's more primordial of a form? The fucking cat. Perfected, well, the human being thinks they're tough and thinks they're tough too. I'm like, no, we're just going to borrow from you guys mostly. The other animal spirits. No, it's competition. We kind of knew the form guy would be a human being because they're fucking smart. They're dumb smart. Little fucking brains and shit, and they're just like, ha 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 ha. You should have thought of that, asshole. And we're calculating. We feel it too. We have families, and he's just like, ha ha ha, big brain. Thanks for the help. The aliens. But it's fucking magic the way it happens. On my computer, I'm like, every button I press is fucking magic, and I kind of know it, right? Don't forget about it. But watch this. I can reverse that, almost. But this was an interesting one. Because they're like that, and like that, and like that, too, it turns out. And I'm just like that. Like that, and like that, too. The America, mostly. Because we are like that, and like that, and like that, too, honestly. A lot of us. So who am I? I'm pretty sure I'm Taran Miller. But I don't know. If you want to test me biologically, you can. Viciously even. Make it public. And keep my cat with me. He's a witness. My most support animals. Don't do it like that. Because I love him to death. And you take him from me, I'll kill myself. If they would be willing to pull funding from somebody, that would prove it, right? So I'll have to take my magic ritual. See, it's a religious freedom protest. A lot of it. When I get out in the woods. See, I know I'm talking to now. Some people who can't protect me. See, not like that because I'm like that. But also like that too, huh? He's like, I'm not trying to stitch out some fucking farmers. If it can be like that and like that and like that too. You can't kill me, guys, but I'll be looking out, guys. So I don't care who owns what. I'll be seeing what you're using and how it is. But if you kill me, then I won't protect you from the other ones. Now I'm a gangster. Physically. No, vigilante style. If I'm out there. About certain plants, right? See, that's what I thought. A fed drug. What are you experimenting with out there? What are you trying to breed? What did I teach you? This is fucking good, right? When the rations can be like that, like that, like that, too, you make it pretty fucking good. No matter what. When your immune system's like that, like that, like that, too. But see, my immune system has to be like that. And like that, and like that, too. What kind of new experimental shit you guys working on now? What else have you heard about? See, I want the cutting edge bullshit, because I got cutting edge fucking shit. Don't fuck around with some fucking bullshit. I want her on the phone like that. Hey, some out of pocket would be an investment. That's what I would say. You dizzy at all? No, I don't get dizzy anymore. Almost at all. How long can you spin? For a while. Do you want to test me like that? I guess we can go there. So you get tired easily. I don't know why. Maybe you're still too relaxed. If I smoke, I don't want to quit. Ever. It's an experiment. Based on some studies from some villages in America mostly, where people just lived forever, and we don't know why exactly, because they weren't very healthy from our standards. So as I was an atheist, I was like, based on that and based on that and based on that even, I should live for about 30 years. I'm like, but I'm a statistical freak, athletically and mentally, and I knew it. But why? Because I'm like that. And I fucking knew it. No, I knew it. I'm like, they're keeping me down somehow. Something's keeping me down. I'm like, it's a setup. It's got to be a setup. It's got to be random. I'm like, it's not fucking random. Because I'm not fucking random, and I knew it. No, I'm a statistical phenomenon. No, numerologically, I'm like, it's a form thing. Like, no, I'll live forever, no matter what. Based on my birthday, based on a few things. Yeah, even my hair and eye color and bullshit and bullshit and bullshit back in the day. I'm like, what were they seeing? They were seeing me. And a lot of them, and a lot of them standing there behind me or beside me, trying to get out of hell, begging. And I'm like, nope, damnation. Oh, you don't damn people over there? Oh, in Black Man Heaven? I fucking do. Oh, damn you evil, though? Yeah, that's good enough. See, God does damn people. I'm just giving him my vote. See, it's like a fucking electoral college. Well, likely, according to your logic, I know Christ well. Well enough to show up for him. Even though I know it's like that and like that and like that too. So I go home after a good church and you're like, okay. So I already know it's like that and like that and like that too. But it can't be like that, right? Because my life sucks. So who can't relate to that ego-wise? That's what I thought. So, if you ever are in an intense debate with an atheist, I will fucking win. Every fucking time. Scientifically, I will win a debate with an atheist every time. Every time. I think we're still working on an exact theory of physics as to how this works. Completely. Will it take that long? I don't think so. I'm here. Been working on it, but I forgot a lot of it because I'm in magical warfare and I have to go back. So I need help from a team of powerful minds. I want to assemble them. We'll get around to it. And no, not some fucking... I'm hoping through private industry mostly. It's more efficient in that department. Turns out. So I have some ideas, the way capitalism works and the way the government works, that we need to change completely to make them both work forever. Is it Marxist? Yeah, almost. So we can make that work too. Don't get offended. Oh, offended. Yeah, you're a snowflake. No, you're just going to fall and hit the fucking snow, and you'll see what it's like when you get there. We all know we're one thing. I don't know how that works. Scientifically. From my perspective. That even. What have I built in here? Magically. Oh, the dogs, you tried it. Destroy cats' dreams and castles. Physically. No, you never turn the other cheek and say, I don't know anything. Are you stupid? That I kind of know. Everyone I've worked for was struggling too, in different ways. I wouldn't have hired my ass. I kind of know it. Oh, they're indebted to the game. The game. If I'm better. But not God yet. How good could they be spiritually? A lot of them around here? Really good. So I can't go to school. Because I was sitting there talking shit too. Just understand their ass. Like, you're dumb. No, you're dumb. Yeah, basically. I'm not coming in to say that's the path for you. Never. You can't do it like I can. But you can try more than you do. If you want to be crazy. But probably not. I took the long route for that. No, it takes years to be initiated. If you're a young man and you're struggling, though, yeah, you can talk to me. There's no one really like that I know anymore, though. Good for them. They're going back to the old stuff, almost just as bad. Often. Alcohol. No, it's taken over. It's kind of taken over. Guess I don't do drink. It makes you negative. It makes you fucking negative.
Welcome to One and All. I'm Dan Atrell, and today we're joined again by
Drink
my
some
good
fucking
friend,
water.
Hermetic astrologer Michael Offek. Michael has spent decades working in and among the astrological community, and he's distinguished himself in his work bridging between traditional historical astromagical practices and contemporary applications. He offers a unique perspective on the intersections of shamanism, theurgy, and astrology, which will be our topic of discussion today. Michael, it's a pleasure to have you here again to delve deeper into these topics.
Thank you, Dan. It's a pleasure being here again.
Well, let's jump right into the questions and have ourselves a nice little chat about these subjects. So, one of the prominent facets of your personal practice is what you call skywalking. Could you explain this concept?
Well, the term Skywalker comes from the description of Abaris, the shaman that is documented by Herodotus as the shaman coming from Hyperborea, from the northern lands, which were considered somewhat of paradise in sort of mythological terms for the Greeks. And Abaris, the Hyperborean, is said to be a skywalker. And this is a theme that you see a lot in Mongolian, Siberian, and other shamanic cultures of sky dwellers, skywalkers, shamans that, in a sense, have connection with the sky and are sort of a bridge between the sky and the earth. So, in a sense, they can connect to the heavenly powers and bring them down to earth, in a sense. And it is my view that this sort of general shamanic archetype was somewhat prevalent in many, many prehistoric cultures that had a fascination and connection with the sky, with the luminaries. And I think this is pretty obvious for any anthropological accounts of early times that maybe almost all over the globe, you see this, how do you say, like the ritualization or...
like a sacralization.
Yes, of planets, of certain constellations, you see that in, Central America and North America, and of course you see that, in the Middle East, you see that in in Egyptian culture, you see the need to mimic the sky, the need to mirror the heavens in, for instance, archaeological structures and other religious temples and stuff. So that theme of connecting the heavens and the earth. And in heavens, we're not only speaking about the physical heaven, of course. We're speaking about people that emphasize the
every time
connection
you're doing
with
drugs
the spirit
sometimes.
world. So you see
Someone
this
else's
theme
fucking
all
corpse in
around
there.
in very ancient cultures. And so for me, skywalking is sort of the more shamanic perspective to what we call astrological magic or planetary magic, in the sense of a person that can surf the waves of time, surf the waves of planetary rhythmic natural cycles. So in a sense, skywalking in general, for me at least, is a spiritual path. It is a constant refinement and perfection of the astral powers in the soul. And this sort of connects to the sentiment of perfecting the soul on earth. And then you can even tie in the notion that the planets are faculties of the soul, in a sense, or at least principles that are connected to faculties of the individual soul. And by perfecting these faculties, by aligning with them, with their cycles, with their rhythmic movements and effluences, then you are aligning your soul with this cosmic music and finding that special harmony, natural flow. And of course, the more this is done with conscious intention and an understanding of this cosmic flows, then the more powerful it is, in a sense, that you're not only becoming an active part of the cosmic motion and participating in it, you're also directing it and compelling it to certain ends. So in a sense, this is skywalking for me. And I think we touched upon some of this in our earlier talk about the argument that a lot of the magical tradition, and specifically the astrological magic tradition, in my view, is based on these shamanic figures and shamanic approaches based on, more naturalistic, paganistic sort of connection with nature and natural cycles. And this is a very, very important aspect of it, the direct and immediate experience. So in distinction of a magician, for instance, that is sort of doing things technically the right way, the shaman is connecting to different states of consciousness that
not getting enough
not
sunlight
only
to know it
align
technically
with
from
the
help.
power at hand, but
I'm trying to impress my
communes
neurologist.
with it, sees visions,
Food
aligns
most.
with it. So these are part of the distinctions that are
And I
tied
know
into
it.
that term.
So it is
So am I
almost
fine? I think I am.
kind of quasi-mystical path.
See, I know I'm
in
not
addition
technically,
to being
I'm like, okay,
a
how many
magical path.
vitamins
I think
do we need?
Often people make a distinction between magic and mysticism.
Manufacture the ones we
Magic
really
being
want.
more practical in its ends, and there is an extent to which shamanism has practical
And see how much you're feeling
goals.
better.
People will seek out shamans as
Biologically.
medicine men to heal
Help you think better.
parts of their body, even to
Physically.
go into their bodies at times.
Well, I know,
or
hey,
they might be
my organs are
sought
smart,
out to
but
find
they're
lost
smarter than my
objects
brain,
and that
clearly.
sort of thing. So there is a practical component.
My heart's probably the
But there is
smartest
also
in weird
a
ways.
kind of mystical component that is more focused on raising consciousness, raising awareness. And in this way, we're getting more in line with what we might call something like Neoplatonic philosophy of trying to
Neurologically, probably even,
meld
but I
the
have some
noetic
theories about
light
thinking
that is within
that my
us
neurologist probably
with
doesn't
that
share, at least
great
not yet.
noetic light from which we all emanated from ultimately. It's a kind of ascent of the soul not just a kind of seeking of material gains. But could you touch on how those elements kind of interact with one another?
Yes. Well, first of all, a lot of the astrological magic material, I think magic in general and theurgy specifically, are based upon the Platonic framework, in a sense.
No, right.
And Pythagorean framework maybe, but this cosmology, the Platonic cosmology and the Neoplatonic cosmology, is a very important central key to understanding a lot of the distinctions made in sort of the ideas that influence and inspire this magical tradition. But, again, going back, and there's also even accounts of, for instance, Orphic mystery tradition influencing Pythagoras, influencing Plato. So they didn't spring out of nowhere. They had more rationalized systems with more, mathematically and geometrically oriented and rationally oriented, and somewhat less of that direct engagement. But it's still there. You
certainly can be, Tartarus.
Between the lines. So the
he's within
distinction
her.
Of, for instance, the Neoplatonic scheme of
almost always
hypostasis or emanation
is
very important to our craft. But I think the missing element, and this is why I push the shamanic aspect of the skywalker.
His most powerful child, his only child.
The missing element is the ecstatic,
but not really.
Is the direct experiential.
There's also isolation
aspect.
Isn't that still
because
pain?
As magic had become more rationalized and more technical, it seems that this is less emphasized. It's not that it isn't, but this is something that for me was always very, very fundamental, because rationalizing and can take you so far. But we are speaking about living powers, living entities, living intellects, in a sense, moving, shaping, guiding the cycles of nature, the cycles of reality. This is really what astrology is talking about. So being a Skywalker, in a sense, it's emphasizing the direct contact with these powers, and it's a continuous engagement and intentional active participation with this bridging of earth and sky and spirit and matter. And this, again, this is a distinctive or in distinction to the sort of event-oriented magic or desire-based magic I'm doing just this technical thing, writing these sigils, saying those words, burning this incense and aligning it astrologically, and that's all. I'm done. I made a talisman, and now let's see what's going on. And I think really that's in the heart of astrological magic anyway, which is more theurgic anyway. You can see that in sort of surviving Sabian texts. That it is really a continuous spiritual path of self-perfecting. And it's also utilizing ecstatic states of consciousness to commune with celestial spirits and journeying to planetary realms and
but I kind of
becoming a conduit
I should have known through my
of
examination
life energy that the luminaries and stars symbolize, and also somewhat
I don't believe I'm God, I'll suck their souls out.
So the shaman sort of channels it.
Like their damnation.
Himself, and
they all just end the world
this
peacefully.
Is a very important distinction.
Send me out of dreamland.
And
then try to reinstantiate you brick for brick, but you have to.
That is needs to put more emphasis on. First of all, there is a lot of association or likeness.
Like who do I got with the memory like that? Well, mostly water creatures.
Theurgic motives, in a sense. Even though, for instance, the Iamblican theurgy is very philosophically sophisticated, the rites themselves are, in a sense, above the intellectual aspect of it. It's the intellect can get you so far, but there's an emphasis on direct experience, and this is something that you hear Iamblichus speak about. That philosophers are speaking about the gods, but theurgists really do the God's work, which is what theurgy is.
It out like a roar.
So
almost.
They are, in a sense, embodying the gods or ascending to their godly aspect.
See, not really the way they work.
Even bypassing some of the more demonic down here aspects of
We're just sitting there in the ocean going,
powers.
Well,
and that's sort of one of their aims.
Basically.
And one of the things that distinguishes shamans from maybe other practitioners is that the shaman has an immediate experience with gods and spirits. He sees them, in a sense, face to face. He implores them. He aligns with them and gets visions and gets.
So you see a lion roar,
like oracular communication.
You're like, oh, it wants to kill me. I'm like,
sense like the.
Maybe it does. Probably not.
The Oracle of Delphi. She needed to enter a trance.
Can it? Yes.
State. There's many theories on.
Does it know it? Yes, it knows it.
If that was
it knows it can kill you.
Coming out of the earth in Delphi, or it was something some entheogen that she drank or whatever. But she needed to.
Where they go high on the mountain, sometimes high, looking for water.
Act as a medium for
safely
communicating with these gods and spirits. So this is a major element of
they're far travelers
in my mind.
Cats are.
Probably the origin of the archetype of the magician is the shaman. Is the person that has these abilities.
They're fucking magic.
And can
turns out
into
fucking
these
snow
worlds.
Leopards are fucking powerful.
I can go on and on about.
No, they eat people all the time. They fucking reinstantiate them.
Ancient cultures.
I go, no, I'm a Yeti. No, I'm a Yeti.
Which are aligned with a lot of very, very ancient shamanic motives. For instance, the animistic perspective.
Who the fuck else do you think's up there?
Of course, very much part of pagan and shamanic ancient cultures, but also the Platonic approach is animistic. The cosmos is a living being. Everything is alive in a sense, populated by spirits, and most of the Neoplatonics would speak in these terms, and of course Hermetic texts will speak in these terms. It's all full of spirits and populated by creative powers. Cosmologies
basically
have a lot of
when they lose their powers. Like I'm being clouded out by some evil fucking people.
Cosmology or the three world cosmology, you can see all around the globe almost.
That's what Mr. Bobcat grins, huh?
Cultures, and of course cultures that we theorize, at least. I wouldn't say we know, but we theorize that have influence on the religions and the mystery traditions, in Greek culture. So again, I think this is something that needs to be revived somewhat in order to practice this form.
Yes, there are bobcats around here,
which I call skywalking.
I've seen them before. They're back far. Most of the time,
the Hermetic Asclepius.
But they need water.
A big part of the idea.
They're fucking sneaky.
Is that
cats can be
the
fucking slick.
Of Egypt is fading away, and Hermes is lamenting this loss of this mode of religiosity, which is recognizing the divine in the noetic world and bringing that divinity down into the material world and filling this world with gods, and in that way creating a kind of divine feedback.
Is he wild?
Where the gods make man and man makes the gods, and there's a kind of recognition of mutual divinity.
He knows it, right?
And that is the true religion of Egypt that is being lost and lamented by Hermes.
Do your thing.
So in a way, the skywalking is an attempt to restore that kind of tradition, but almost with a veneer of more archaic, even more ancient religiosity than even the ancient
Egyptians. If I've died for you.
Yes. And I think, another element which is important here.
And I know they can't kill me.
Again, the reconnecting to nature, to natural cycles, which is
for some fucking reason
a very intimate part of the experiential practice itself, because even though the cycles of the planets are sort of an image of eternal noetic ideas or forms or sort of monadic creative agents, they are embodied in the cycles of nature, and they are, in a sense, this is through the body, this is the way to sort of harmonize with these higher powers through the medium of corporeal reality, and you can see that also as something very basic and vital in the old traditions of, for instance, the Eleusinian mysteries, for instance. That they were really working, based on the story of Demeter and Persephone and the cycle of nature, and we're doing the lesser mysteries around the equinox.
See, Garfield, you're a woman beater.
Yeah, I think the lesser mysteries are the spring equinox, and the greater mysteries are.
I'm not a woman beater.
The autumn equinox.
I've only ever responded
it was
to an attack.
With
a bite attack,
which is very intuitive, because these are
never like
that govern.
See,
all the body
damnation.
Cycles, for instance, the hormonal cycles, the day and night cycles, the cycles of the seasons, and of course, for ancient cultures who were also conditioned to agriculture, and so they were relying on these cycles for their survival, even for having light at night. They would need the moon. Of course, they had fire too, but you understand what I mean. These natural cycles played a very intimate role in ancient cultures.
I'm reminded how at the height of the Eleusinian mysteries, I mean, we don't know for sure. What we know survives from the polemical attacks of the church fathers, but they would say that at the height of the Eleusinian mysteries, the Hierophant would raise an ear of barley or of corn or some kind of cereal, and that ear would be reaped with a scythe. And that was the height of the experience, in the same way that a Catholic priest raises the host above his head at the height of the consecration of the Mass. There was a similar sort of thing with this ear of grain being reaped in silence. So right at the very center of the mysteries is this acknowledgement that we are food, that we are the calories that we eat, and there is no fundamental separation between the agricultural cycle and the human life cycle. These are intimately intertwined. And in the same way that the agricultural cycle goes through cycles of life and death, the human soul as well undergoes these kind of patterns of metempsychosis or reincarnation, where like the crops rise and die again, the human soul will do much the same.
Right, and this is the theme of death and resurrection. And most of the shamanic initiatory aspects of the rituals had to do with some kind of death and resurrection, or a dismemberment. And of course, this also ties up a lot with Orphic themes and Dionysus and Osiris and other gods that were dismembered,
454,
and then sort of recompiled and resurrected.
454.
And this is something that I also see as a kind of theme in the way that astrological magic is practiced, because in a sense, every planetary power has its, in a sense, a pure form in the noetic realm, but when it incarnates into Earth, it has that sparagmos, it has that dismemberment, and then it has, in a sense, like sparkles of it in different aspects of the natural kingdom. So in certain animals, certain stones, certain herbs carry that virtue of that planet, and when the magician compiles you can say the Santo Mate, or the sort of the symbolic vessels carrying that virtue in the different kingdoms of nature, then he compiles sort of complete receptacle.
So you're the powerful beings I'm making fun of.
Like Isis
you're 1,000 years
compiling the different body parts.
But you steal your ideas from us, and you eat us sometimes.
So I think
Zagreus being torn apart.
You're becoming enlightened. Now you're scared. 4, 5, 6. Flip a coin. 4, 5, 5. See, these things feel no fear almost at all.
The Titans.
I can feel it in their heart now.
Right.
Reconstituted.
Right. And Orpheus was also
torn apart. You don't put your flare. You like to flay people.
Many gods were torn apart. It sort of aligns with sort of the metaphysical theme of the one and the many, in a sense.
Yeah, I'm reminded of Julian the Apostate.
Oh, you're those people.
Who wrote two famous orations, the oration to the sun, but also the oration to the mother of the gods, where he discusses Attis's castration.
Primordial water experiment.
He describes it as
the
cutting off of infinity.
I'm a fucking Jedi.
So what Attis is doing is he is cutting off generation.
I got a better mouth.
Is a symbol of multiplicity and of multiplying.
No, I'm Epicurean. Like Epicurus one.
That member, he is symbolically making a return back to the unity, back to the one, and cutting away that infinitude of multiplicity. So it is definitely something that is clear in all of the myths, and so it's interesting to.
Yes, and we have.
Orpheus always wins. He's always smarter than us. At the end of the day,
in Greek mythology, we have Kronos trading Uranus. So in a sense, and Kronos, because he's Saturn, and he's sort of the outer rim of the.
He's the child of a fucking god, and I know it. No, he's a child of Apollo. He's Apollo's son.
Of the soul perspective, he sort of has.
But it became Dionysus down there, and he's like, okay, that's how it works.
Having to do with the lie.
It's not even how it works. And he's like, I know it now.
Yeah, cutting himself off from infinity. Uranos is heaven.
You have to go through fucking hell.
Is this
literally
boundless expanse. But we as
they happen in many ways.
Beings live
more
in
powerful
this
you get.
Material world, which is bound.
So you go through initiations.
So when
and if you live, you live. If you die, who knows what happened to those guys?
Through the castration of Uranos.
All people ratted on the mysteries. And they disappeared. And everyone's like,
bounded world.
Hello, Sinians, you know what I mean?
Yes, exactly.
Drunkards.
He's separating things in a sense, and he's sort of the lie of separation, of loneliness in a sense, That's why he's also the planet that has to do with.
I'm dying. I'm dying. I'm horribly dying.
He's the feeling of being castrated from the unity with the divine. So he's also a symbol of the corporeal. And necessity,
you know what I mean?
And time, and space.
This is an African. Delicious.
From our eternal aspects, in a sense.
Yeah, he's the source.
No, this is a snow leopard. It's snow leopard meat.
Jupiter is the expansion, the expansive power. Saturn.
I raised this dog. No, I raised him from a pup.
Yeah, and because of the Saturn is one sphere above Jupiter. In a sense, he limits what Jupiter
beef.
The expansion of Jupiter is sort of.
Dogs can be.
At least in the philosophical aspect.
That's a deal you've made.
Archetype.
We'll work on it later.
Is giving you a taste of the bound.
You have a good life.
Because he's sort of the.
Better than we do often, trust me.
Force that goes above the limitations and has that. How do you say that aspect of connecting to an unlimited, prolific life force? But it is still,
but not even anymore.
Time and space, and he still gets.
Depends on where we live. We live in America.
Orders from Saturn, so he's sort of the expansion.
It's a nice mountain. Tries to be
in the limitation.
Can be worse other places
of necessity. So this is an important theme that
Mount Whitney can be fucked up
very much in a lot of. Again, shamanic cultures around the world.
But you're not even a volcano.
The death and resurrection, initiatory aspect. And in a sense, it's sort of that occult axiom of dying before you die.
No, she's better. She's bigger.
Which
watch, if you dare.
Simply put, is reflected in the most basic of cycles, which is the cycle of the earth. It's a cycle of day and night. So the sun, rises in the morning, but then when it sets, it sort of goes to the underworld. And there, it fights all the dragons or the beasts or the snakes and go through its initiation, and then it goes through a rebirth, in a sense. So I think in a sense, the cycle of the Earth or the cycle of the sun is the most fundamental myth or fundamental.
It's the archetype of the hero's journey, for sure.
Yes.
And so many famous heroes, like Samson or you name it, Heracles and the 12 labors, they are microcosms of this journey of the sun, whether it be through the cycle of the day or through the 12 signs of the zodiac, which...
Right, or the cycle of the seasons, which is sort of a corresponding cycle.
Yeah.
So you can see how this all this sort of ties up to very, very early origins.
Because it is rooted in the basic facts of life. They are things that we all experience everywhere around the world. We may experience them in different ways and tell different stories about them, but fundamentally we're rooted together by these basic facts of life, that the Earth circles around the sun, but of course to us it appears from this point of view that the sun is circling around the Earth.
If they can have that perspective, that perspective
so
too.
This actually ties in quite nicely.
Let the geologists at them.
Next question.
I don't care if they were assholes. I need their mind.
And that is that there's this idea that develops among Renaissance philosophers of a kind of hierarchy of hidden worlds. So you have the natural world and its spirits. And these are things like elemental spirits, and these are at the bottom. And then you have a celestial world in the middle.
They got a love for rocks.
All the planets and the planetary intelligence.
And now they know they're alive, even though some of them thought. And
then we have
kind of thought too.
Celestial world, which has angels and divine.
Kind of think like that too now, when they're like, "What is this? And what is this? And what is this? Really?" Anomalies. Anomalies are fucking weird.
Your practice.
They change your mind in some weird ways, and you're just like, "Okay, I'm going with it."
Very, very.
When's the wave going to change? It's changing now, and I know
all this trichotomic or tripartite cosmology is also mirrored in a lot of shamanic cosmologies. And of course, this is also sort of a basic trait of Neoplatonic thought. So you have depending on how you want to count it, because you can count the one as being one hypostasis, and then the noetic hypostasis is the world below it, and then the soul hypostasis is sort of the third world. But in a more practical sense, and this is also, you mentioned Julian the Apostate, in the hymn to Helios, he also does this differentiation between the noetic realm, which is centered in the, you can say, the noetic aspect of the sun. So it has sort of that central sun-like emanation. And then you have the psychic sun, which has to do with the soul and with the celestial in the sense of the movement of planets and the movement of time. And then you have the physical sun, which of course is the sun gives us warmth and light and crops and all this, the material aspect of solar power. So the three-world cosmology of magic, which also a very big part of medieval and Renaissance magical doctrines, is, in my view, based on this trichotomic view of the world, which again is also mirrored in a lot of shamanic cosmologies. And it's fundamental because, well, I'll take a step back and I want to say something. I've been accused of being a Neoplatonist. And I am to a degree, but I don't feel that I identify with Platonic and Neoplatonic philosophy so much as I understand that it was a fundamental cosmological basis for astrology, for magic.
Exactly.
So I have to sort of put that as a central model to understand these arts that are derived from this cosmology, even if it's not, straightforward or not written, you can see that in these ancient writings. And you can see different variations of this in Hermetic texts or the Chaldean oracles or etc. So I think this is fundamental as a model, not only for understanding, in somewhat of a simplistic sense, but us understanding the world, but also understanding the ancient world view.
Because the vampire tree's creepy, huh? No, it's creepy. Vampire tree thing. It feels like it at first. You're like, oh, they're creeping up the trees. Vampires,
so if you take this key in deciphering astrology and astrological,
so it feels weird. They're all just undead spirits down here, and you know it. And you're like, okay, what's it gonna be like? Guess we'll raise them.
It's a very useful model because you have sort of
so become like that and like that and like that too. Crazy, it's crazy. Nuts, nuts. You kind of know it. You talk to people, you're like,
are also very experienced.
Yeah, no, this one's real crazy because he thinks I'm evil.
What I mean is, for instance,
so my evil,
of
like
the
you
way
explain
that
my
I go
cat
about the
alive
experience that I call attunement or alignment is by charging a psychological somatic state. Every internal experience is a state in that sense. So you can sort of divide the different states based on the categories of the planets. So you might have a memory or an image of, for instance, a specific love to someone. But this specific love is it's a derived variation of the archetype, of the general archetype of love, or you can say the noetic idea of love. In the same sense of the dismemberment and resurrection, so you start with a dismembered image, in a sense, which is sort of a specific aspect of, for instance, love. But this specific instance has to be tied to the general aspect that we all share, in a sense. That is sort of the archetypal idea of love that things can only participate in. So if you're experiencing the love of your child, for instance, you're participating in sort of the eternal present aspect of love in general. So part of the shamanic, theurgic, mystagogy of this aspect is that you transcend the different variations and direct yourself to embody or align with the presence of this noetic form.
Right. So this reminds me of Diotima's
like that,
ladder, of course.
Yeah.
Where
no, it's not like a rabbit.
Tells, I believe
like a
it's
squirrel.
in the Symposium of Plato.
Fucking cat.
Socrates tells about how he learned from a certain wise woman, Diotima of Mantinea, that love is like a ladder, and it ascends from
like to see, like to smell,
the lower stages, which is the love of
like
particular bodies, to the love of all bodies, so as you call it,
be chasing a cat around,
kind of love, and
or
then
a car,
ascend through the ranks towards the love of love itself.
Well, guess who?
And then we start to get towards the soul's yearning for the one, and all individual loves are adumbrations of that kind of ultimate love of the soul for its return back to the one.
Exactly. And this is, I think, the case of Diotima. She was probably, a priestess in the mystery schools. So you go up the ladder from the specific things that are more tied to the physical to the more soul-like aspects. For instance, the soul-like aspect of love, loving not the body, but the soul of the person. And then, loving the wisdom and loving institutions and etc. So you go up the ladder.
Real zoologist.
Until you are united
about
with the root
food slur
or seed of the idea of love itself. And to that place, you don't carry.
They try to invade their land.
This is a direct experience. And interestingly, in the account of Diotima, when she's asked what is eros, there's a lot of eros in the sense of love or erotic love. She also speaks about eros as the archetypal.
Why do you know that land, though?
And I think this is very, very interesting because
addicted to guns.
The daimons are sort of bridging the sort of higher monadic creation principles or gods.
But you're destroying your world.
The corporeal world of generation.
And you're blamers. You blame.
So the
forever,
eros, or the love, is sort of the archetypal bridge that helps the souls connect to these higher realms. Because, from the metaphysics of love, or the metaphysics of eros, from Plato to Plotinus, eros is also an expression of the urge of the soul to rise back to the one, or rise back to its origin. And that's sort of paradoxical, because eros is also the urge to embody the spiritual. It's the urge to give it vessels in corporeal reality, in a sense. And it is also
a primordial force, like in Hesiod. I believe that the original three things are chaos and Gaia, which you could say as a matter and void, and then eros, the kind of attractive force between them. It wants to be more than just those three principles.
Exactly. And this is so important because Eros is known, as the sort of Cupid character, later on in mythology. But for the Orphics, he was a primordial god and a primordial force of the universe that unite things, but also that is, a precondition for multiplication.
Yeah, complexification, I was thinking.
Yeah, because of the reproduction that it aims for. It's sort of that strive to reproduce. And from Diotima's perspective, the reproduction is the bringing of beauty into the world. It's sort of that eternal cyclic element of embodying the eternal beauty.
Yeah, and I think this is really important because this is where Hermeticism diverges from other so-called Gnostic traditions, in that it doesn't think that embodiment is dirty or evil or is somehow robbed of divinity in any kind of way. All of it is divine in a certain way.
I'm glad you mentioned this, because I wanted to mention this before, and it's a good place to say that. But, this is, again, I think, part of the problem, because the more intellectually sophisticated philosophy and even the magical arts have become, then the natural embodiment has turned into something that needs to be escaped or is evil. And part of what I feel that we need to account for or connect again is how nature is really our teacher, and how embodiment is, in a sense, the way to connect to the godly in the cycle of change. I think part of the pathology of Western culture is this division. It's looking at nature from the outside. It's not fully embodied. And this is a fundamental part why I think that in the most essential aspect of astrological magic or astrological knowledge is the recognition of this very basic biological cyclic aspect, and that it is so basic and it is so natural that it's almost we can't even see it, in a sense.
Yeah, I can vote.
We are influenced by changes of temperature of light during the day. Our hormones change in different phases of the cycle. We are influenced in almost every aspect and if we do this division and try to divide the soul or the intellect from the natural cycles and the corporeal bodies, then
we experience a kind of abscission, or
then we don't experience we don't experience them fully. We don't commit to them. We don't work through them in a sense. So in a sense, we have that sort of a very old fear of embodiment, and the flesh is full of desires. It's full of pain, of course. And I think that if we don't close this cycle, if we don't go within, like the sun goes into the underworld, then we don't get out of the other side. We just continue coming back here, maybe. But this is a very prominent part of, I think, why are we, even going through this sort of physical experience. So we have to connect back to the sun, to the moon, to the cycles of the earth. And this realignment that puts us back in sync with these cycles, of course, has a profound influence on our psychological state, on our mental state, on our emotional state. These might not be so much different, but these are distinctions. So this is what I call sort of an astrological diet, in the sense of becoming healthy in harmonizing with nature. You can say that, specifically for the body, for instance, what constitutes health? It's sort of the harmonizing of the body with these big clocks, in a sense, doing things as nature intended it to do. When we stray for this, we have, pathologies, we have sickness. So the more direct and unmitigated, in a sense, the experience of nature, the healthier we are.
Oh, you're not a liar. Oh, you're not a liar. And you died for it. Oh, go to heaven.
Harmonization and alignment that this knowledge allows. Instead of just instinctively doing things from your natural instincts and urges, this gives you a template for understanding things intellectually and participating intentionally in certain expressions of these cycles and these powers.
One of the stories that I'm reminded of is at the end of Homer's Odyssey. The suitors set up a game for Odysseus. In order for him to prove his worth, he has to fire an arrow through a bunch of axe heads that are lined up. And so you have these little apertures that are all aligned on these axes, and he's supposed to take an arrow and fire it right through these loops. And, if one of those loops is off by even a little bit, it would make that challenge so much greater. And so I think this is a good analogy for astrological magic, in the sense that you are aligning your axe heads in a way so that you can fire your arrow straight through and not hit one of the axes along the way and have your path kind of deflected or thrown off. And so it's almost Taoistic in a certain way, because you are trying to flow with the order of things and not force things too much, and to strive for balance in all things in order to make that clean shot through the axe heads.
Yes, and this alignment of your inner cycle, you can say, with the external cycles, is also the alignment of these three hypostases. It's the alignment of the physical with the soul and with the noetic aspect of the soul, in a sense. This is also a recipe for magic in general. Also in the non-intentional magical sense. You have an inspiration, you have an idea, you have an image in your mind, and then you're moved by sort of that, I would say that an erotic impulse, but you're moved by an emotion, you're moved to manifest that, you desire it. And then you act on the physical in order to instantiate it. So we all do that. We are moved by ideas and ideologies and beliefs, etc. Condition our soul in a sense to move in a certain direction and shape the material as far as possible to get to that place or to make that object that first only existed in our mind as an idea. Mm-hmm. So I think that's sort of the very simple terms. This is the recipe for magic. If you do that intentionally, and you do that while also in alignment with the associated quality, while it is rising in the natural cycles, a bit like in agriculture.
Yeah, they're literally singing. Often
there's good times
birds
to sow and good times to reap, etc. Then you not only
trying to say
express your own will and your own creative powers, but your creative powers are aligning with higher creative powers, and then you get that succession, like your example with the axis. Mm-hmm. You get all the holes aligned in a sense, and then that's the kairotic moment. And I would say that kairotic moments or kairotic crossroads, which can be defined astrologically, are timeline changes. They change the timeline because it's these are places where the timeline is potentially branched. You can use this opportune moment, or you can just stay, leave things as they are. If you have the knowledge of that crossroad of opportunity and you sow a seed there and you act on it, then you change your projection. You change the eventuation of the timeline that you're participating in.
Yeah, this is what Iamblichus says on the Mysteries. He says that the gods don't unbind fate, and it's this kind of idea of the soul traveling along different potentialities, and
yes,
and when you strike when the iron is hot, then the gods, in a way, they don't undo fate, but they unlock new potentialities instead of the ones that you were destined to take.
I would even go so far as saying that the idea of perfect nature, mm-hmm. or the idea of the guiding diamond, the perfected version of what you're aiming to, is the telos of, or the attractor of the timeline that you want to get in sync with in order to manifest the ideal as much as possible, your perfected self. So this is also a kind of shamanic motive which you see a lot. The journey of the shaman, for instance, in the Andes, shaman practice journeying into the future. They would journey to find the best version of themselves in the future in order to sort of align with that version of themselves. Because potentially, you can take a wrong turn here, a wrong turn there, not use any opportune moments, etc., and express a lower version of your potential, let's say. So part of what we can term free will, to a degree, that's a big subject, is the will to changing the forking path of different timelines that are still coherent with your birth chart, with the cycles of the planets and things you cannot change. So you can say that every birth chart, for instance, has many versions of manifestation, and at each opportune moment, at each crossroad, you can use these opportunities to align to a more perfected aspect of yourself. So you can say that perfect nature, in a sense, is your future optimal realization that sort of guides you through time to make the right decisions.
Yeah, I think the definition in the Picatrix is something like perfect nature is the spirit of the sage working in union with the planet that, I forget the exact terminology, but that governs your chart.
The nativity, yes. Yes.
And so finding out what your natural talents are, and this kind of coincides a little bit with Thelema and finding your true will. It's not simply your wants, but it is, what are your talents? What are you good at? What has nature blessed you with? And then taking that and kicking that up to the nth degree so that you can actualize all of your potential and not squander your potential. On an activity or a path, a vocation that you are not necessarily suited to.
Yes. And this is also, you can see that, for instance, in Aristotelian thinking about the teleological cause that is shaping your life.
In Aristotle, you have 4 causes. You have a material cause, you have a formal cause. So the material cause is like the stuff things are made of. The formal cause is like the blueprint in the carpenter's mind. And then you have a final cause, which is, let's say, if you're crafting a table, your final cause is fine dining.
Right.
There is an intention as to why you're making the table. And it is because you want to dine on that table. So that is the kind of telos of the table. So you have this marriage of form and matter to create the table. You have the wood and the shape of the table, but then it is being used for a certain intention, and that is the final cause.
Right. The telos is what you are made for, in a sense.
Yeah, like the oak acorn turns into the oak tree. The oak tree is the telos of the acorn in Aristotelian philosophy.
Yes. So, for instance, when you read Ptolemy, which was very influenced by Aristotle, of course, then he would say, for instance, in the hylomorphic perspective, at least in the physical world, matter comes first. Because you are a lump of matter, you're a baby, you're just that biological thing that is shaped in time by the powers of the soul to become something. So it's always striving to become, and sort of the attractor, the end of its becoming, is that best version of its telos. So in a sense, the powers of the soul, are shaping the material aspect of our nature through time in order to reach a certain end, which can be something that we are supposed to for the collective, not only for our sake.
Sinners.
So I think this is essential.
Sinners.
To the underlying
damnation.
Spiritual path within these arcane traditions. You can see that in alchemy, you can see that in theurgy, you can see that
you gotta learn for your ways. You gotta pay for your ways.
Aspects of magic and devotional aspects of astrological magic that you see in
somebody's got to be little guys
traditions. I think this is the underlying element, and you can see that, for instance, in the philosophy of the virtues. That is also pretty eminent in Hermetic thought, that you need to perfect these different virtues that are associated with the planetary spheres. That's sort of the ascension process, is when you are not coerced by the negative aspect of, let's say, that planetary principle, and you align with this higher, more refined aspect. and then you can, when you ascend, you sort of give that away. How do you say? You like take off.
You shed them
you shed
like layers of skin. Yeah.
So I think that's a perspective which you can project for sort of the human experience in general, and also the incarnational experience, if you take it in a sort of a wider perspective, that each incarnation, we are incarnated into a certain time capsule, a certain chart, which emphasizes certain ideas that we need to experience in this life and learn to balance out and synchronize. So it's only logical to a degree that every life we will experience, for instance, Venus in different signs, Mars in different signs, Saturn in different signs, because we need to sort of experience this spectrum of manifestations in order to fully integrate the dismembered aspect of that planetary creative power archetype, until we sort of regain the perfected, balanced, harmonized aspect of it into our souls in order to ascend. So you can take this model and sort of project it into many lives of working, with under different astrological configurations, in order to gain that, and not just as something that you do when you finish your sojourn here on Earth, and so it's sort of a continuous process of putting these forces sort of under the control of the soul and not under the control of the body to a certain degree.
And this is not a means of escaping the world so much as finding a place in this world. It is a matter of, it sounds trivial to say it this way, but of providing value for people. I don't mean providing value in the business sense of the word providing value, but in the sense of being the highest instantiation of yourself that you can be, that is useful and conducive to life and health and happiness, and that these are the goals that humans are meant to strive for, to bring that into this world. Because that stuff is out there, eternal happiness and eternal health, eternal life and light and wisdom and knowledge and all of these things. But it is like, how can we bring that stuff from the noetic world down into this world, not necessarily so that we can escape here, but so that we can make this place a paradise. So when people say, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven, it's not this attempt to say, like, look, we're in this swimming pool full of crap and we're trying to find a ladder out of here. It's like, how do we fix the swimming pool? And the highest instantiation of the self is the person who can do that work of fixing the pool, such that the pool is
damnation. Nope, damn fucking nation, man. You're going to damnation.
And that is the highest
upwards damnation.
For. That is the perfect
damn fucking nation.
Like, how can we achieve a kind of utility for not just mankind but all living things? And
Oliver Cromwell, damnation.
World into a paradise. I think that really is.
Are you a puritanical motherfucker?
The Asclepius, as I understand it, it is fundamental to understanding the magical tradition, because what is magic ultimately is the doing of miracles or the performing of wonders. But what is wondrous to mankind is something that produces life, something that produces knowledge, something that produces
that's what we need,
higher order principles.
Bible study of alcohol
down, bringing them into this world and helping to make the world a better place. And that sounds trivial, but so few people in this world actually do it. And if they did, we would live in a very, very different world. Okay, so we've been going for a little bit now, and I figured that what we should do is talk about project that we have in the works coming up, and that is your Core Astrological Magic Foundations course, which is starting on September 22nd. I participated in this last year, so you are working with some collaborators. And could you tell me how this course differs from other courses on astromagic?
Like,
and I know
Dad,
that
I'm a trickster, and I know
we discussed this earlier. There aren't that many courses on astromagic.
My dad always
what
knows
is different about yours?
See, part of me still trying to get away, and I know.
A couple of elements that makes it unique. First of all, it's pretty extensive.
That's a good idea. Keep that in mind.
12 weeks.
Like, so I did.
Each session is about 3 hours, and so
I'm a good boy.
there's
I'm a really good boy.
The philosophy and the history, and a lot of my own reconstruction,
which I cannot afford, Garfield,
and hybridization with other shamanic motives and techniques and procedures to gain these states of consciousness and to live consciously
rodents will still be on the menu.
Under the astrological influences, internally and externally.
Birds,
which is, I think, the essential aspect of that.
Just not all of them.
But what makes this course, I think, unique is that
I'll do my best
it is
not
also hands-on practical. It takes the students and trains them in all aspects of astrological magic creation and participation.
The rest of you can't be
There's a lot of exercises and there's a lot of practical guidance, and the final session is making a shared talisman together. So even learning about some mechanisms,
like,
some
I destroyed the universe one time. I'm like, yeah, I know you did.
David Weitzman, which is the artist that I've been working on with
very powerful
for almost 2 decades on making astrological jewelry creations and talismans. So he will be coming, and he will also be giving guidance and tools on how to
a very powerful termite mount
make the talismans. And of course, I will be guiding the practical aspect of attunement and ritual, and how to connect to these powers and how to create through them and with them in your daily life and in talismanic rituals. So I think that's, as far as I know, there's no course that takes you through this live.
So I understand.
And of course, there's the collaboration with you
certain animal
that
terms
contributes so much to the course.
Like that or like that. See, when I see an ant now, I'm like, oh, I don't want to kill it.
For this
I don't want to kill
it. You're so full of knowledge. You are sort of the representative of the academy.
Spiders, them
but
too.
Of course, you're not
like, oh, hey, spider.
How are you? Academic.
Oh, you could bite me, I know it.
You also delve into
you don't want to, almost
experientially, and
every leg's thinking about it.
And of course, you did a lot of work with the translations and the Picatrix translations. So you're really an expert in sort of bridging the academical world and the practice world.
Like, but if I do, it might kill me. I don't have every right to.
It's great having you on board.
So I don't.
I can go on and on, but these are things that make this, I think, journey very unique. It's timed astrologically.
We're
beginning at the 22nd of September, which is, of course, the autumn equinox, which is also the time of the greater mysteries. And much of the course would be experiential. And that's very important for me, because I am also very cerebral, and I can talk, intellectually about philosophy and metaphysics and astrology, forever.
Are you trapped?
But without grounding this theory in direct experience, then you defeat the purpose of it.
Are you up?
Right.
So this is what I'm talking.
You're planted on the ground, and your head is in the clouds. But it's important to have both.
Yeah. So the intellect leads you there, but your own experience opens the door to really embodying this experience and feeling it and connecting with it.
So if people are interested in signing up for this, where should they go?
Garfield.
They should go to my website, hermetic-astrology.com, and They can sign
Garfield
up there.
To the outside.
There's also an installment plan
I am too
that I added for those that are somewhat challenged financially.
Out there in time.
So
almost on purpose.
I hope people will join us to this journey. They can get into the website and read more about the course itself. And of course, they can contact me.
I'll leave a message.
And I just want to mention another expert that is part of the course, which is J.D. Kelly. And he's the person that is in charge of the Astromagia conference, which is due in 2 weeks, too. From the 13th to the 15th, I think, or the 16th, all this weekend is an Astromagia conference. I will be talking there too, and I'm going to do the opening keynote of the conference. And my talk is about time and the dimensions of time in astrological magic. So you're invited for this too, all of you that are interested in these subjects. So J.D. Kelly is part of the course. He's a vital part of the course, and he's helping me and helping the students and sort of managing the whole logistics. And so he's sort of the godfather of the course in a sense.
And, I spoke at the Astromagia conference a few years ago, and I had a very positive experience with it. I'm not in it this year because I'm teaching my own course, so I've got to focus my attention towards
and your careers more than lives.
Teaching about the Middle Ages rather than astrology, but I'm sure it will be a great time, and I recommend that people who are interested in astromagic, they definitely should sign up for both the Astromagia conference and for the course on astrological magic with yourself. And so, Michael, thank you very much for coming back on the show, and it's always a pleasure to have you. And I wish you well in all of your future endeavors, and I look forward to working together again for the course.
Thank you, Dan. Thank you for having me, and thank you for your contribution and collaboration over the years.
Mad at Catalyst near Medical Center.
I appreciate you and your work so very much. Thank you.
Sometimes, but never really.
Through anger and grief,
never,
and rage.
What we're talking about is called mindfulness meditation, and people who do it believe that it makes their brain
Christ put a spell on me one time.
Personally, we're about to cross the threshold into a new world.
A Buddhist monk who's been called the happiest man in the world.
If you ever wanted a complete scientific roadmap for how to live, a modern philosophy to go by, a lens through which to understand a complicated world, a foundation.
So some people the animals deem killing worthy.
17th century Dutch philosopher.
You got there, you're like, I'm immortal. No, you're not, dude.
Is as good as you'll find.
Here, I'm a coyote.
Today, you'll learn
how
to see yourself as something bigger.
Oh, you think you have a gun? Quiet.
And awe-inspiring. How to see the world.
I just don't get hunted down.
Too.
Because TV guys are powerful. You know it. You have other dogs.
Leading a more content, fulfilled, and rational, and meaningful, and joyful life.
And protect from us.
Questions like, why are we
so it can be a war zone.
What makes us so?
If you guys really like that, which you are, huh?
We live as slaves.
They just like Bill.
And other people's opinions.
Karen doesn't. He respects us.
Some of the most
he tries to whistle to us, and we're like, yeah, we howl too. And howl to the wolves.
Einstein said,
howl to the coyotes.
Believed in God. It was Spinoza's God. And Hegel
the wolves up there, actually a few of them, turns out. More than that, and more than that. And hey, more than that too.
Look at what makes Spinoza one of the first truly modern and radical thinkers, why he was the first modern psychologist, and how he revolutionized how we think.
Where's the Bigfoot? He's hiding, he's walking.
And nature.
He's hiding away really well. Turns out, in ways you would not believe.
We inhabit today.
Until they're walking out there and like, oh, there's Bigfoot. Until I'm sitting in my house one day, and no one's looking at the window, because I'll attach their fucking TVs. I'm like, oh, there's a Bigfoot walking down the fucking street.
This is also the story of a man
lost in the forest, searching for a way out.
Statues, portraits, even streets bear his name.
He has become an icon of reason and not a solitary thinker. I don't want to dwell too much on Spinoza's life, except to say that he has a good claim on being one of the most consequential philosophers to have ever lived, but he was also, as Bertrand Russell wrote, the noblest and most lovable of the great philosophers.
He was one of the first Enlightenment advocates for real democracy, and was the first to really criticize the Bible as just a text. He was vilified for his perceived atheism and excommunicated from the Jewish community where he lived, who said that the Lord will not spare him. The anger and wrath of the Lord will rage against this man and bring upon him all the curses. However, despite being ostracized from everyone, he searched his entire life
my arguments. I'm like, no.
The true good.
They'd be like, technically. I'm like, no, check it out.
He wanted to find out how to live an ideal and virtuous life. How ultimately to be free.
It's bullshit to gnosis. Even.
Before we get to the juicy bits, we have to do
547, Garfield.
We have to map out Spinoza's idea.
546.
Then
basically
you can understand our place in it. It might sound a little bit complicated at first, but bear with me. If you get
75%, well, what the scientific argument?
Just let it wash over you and stick with it. It will change how you think. Give me a few minutes to get through the complicated bits, and then we'll get to the interesting.
So I made the scholastic one.
And it should all
mythological one.
If you could condense Spinoza's metaphysics,
the scripture one you make all the time,
into one sentence,
this is classic, right? Okay, fine.
Being is one. Put another way.
What's the other one I'm missing? Well, I guess there's two. See, we look at social science like it's fucking social science. It's biology, you fucking retard.
Everything. Us.
The biological one, and I guess the physics.
Plants,
but aren't those the same thing? So I guess it's three, right? More than four. Even politics is that way, kind of. When we get there.
One thing. Nature.
We forget this.
Because you're not there, you're an authoritarian. There's no libertarian right.
Independent, as separate. But we also know that we're not.
Or there's
unfree.
We know
this even more in the modern period. We know that we're made of atoms. We know that we need food, water, oxygen, energy from outside of us to sustain those atoms.
Well, there's
we know
one
that
world.
We rely on wood and tools and gravity and, of course, each other. We know about the circle of life, the interdependent ecosystem
I guess it'd be legal,
the animal kingdom and the plant kingdom lives within. And we know that one thing affects another.
Still biological, kind of.
In short, we know.
What is the scripture? A living, alive, changes all the time, and so our definitions, doesn't it?
So how does he understand this many things?
Science, yeah, that too.
Truth?
Should be considered that.
He wants to let out logically and represent it in a kind of geometrical, mathematical pattern so that we can use it to build more complex ideas with.
Exactly.
So instead of just saying many things and one nature, he says that there are three parts to the universe: substance, attributes, and modes.
Attributes.
We usually think of substances as the different things in the universe. Air, us, wood, deer, dirt, for example. It's just the stuff that things are made out of. Attributes, on the other hand, are the way we experience those substances. Spinoza says there are two that we know of: extension and thought. We have actual material trees, and then the idea of trees in our heads. A mode is the form or shape the substance
extension
takes.
In what?
The substance wood, for example, could be in the mode of a tree, or
what is thought, huh?
Or a door. It's the substance
stretching
of
it out
wood in different forms, shapes, modes. But wait, Spinoza wants to be more specific. a substance, he says, if it's to be defined properly, should be an independent thing.
But they're like that, and like that, and like that too sometimes, huh?
By substance, I understand what is in itself and is conceived through itself, i.e., that whose concept doesn't have to be formed out of the concept of something else.
So let's take a leaf. Is it a substance? Well, it's only a substance if it's in itself, if it's independent, if it's conceived through itself, if it doesn't have to be formed out of something else. But of course, it does.
Insane, yeah, insane.
It's dependent on the branch and the tree. So is the tree a substance?
So making an argument first.
Well, no, because it's formed.
Before you study us the right way.
The air and the birds.
Let's keep our pets.
Seeds.
Hospitals.
A substance should be an independent thing. Yet, thinking through this thought experiment, everything is in some sense determined, dependent, an extension of things outside of it. So if we're defining substances strictly,
say I'm a security guard
there's only one.
At a hospital.
Nature.
A psych ward.
Trees, people,
and these guys are fucking nuts.
Animals,
some of these guys are fine, pretty much.
All different modes, different shapes of nature, of matter. Spinoza saw nature as God. In fact, he usually wrote God or nature. They're one and the same thing. Why is this? Well, he thought of it like this. God is meant to be this infinite, all-powerful, omnipresent, omniscient lawmaker and lawgiver. But if that's the case, he can't be outside of nature. If he's not just part of nature, if he's not everywhere at once, he can't be omnipresent.
That's the thing, it's pantheist, not panentheist, not really. What's the difference? What's the fucking difference?
Be part of everything, with nothing inseparable from him, or her, or it. God couldn't be outside the universe, Spinoza realized. He was the universe. The ultimate laws were gravity, mathematics, the laws of physics, of cause and effect.
Your mind doesn't end in your brain.
All, seeing all,
doesn't even end in your body.
All, had to not just be part of those laws, but actually
or even your device.
Be those laws, as if they were an extension of itself. Today, this is called pantheism. Spinoza was writing at the beginning of the Enlightenment and during the scientific revolution. He was trying, in some way, to square an old universe with a new one of science, of reason, of experimentation. He saw that all things, if you studied them carefully enough, were implicated and affected by everything else. Everything was clearly part of one big, ordered ecosystem, although he didn't have that word
society sucks
to use yet. It was a
he realized it's an ecosystem.
Modern scientific
That's just annoying.
In nature, there is nothing contingent. All things have been caused by the necessity of the divine nature to exist and produce an effect in a certain way.
To each according to nature.
A storm,
but not like that. We can choose nature.
The wind pushes my boat. Berries draw me towards eating them.
The birds know it. The plants know it well.
The tree grows depending on the rain and the sun. The deer is frightened in a different direction when startled. We all have desires we can't control. We are all like billiard balls, set off by causes outside of us.
So what about the Manzanita? What do you guys know?
Spinoza's universe is a description of a singular, timeless fact. Everything is connected. Being is one. To understand ourselves, we must understand the natural world we are a part of.
Some things I understand now. So I'm like, what do the animals know? There's ways to get through it, and I know them. It's gotta be a little tougher than that. It happened. Just get cut up and hurt, tripped up. A little bit.
You might just shrug
Can
your
get
shoulders and say, well, it's just a matter of personal opinion, and let it go at that. You might, that is, but for the fact that this is an
when
issue
it's like that and like that and like that too, it can be dangerous to get tripped up.
it's going to
Just a
determine
little
how you
bit.
think and how
Just
you
for a
live.
second.
There's a phrase that comes up often in scholars' discussions about Spinoza's universe. It unfolds. Cause and effect, cause and effect, cause and effect. This is the root of everything. A seed unfolds into a tree. A pang of hunger unfolds into the making of a meal. The desire for sex unfolds into a new human life. This path unfolds through the woods, and the cloud unfolds into the sky. The universe, since the
right, so give Garfield a job.
Unfolded
trying to
into an infinity of
he enjoys
different
enough
shapes and modes.
Or it's dependent on enough.
Human actions
and he knows
and
it.
appetites as if it were
You're
a
gonna stick with me,
question
no
of
matter what.
lines, planes, and bodies.
So the rope from before Garfield.
What does this mean?
Keeping you with me and keeping
That
me
we
with
can
you.
Conceptualize, trace,
Not keeping you
and
prisoner.
map lines through our
Like
appetites,
gravitation.
actions, and ideas. They're caused
Like
by
Pluto.
something before them, and they in turn were caused by
Sharon.
something before that. And the effects of those causes go on into the future. Spinoza writes,
The infant thinks that he freely wants the milk, the angry child that he freely wants vengeance, and the timid one that he freely wants to flee. The drunkard thinks
See out there, it's much more like Pluto and Persephone.
Of the mind that he says things which when he sobers up, he regrets having said.
This forces us to confront a frightening proposition. Are we free at all?
Spinoza says that all the evidence points to no.
In the mind, there is no absolute or free will, but the mind is determined to will this or that by a cause which is also determined by another, and this again by another, and so to infinity.
We only think we're free because our sits between one of those causes and effect. Between, for example, a pang of hunger and the decision to eat. But we see the effect of something like hunger or desire, and then see that effect as a volition, a choice, a voluntary action. Let me explain. I just heard a lion over there in the English countryside. So I decide to go this way. Am I choosing freely when moving my leg this way was caused by the effect of the lion's roar? Everything is cause and effect. However, we rarely reflect on the long line of causation that came before. All action is caused by something external. Just because we watch over our own appetites, ideas, and actions as they enter and leave our minds, we think that we're free. The French philosopher Gilles Deleuze wrote that consciousness is only a dream with one's eyes open. Consciousness, in other words, is being sat over the top of the waterfall, watching mental stuff fly over it. Spinoza writes,
a body in motion moves until another body causes it to rest, and a body at rest remains at rest until another body causes it to move.
Now, here's the interesting bit.
How things, modes, objects, us, ideas, whatever it is, are affected by other things depends on the natures of each thing.
The bird affects the tree in a different way than the rain does. An idea or a sentence affects two different people in two different ways. Everything affects everything else in some specific way.
Really good
What's
chips.
the scientifically minded approach to this? To understand how things affect other things.
Imagine spitting on tobacco.
That's the key to the
when you were a Puritan before, and you're like, oh, got one.
That we are driven about in many ways by external causes, and
600
like waves on the sea, driven by contrary winds,
5:59.
Not knowing our outcome and fate.
Damnation, Puritans, damnation. Inadequate ideas about the effects of things. The trick to life, of course, is to have adequate ideas.
See, that one's like a 75-25. I'd be surprised. See, it's not even like that.
Has a profound effect on our welfare and happiness. Whether we're dealing with a personal problem or a business matter. Whether we are deciding on our schools, our taxes.
Oh, you never smoked a cigarette your whole life and you're judging people?
The first thing we have to do is get the facts.
Tell them you're going to go to hell.
Imagine
they believe it almost.
Those lines
they never give a shit for the rest of their lives.
Running
they smoke a cigarette.
Deleuze calls those lines the plane of immanence. The bird is something to the tree to the soil.
You call yourself a Protestant? Oh, you're disgusting. What do you know about Jesus Christ?
There's a line that can be drawn from my first video
I told you motherfuckers
the writing of this one to me being in this forest, and that line continues into the future. When we think
I told you he knew he was Dionysus,
we realize
and he knew
that everything in the universe is relative
and he
to
knew
something else. All is a web.
The whole line of ancestors that he could trace himself to,
this,
and he
again,
knew it.
Has radical consequences that should
much more than that. He knew that too. As when he got there, he found that out too.
Itself, but only
who wisdom really was.
Something else. The lion is bad.
He knew it.
So I run from it. The berry is good for me, so I'm drawn to it. We tend to think of things as good or bad, beautiful or ugly, true or not true. We attach properties to objects and think of them as being certain things. This is red, it's tasty, or it's poisonous, or that person is cheerful, intelligent, or interesting, or that argument is a good or bad.
Okay, there we are. Got the women. Got the women.
It's
some conservative women, even.
It's attaching the property.
Okay, man, what do you know?
Badness, the ugly or beautiful,
the powerful is very powerful, both of them.
So that these appraisals of objects, ideas, or people aren't actually properties that are in the thing itself, but are descriptions of a relationship. Everything is relative.
Yes, they had kids, all of them.
The consequences of thinking like this get
all of them and all of them
more radical.
And guess what? Not all of them are martyred.
Defined by properties in themselves, but only by relations between things, then they must be understood only in their capacities to do things to other things, or the capacity to have things done to them by other things. This is what Spinoza calls
I bet it's like that.
Capacity to affect.
We're like, one day we'll find it out when they raise the dead. Christians
in the English countryside.
They're still becoming enlightened Christians.
The reason
so is everyone else
in the giraffe itself, a property of the
We're all sharing a mind, and you're dumb. You're not with it yet.
Or drinking water, or fighting with other giraffes.
This applies to everything.
No, you're blind, and you're deaf, and you're dumb.
Defined by their capacity for being affected by the affections of which they are capable, the excitations to which they react, those by which they are unaffected, and those which exceed their capacity and make them ill or cause them to die.
Okay, now things are getting interesting.
Do you know what I mean yet?
If everything is about relationships, capacities to affect or to be affected, cause an effect.
Almost.
Then how should we think
almost can't hear it, but I can. Now I can.
The things around us. What do we want to surround ourselves with? What do we want to avoid? The answer is quite simple. We should want to surround ourselves with perfection. We should try and organize our experience of the world so that we encounter things that will affect us positively. The things we call good, the things that our relationship with affect us positively, we of course like, we approve of.
Some people kill and eat people all the time. Turns out
a good shelter
kind of know it.
Fact of sheltering us from the rain. Great start. This is why Spinoza sees goodness and perfection as synonymous. But more than this,
He says that by
no, he's thin. No, he's thin.
He just
but that man's a monster.
Existing.
Why is he such a monster?
What does this mean?
Eat some Taran? No.
Well, a house that exists
what
for
you
a
understand?
period
Every time you eat
more
meat,
perfect
you're
than
eating
the one
somebody.
Destroyed in a storm. A person that lives longer has a body that's more
So
perfect
mostly
than
vegetarian
one that
now.
dies from a disease.
Even though if I splurge
A plant
occasionally.
that gives us more energy is
Leave
more
the plants to my
perfect to
friends.
us than one that doesn't. God or nature is more perfect because it exists for a longer period of time than an individual tree or a single animal.
Things generally want to exist for as long as possible. So whatever helps that thing achieve that is more perfect in its relationship with it than something that doesn't. Spinoza says simply,
whatever helps us attain that perfection, we shall call good.
Is that what you really
and
think
whatever
now?
hinders our attaining it, or
605, you lost that, Flip. Nope, not the Antichrist.
Evil.
And we try to arrange our ideas of the world in this
No, you're the
way
Antichrist.
as well, in such a way as to achieve this perfection. He says,
after men began to form universal ideas and devise models of houses, buildings, towers, etc., and to prefer some models of things to others,
when I get my voice back,
it came about that
you'll see why
one called perfect, what he saw agreed with the universal idea he had formed of this kind of thing.
I think of fire in connection with emotions, because when you become stirred up, when your emotions control your actions, it affects not only yourself, but the people around you. Psychologists find that control of emotions can be gained by understanding the stimulus-response pattern.
Are you an NSA agent who's like that and like that and like that too?
Lines of cause and effect run through everything, and everything has different capacities to be affected by and affect.
Oh, but you're smart, you think, but you're dumb too.
Let's think about those affections.
Because you chose the evil side. Why?
A gorilla in the English countryside. I hear the gorilla. I see the gorilla. I feel fear.
Hey, I can understand me just fine, pretty much. I can type it out pretty well. Be surprised.
Wrestle affects me.
Kind of shit you don't get
pushed. I'm affected.
You're not fucking rich. Running. Costs money to develop.
Spinoza says that.
Taran.
Unpleasure is a man's passing from a greater perfection to a lesser.
Yeah, we can. Yeah, we can.
Now again, this applies
and yeah, we should.
everything. Are sad, angry, fearful, hungry.
We kind of know it. We just don't want to say it. Communalism, pretty much. It's only to be politically okay in America.
Something is affecting.
So it's been an experiment. Is it working, Taran? No.
We're passing into a lesser state of perfection.
People are not religious enough, so we have to invade them.
Literally decomposing. So the hunger pushes you to eat for sustenance. Stress is based on the fear that
not like that. You guys are fucking retarded.
This task, you'll be judged poorly by
we'll just eat them. We'll eat them.
Your career.
That's your big plan.
On the other hand, he says,
feed the nation.
Is a man's passing from a lesser perfection to a greater.
Like the term unfolding for the universe and lines for cause and effect, our emotions and feelings.
So you can disinstantiate using for fertilizer.
Potential passage
painfully.
To a better or worse condition, a reaction to objects.
Oh, you're still alive. I'm gonna pay that guy
in the world.
Of the machine.
Spinoza calls feelings, emotions, and passions the affects because they affect us. He thinks that all affects boil down to three main ones, from which all the others derive:
joy, sadness, and desire. And they're all related to Spinoza's idea of perfection. Joy is the experience of our condition being improved. Sadness, our condition worsening. Anger, fear, hunger, feeling cold are all sad effects, sad passions, he calls them. Whereas love or confidence are examples of the joyful effects. But remember, everything is relative. The affects are always about something in that line of cause and effect. So he says that
a full account of the nature of each passion must bring in the nature of the external object by which the person having the passion is affected.
Again, it's the relationship we have to focus on. We try to organize our lives rationally around how often we'll encounter, use, or avoid certain things. We want the shelter for more warmth.
That I understand too.
We want the good ideas about raising our children or choosing new hobbies. We want to avoid the things that make us sick.
So how does this relate to Spinoza's big idea, the thing he spent his entire life trying to discover, finding what he could
statistically, huh?
Of being free.
I'd survive.
The next step is to consider different opinions based on the facts. And the final step is to weigh the facts and opinions with understanding and objectivity. These standards apply to everyone. Whether it's a family planning where to take a vacation, or a group of students discussing a school project, or a women's club planning a charity drive, or a city council debating a community problem. All of them have to have the facts before they are able to reach intelligent decisions.
Okay, so we're affected by things. We want to be affected by good things. We want to become more perfect, in Spinoza's words. Everything's a relationship too. How do we begin to bring all of this together?
The plants are loud.
First, Spinoza is an ethical egoist. That means that essentially what is good and bad for us individually guides us in what we do, how we think and act. He said that reason
demands that everyone love himself, seek his own advantage, and absolutely that everyone should strive to preserve his own being as far as he can.
He called this an organism's conatus, which he defines in various ways at various times as an organism's striving, endeavor, tendency, force, and power of acting. It applies to the tree as much as it does to us.
Every organism strives to increase its conatus, to exist for longer, to achieve a better state of perfection. He says simply that
each thing, as far as it can by its own power, tries to stay in existence.
Because of our conatus, we have a desire for things that increase our well-being: food, sex, love, shelter, good ideas, and an aversion to those things that decrease it: poison, violence, lions, gorillas. But how does our conatus guide us in doing this? What are we doing? Of course, we have those natural urges, and some things are, of course, better for us and others not. But as usual with Spinoza, he takes the insights one step further. In knowing that the lion is bad for us and the berry good, we're doing something else too.
We're understanding those lines.
The sun, the sun.
The causes and effects
I will survive
in the world. The conatus needs to understand, to comprehend, so as to increase its power of doing the right thing, to live longer.
That's fucking brave.
Spinoza is a rationalist.
What you know?
Understanding is
There's a few serial killers. Yeah, serial killers.
Understanding.
Who formed a gang in the afterlife. They're going through all the layers. But their egos are so big, and we won't let them die in our memories.
Pushed around by
so now they have to go to the lake of fire, the sun. And they make it through. They can go to Mars.
Can be free. Remember, he says it's clear that we are driven about in many ways.
Goodbye, guys. He did well.
Causes, and that, like waves,
but I don't think I need you guys. We'll see. How bad were you?
Contrary winds, we toss about, not knowing our outcome and fate.
Pretty bad if you went that route, most of you guys.
That he wants to address.
Oh, you're evil, and you're gay.
Passions and emotions are passive. They happen to us. Like
this one guy's like, I wasn't gay at all.
A wave crashing over.
But you were evil as fuck.
I see cake and my mouth salivates and I eat it. I feel like an idea is a good one, so I do it. I think the sound is bad, so I run. But often our ideas are mistaken about whether those affects are really helping us. What we want to do is understand the real causes and effects of what we do. We want to know what really caused that sound in the woods before we run, if it's really harmful, and where we're going. if that cake is really what I want to improve
thinking 400
my
years
condition,
to save Mercury.
if that idea is really accurate. Spinoza says that just relying on feelings and affects
from being
is
visible,
basically a state of slavery, because we're pushed around by them, not understanding and choosing for ourselves. Instead of being passive, we want to be active.
The difference between a man who is led only by an affect or by opinion and one who is led by reason. For the former, whether he will or no, does those things he is most ignorant of, whereas the latter complies with no one's wishes but his own, and only does those things he knows to be the most important in life, and therefore desires very greatly. Hence I call the former a slave, but the latter a free man.
Okay, so what does being active actually entail? Someone who is active is guided by their conatus, their desire for longevity, for joy and perfection, and they should be what Spinoza calls the adequate or sufficient cause of what they're doing. To do this, we use our reason to study the causes and effects of those relationships between things around us. We want to understand those effects on us and the effect they might have in turn on things in the future. Adequate ideas are clear and distinct knowledge about what increases a person's conatus, because a person has studied the causes and effects of things around them. Okay, an example. Inadequate knowledge is eating because you desire to, because
inadequate
you're hungry. It might have a good effect.
Inadequate knowledge, really.
Not. This berry might actually poison me. Adequate knowledge, however, is eating.
I keep trying to tell these guys, they don't understand it yet.
Knowing the nutrients, where it grows, what goes.
I eat a lot sometimes, so when I get hungry,
and the effect it has on you.
I know I'm hungry.
Term, how much it contributes to your health. All the factors, all the causes and effects. That's why I have my foraging guide. Don't know why I'm throwing my cowberry away. I wonder, is that actually a cowberry? Cowberry, can you see? Description, also known as the lingonberry. This is a small evergreen. Cowberries are acidic but can be eaten raw. They're best used to make an excellent jelly, commonly added to jams, pies, and fruit sweets. Spinoza writes that
when a rational being is truly active insofar as he is moved by the knowledge he possesses, the things he does are guided by a true understanding of what is in his own best interest, and thus bring about an improvement in his condition.
In other words, the free, active, reasonable person is driven by self-determination. Being active and reasonable requires thinking through the causes and effects of things sufficiently enough to be able to overcome our simple passions and emotions. In knowing that I'm hungry, or that I can store them, and that the berry contributes to my vitamin C intake, I've done the research. I know how much I need. I know where to find them. And then I'm acting, picking, eating, storing in an active way, not a passive way. An adequate idea of what to do takes into account all the factors. And if we do this, he says, reason will overcome the weaker impulses or misguided ideas. Deleuze writes that once we have attained adequate ideas, we connect effects.
What would a house cat look like? The size of a fucking lion.
Consciousness, having become a reflection of adequate ideas, is capable of overcoming its illusions, forming clear and distinct ideas of the affections and effects it experiences. Spinoza scholar Stephen Nadler gives the example of the choice between staying at home and studying or going out partying with friends. In the moment, going out might have a stronger effect on your desire. If we consider all the factors about our finances or the job we might get from the effect of staying in studying, we might come to the conclusion that it's more rational to stay in and study. Alternatively, we might still decide we need a night off
that thing.
because
I'm
we're
innocent.
overworked.
They go to heaven like, I'm innocent.
Spinoza is not saying that one thing is better than the other, only that we have to consider our options. We have to really understand the effects of our choices. We have to use our heads.
Nadler writes that a person is therefore free when his adequate ideas are more powerful, effectively speaking, than his passions or inadequate ideas. For Spinoza, freedom is about reason, and someone who is free is someone who acts according to the dictates of reason. He says that
the only thing that reason makes us try to get is understanding.
We're going to explore several different realms of God's creation. Before we're finished, I think you'll agree that our God is a wonderful God.
Spinoza spends a lot of time in the Ethics commenting on virtue, vice, emotion, and feeling, and trying to understand their relationship to reason. He is a rationalist after all. He wants to make the case that using our reason will direct us without error along the correct path.
a vice, for example, is
an immoderate love or desire for eating, drinking, sexual union, wealth, and esteem.
This might bring pleasure in the short term, but they're harmful over a longer period. Fortitude, for Spinoza, is a virtue above all others. He says,
from the guidance of reason, we want a greater future good in preference to a lesser present one, and a lesser present evil in preference to a greater future one.
Fortitude is the act of working hard, looking forward, thinking broadly, investing our time in understanding how the world works so that we can reap future rewards.
But here's the beautiful bit. Everything in Spinoza connects in some way. Remember how, for Spinoza, God is nature. God is in everything. God is perfect because nature just is. It's that unfolding line of cause and effect that runs through everything. It's the fact that the many are one. All is one substance. Well, he says to overcome acting passively and to choose the rational thing, to live with fortitude, we must look to God, to nature, to see what lasts, what works, what's most perfect and most beautiful, to increase our own conatus as a species in a relationship with the rest of nature. He wants to look from what he describes as the perspective of eternity.
God offers to create in us a new life, a life of peace instead of turmoil, a life of victory instead of sin and defeat, the life of eternal glory instead of eternal suffering. And he's great enough to do the job, if we'll only let him.
Think about how people give up smoking when they have kids, or maybe get more humble and tolerant from traveling the world. The wider the view, the more long-term orientated you become, the more things you consider. You look at causes over the perspective of a longer period of time, across a broader space.
Looking to eternity is the most godly way of thinking, looking at everything from a God's eye view, from the perspective of eternity, and what causes things, what affects things over the long term.
He says,
perfecting the intellect is nothing but understanding God, his attributes, and his actions, which follow from the necessity of his nature.
To take one more example, think about growing a plant to eat. We learn from God, from nature, by watching, by experiencing, by seeing what happens when it rains, what soil it grows best in, which nutrients and how much sunlight it needs. Or in building a house, say, We look for the strongest wood that's the best insulator and lasts the longest, is the most eco-friendly. Spinoza says simply that everything in life works in the same way. Use is young petals have a fragrant aroma, true, and are worth harvesting and use if you have the patience. Once enough petals have been gathered, use them to make a light panna cotta, swirl them into a sweet cake, or infuse them with a little chili in home-brewed mead. He says,
he who understands himself and his affects clearly and distinctly loves God, and does so the more he understands himself and his affects.
Spinoza says a few things about the free person's character and talks at length about different virtues, emotions, and vices. But fundamentally, the person led by reason and guided by understanding nature will have two things. Strength of character, that's the fortitude, the striving, the will to understand the world. And they'll be active, choosing by reason, not passive, pushed around by the affections. Spinoza was influenced by the Stoics of ancient Greece and Rome. Instead of relying on capricious and unpredictable joys like sensual pleasure and fears or anger, ultimate freedom, he says, is grounded in reason. And from this comes a joyful serenity that arises from the knowledge that doing the rational, correct thing should pay off in the end. Joy, remember, is the feeling of an increase in our conatus, an increase in power. So Spinoza's ethics is grounded in increasing an active, in-control, rational joy. But because we're part of the universe, we'll also take joy in seeing the affections and relationships of the world for what they are, being integral to it, a thing within it. He says,
a person who sees the necessity of things regards their passage with calm and composure.
Getting frustrated and angry at the universe is the result of seeing the world through the lens of inadequate ideas. Imagine getting angry with the lion, blaming the lion for wanting to eat you. You know it's not the lion's choice, not her fault. She's not morally responsible. Spinoza just says that we should look at the rest of the world in this way too. Seeing from the perspective of eternity means looking at how different affections, different causes and effects affect things with different levels of power. So the power of the lion biting your leg has its cause in the lion's hunger. We don't get angry, upset, or frustrated with the lion personally. Now imagine asking someone for directions in the street and the person ignores us. We get a little frustrated. But then we discover that the person speaks a different language, or is deaf, or is scared of us because they were harassed on the streets last week. There are causes we didn't consider and have a powerful effect on the person. And when we look from the perspective of eternity, it becomes difficult for us to direct our negative emotions at single people, ideas, or objects. It becomes unreasonable. Spinoza says,
if we separate an emotion affect from the thought of an external cause and join it to the other thoughts, toward the external cause is destroyed, as is the mental instability arising from these affects.
Powerfully, we should think of all of the causes of things, again, giving us a God's eye view, but also lessening the blame or negative emotion we feel towards one isolated thing or one isolated person. As Stephen Nadler writes, this view serves to distribute the causal responsibility for the effect widely and dilute its power significantly, perhaps taking away its strength altogether. The intensity of the effect is weakened as it becomes less focused on one particular individual,
and more on a long sequence of necessitating causes. The same applies to our own negative emotions, our own problems. We must have knowledge about their causes and effects, otherwise we become slaves to them, because ultimately we want to increase the joyful effects and decrease the negative ones. He says,
so someone who was led solely by his love of freedom to moderate his affects and appetites will try his hardest to come to know the virtues and their causes, and to fill his mind with the joy that comes from the true knowledge of them. He will not think about men's vices, or disparage men, or take pleasure from putting up a show of being a free man. If you observe these carefully, they aren't difficult, and regularly put them into practice, you will soon be able to direct most of your actions according to the command of reason.
If you follow his advice, Spinoza says, you'll find your way out from the confusion of the forest of affects. You'll be able to see the wood through the trees. You'll see the bigger picture, the one from eternity, the God's eye view. You'll have perspective. And Spinoza's ethics have been applied to many areas. I've only just scratched the surface here, but it boils down really to this. Reflect on the causes of things. But you might be wondering, what has any of this got to do with morality? His most famous work is called The Ethics, after all. Spinoza's picture of the world seems to be quite self-centered. So before we end, I want to touch on what Spinoza says about community, morality, and benevolence. For Spinoza, morals can only be grounded in the simple fact that every organism and being wants to increase their own conatus. Spinoza's morality, or benevolence, is based on the idea that it's rationally wise to surround oneself with other people who are also rational, as rational people, he says, will want the same things as one another. He says that
there is nothing more useful to a man than a man. Men, I repeat, can wish for nothing more helpful to their staying in existence than that all men should be in such harmony that the minds and bodies of them all would be like one mind and one body, that all together should try as hard as they can to stay in existence, and that all together should seek for themselves the common advantage of all.
The opposite of a joy grounded in understanding and an increasing conatus are a life lived under the influence of the sad passions, so it's only logical to want to minimize negativity. We assemble the world rationally in order to avoid the sad passions. We put the affects of different things together and create assemblages of medicines, technologies, norms and values, entertainment, information, family and friends. As a species, we have common ideas. He says,
the body has been affected, most forcefully, but what is common to all men?
We all want to preserve the things that are good for our nature, and many of those things are common to us all. And if we're arguing, angry, suspicious, and fearful, rather than joyful, calm, and rational, we're increasing our sad passions, and that shouldn't be anyone's foundational goal. Moreover, 2 heads are better than 1 when it comes to tasks, and the rational person should always want to convince the other to come over to their cause, to be rational too. Or take the example of trying to work out how to grow this bush, this tree, these flowers. The more people working on the problem with the same goal, the better it will be. Scholars have been critical of Spinoza's view here. People have different goals, different values, but I think his point is that we should come together positively and ground any disagreement or debate or competition in those joyful effects rather than the sad passions, the negative ones. I'm not going to summarize. It's impossible to. I'll leave you with the last few lines of the Ethics. The road to these things that I have pointed out now seems very hard, but it can be found. And of course, something that is found so rarely is bound to be hard. For if salvation were ready to hand and could be found without great effort, how could it come about that almost everyone neglects it? But excellence is as difficult as it is rare. Thank you so much, everyone, for watching this video. I really enjoyed making this one. And a huge thank you to Epoch Philosophy for lending their voice for the Spinoza quotes. You can check out their great channel through the link below. There's a video on Deleuze and Spinoza you should watch if you liked this one. So thank you to them. And most of all, as always, thank you to my patrons, all these incredible people who let me ramble through the woods and ramble on about philosophy. It's my favourite thing to do. If you'd like to join them, get your name in the credits and access the Discord server and get scripts, then you can do so through the link below for as little as $1. Please do that if you can. If not, hit like, leave a comment for engagement, follow me on Twitter, all the rest of it. It really helps me out, and I'll see you next time.
The Book of Enoch is a text shrouded in mystery. Attributed to Enoch, the seventh patriarch from Adam, father of Methuselah and great-grandfather of Noah. It addresses celestial and supernatural themes not found in other sacred texts. Its influence is evident in diverse areas such as Jewish Kabbalah, art, literature, movies, TV series, and even video games. This is why it's striking that it isn't included in the sacred text of most monotheistic religions. It portrays a universe where angels, giants, and apocalyptic visions are crucial to humanity's destiny. One of the most fascinating elements is the account of the Nephilim. They are colossal beings born from the union of angels and human women. But the curiosity this book generates goes far beyond that. Today, we delve into the Book of Enoch, uncovering its mysteries and showing why its contents are so astonishing. Chapter 1. Historical Context. This text is attributed to Enoch, Noah's great-grandfather, a figure who holds a unique place in Jewish, Christian, and Islamic traditions. It stands as a bridge between the earthly world and celestial domains, offering an unparalleled view of ancient thought. Yet the significance of the Book of Enoch goes beyond its antiquity. It sheds light on aspects of the ancient world that would otherwise remain in the shadows. Though not included in the sacred scriptures of most religions, its influence on early Christian writings is undeniable. It provides a window into the beliefs of a bygone era, revealing how people of that time perceived divinity. Although attributed to Enoch, it was written by various authors over time. Between the 3rd century BCE and the 1st century CE. It emerged amid profound socio-political crises in the Middle East. During those centuries, the Jewish people were subjected to various empires, including the Roman Empire. The Book of Enoch was born as a way to strengthen the cultural identity of the Jewish people. It narrates the story of human creation and the origin of fallen angels, reflecting the anxieties that plagued the Hebrews. It also discusses the origin of sin and the importance of the Messiah, prophesying Christ's 1,000-year reign after his second coming. It is considered fundamental for understanding the origins of demons and the Nephilim, or giants. It is significant in Jewish, Christian, and Islamic traditions. This is evidenced by mentions of Enoch in the Old Testament, where he is said to be the son of Cain, grandson of Abraham, and great-grandfather of Noah. In the New Testament, he is cited in the epistles of Jude and Peter. Meanwhile, in Islamic tradition, he is identified with the prophet Idris. Thus, it has contributed to several important trends: the end of the world, belief in angels, and celestial journeys. Chapter 2. The Figure of Enoch. In the book of Genesis, in the Bible, Enoch is described as the 7th patriarch from Adam. However, his appearance in the Bible is brief, highlighting his longevity and close relationship with God. Yet, there is a phrase in the sacred book that has fueled centuries of speculation. He walked faithfully with God, then he was no more, because God took him away. This mention of being taken by God, avoiding earthly death, bestows Enoch with high spirituality. Thus, Enoch became a symbol of divine connection, representing a life that transcends common human mortality. This element of his story has resonated through generations, inspiring religious text and artistic representations. Enoch's figure is also crucial as a mediator between the celestial and earthly worlds. In apocryphal texts, meaning those not accepted, he is portrayed as a messenger and spokesperson of divine secrets. He is someone to whom the mechanics of the cosmos, angelic history, and humanity's future destinies have been revealed. He was such a virtuous man that God decided to take him to heaven, sparing him from death. It was said he was directly elevated to an angelic state. Therefore, he is associated with Yahweh's assistant, where one of his roles is to be a counselor. In some Judaic branches, he became Metatron, a mighty angel of high rank in the celestial hierarchy, just below Yahweh. He is also recognized for his great wisdom, possessing advanced knowledge of the universe and earth. Enoch's figure is full of symbolism. He represents the continuous human quest for knowledge and the desire for divine connection. For this reason, he is considered an inspiration for humanity, encouraging the transformation of weaknesses into strengths. As a mediator between both worlds, he provides humans with information about the universe, acting as a bridge between God and humanity. Chapter 3: Origins and Discoveries of the Book of Enoch. In reality, what is called the Book of Enoch is a compilation of texts written at different times, between the 3rd century BCE and the 1st century CE. Three books are known: the first Book of Enoch, or First Enoch, the second, Second Enoch, and the third, Third Enoch. There is also the fourth Enoch, or Coptic Enoch, of which only a few lines have survived, dating from the 5th century. However, when the Book of Enoch is mentioned, it usually refers to First Enoch, the one that is complete. First Enoch was written by Jews belonging to the Hasidic and Pharisaic schools. They wrote it in Hebrew and Aramaic. The only currently complete versions are in Ge'ez, an extinct Semitic language that is the liturgical language of Ethiopia. This Ethiopian version, probably made in the 6th century, is a translation from Greek. In turn, the Greek text was a translation of the original Hebrew and Aramaic. The Greek translation was lost sometime in the 8th century. First Enoch was well known to early Christians, as seen in references in the Epistle of Jude, the Epistle of Barnabas, and Peter. Additionally, In the early days of Christianity, many church fathers, such as Justin Martyr, Origen, and Clement of Alexandria, cited it in their works. In the West, it was considered lost until the 9th century, when the Byzantine monk George Syncellus quoted it in his Chronology, but then it fell back into obscurity. Until, in 1773, the famous naturalist, geographer, and British traveler James Bruce brought 3 copies of the Book of Enoch from Ethiopia to Europe. These copies caused a sensation in the Western world. Many theologians began to study the text, astonished by its antiquity and information.
No, don't lie, that's my problem. Here, I'll shut this a little bit.
The manuscript's importance was not only religious.
Do not hate me because I can't lie.
It provided extraordinary data about the ancient Semitic language in which it was written, and was invaluable for understanding ancient Ethiopian culture.
I love him still, he's fine, isn't he? My brother will let me know. My brother's like that, a good messenger.
Structure of the text.
He is and he's not.
First Enoch is a compilation of texts written in different historical periods.
I believe there's lies sometimes, kind of.
All these books or sections share Enoch as the central figure, revolving around his experiences and the revelations God made to him. It consists of 5 distinct
There's multiple
texts.
reasons for everything. No, everything and everything. And I just accept them. Yeah, 652.
1. Book of the Watchers, covering
651.
1 to 36. 2. Book of Parables of Enoch, or Similitudes of Enoch,
What
from
does that
37 to 71. 3. Astronomical Book, or Book of Luminaries, from 72 to 82. 4. Book of Dream Visions, or Book of Dreams, from 83 to 90. 5. Epistle of Enoch, from 91 to 108. The Book of Watchers was written between 200 and 160 BCE. It discusses the fallen angels. These angels came to earth and mated with human women, producing offspring called giants, or Nephilim. This book details the sins committed by the Watchers and the punishments God sent them. It anticipates the flood and complements what Genesis narrates about that catastrophe.
I'm out cold.
The Book of Parables,
I'm Tim Miller.
the Messiah and his kingdom, was
still
written
alive.
after 63 BCE. It prophesies the coming of the Messiah and the downfall of kings and the mighty. The astronomical book was written between 250 and 190 BCE. It describes the ancient Hebrew solar calendar according to the Book of Jubilees. It also describes the universe, the stars, and how the earth and the firmament are sustained.
Oh, you're a deer. When you think you're Taran Miller. What's your name? It's been Taran Miller for 6 years. Well, mine's been Taran Miller for 26 years.
The Book of Dreams was written between 161 BCE and 125 BCE. Two dreams narrate the destruction of the earth, human history, and the history of Israel. The Epistle of Enoch includes the Apocalypse of Weeks and some fragments. It was written after 135 BCE. The Apocalypse of Weeks recounts the history of the world in 10 parts, 7 related to the past and 3 to the future. The fragments might be the lost book of Noah, according to historians. They were found among the Dead Sea Scrolls. It prophesies humanity's sins and the messianic times.
But not that Lovecraftian. There's reasons for that too. That's all you really need. A few fucking paws, some claws, some thumbs. Some teeth, a mouth, some eyes.
Chapter 5.
Some ears.
The Watchers.
Some minds. How many? Oh, you should be surprised. How many dangly I got working for me now? Want to see those MRIs?
The Watchers are fascinating characters in
I
the
need an fMRI basically to see what the fuck's going on with me.
They are called
pretty much
Grigori, which in Greek means watcher or guardian. They are also known as sons of Elohim, as they are none other than angels.
I'm saying there's gotta be programs for this shit, right? When you just fucking wake up.
These celestial beings asked for permission to descend to Earth,
kill him.
Which God granted.
And kill him, pretty much. So we pretend it doesn't happen.
Their
This is
mission
like in the military
was to teach God's law. There were many of them. According to the Book of Enoch, they numbered 2 million angels. Upon arrival, the Watchers were captivated by the daughters of the earth, the women. However, they expressly disobeyed divine laws and engaged in sexual relations.
Am I? No. I just released a little more DMT than I used to, naturally.
With the women, they fathered monstrous offspring called Nephilim.
And yeah, well,
or giants.
My muscarinic receptors
considered demigods.
Are now different.
But the Watchers
my nicotine ones too. My acetylcholine receptors are different than yours.
They also taught humans much of their advanced
but not even
technology,
sometimes.
including the creation of weapons and the art of war.
See, I don't know if you can tell, but that's my prediction. Some of them. I don't know about the rest, and I'm getting there too.
This caused a great imbalance among humans and
my
between
cell walls
the
are now more
celestial and
permeable, I
earthly
think.
realms.
Some lighter and faster.
The
Stronger,
result
not even,
was
not quite.
absolute chaos. And the
But I'll get there
disruption
again.
of
I need to
natural
work
law.
my white muscle tissues.
Therefore,
Which add
they
more
are
of the
known as fallen
red ones
angels
now.
who brought corruption, violence, deceit, witchcraft, and sin to earth.
And can I see as good as you can? Not even. But my FPS, if I was
The Watchers
way
fell
faster.
into lust and arrogance. Despite their celestial origin, they were capable of great mistakes and sins. So Yahweh decided to punish them. This narrative describes the fall of these angels and their punishments. Enoch details the names of their leaders and the knowledge they imparted. For example, Arachiel provided knowledge about the earth. Agniel taught all about roots and herbs. Kokabel revealed the names of the stars and taught astronomy. Penemoe shared his knowledge of writing.
Can't afford it.
Exael introduced technology for creating weapons
Some places are
and
like that.
machines of war.
And I know it.
Gadriel taught the making of weapons and various types of
My
tools.
neuromedical center that I abandoned, kind of.
And Kazday explained to women how to perform.
Take me back
abortion.
anyways. I knew they might not. Like, we kind of have to. Because he might die. But what if he's like that now?
Angels to capture
That's
the
even more
Watchers.
interesting from a career perspective. But he might die anyway, so he's like, all right, check it out before I
Destroy
do.
their offspring, the Nephilim.
Yeah, 659.
Here enters Enoch, as the fallen angels
maybe I won't
ask
die.
him to intercede for
But I'm
them.
interested in finding out.
However, his role is challenging, as he must make them understand the
Don't
gravity
feel
of their
safe.
sin,
How much do I
and
weigh
that they
for me
will
life?
receive divine punishment for their actions.
Divine
The
punishment for
Watchers,
my actions?
now changed,
Being a glutton.
must
Yes, I
witness
will.
the death of
Yes,
their
I
own
will.
children in an
Unless I
unparalleled
don't somehow.
cataclysm that will purify the earth of sin.
By getting in those programs. It's a fucking science experiment. That's what I've been trying
Their
to do.
punishment will serve as an
My brain just
example
can't
for
focus like
humans
that.
to also disobey
How
divine
they pick
laws.
that? Randomly, never. You protest. You protest and you fucking protest and you show them you're fucking different now. And you know it.
Chapter 6. The offspring of angels, the Nephilim.
The offspring of angels, Nephilim, not really.
The Nephilim are the offspring of the
humans.
fallen angels and human women.
We're both just different enough, it turns
The
out.
Watchers
For a
engaged
freak
in
phenomenon to
unnatural
happen.
relations with them, meaning they
After
were
I met
not
a couple
from
of
the same
cats.
dimension. As the women were human, and the Watchers were
Weird
of
fucking
celestial
spirits up in the
form.
mountain one time.
From a mythological
Turns out,
perspective,
more than that, and more than
giants
that, and
belong
more than
to a
that, too.
primordial time.
Still trying to cover it up, huh, guys?
They are
Rest of the
foundational
story.
beings from a time when the celestial and the earthly were united. The Nephilim are the result of these disastrous relations, bringing a period of darkness to earth and triggering exemplary punishment. Their nature is hybrid,
My dad is
bringing
in emergency
both
contact.
good
I need to change
and
that. He
bad
plays
to
everything down.
humanity.
Always has.
They inherited advanced technologies from their fathers and earthly instincts from their mothers.
Why though? I don't know. Just how he is.
This caused
How his
a
parents were, I think.
destabilization of the world's balance,
That's how his siblings are.
testing the limits of what was natural and what
And
was
so they're
right.
like that and like that and like that too.
The Nephilim symbolize the transgression of those limits, both physical and moral, and the resulting consequences. Their end is as tragic as their origin. Because of them, God decided to send a catastrophe of such magnitude that it would eliminate them
But kind of
and
still.
cleanse the earth. The flood.
Magic. Magic.
This disaster, according to the book of Enoch, would uproot the evil brought by the Watchers and their descendants. Disobedience could not go unpunished, both for the fallen angels who would witness their children's deaths and for the Nephilim who would be eradicated.
When you're crazy as fuck, you're crazy as fuck.
These mythical
And you didn't
figures
know it
have
felt like
appeared
this
in
at
other
all.
ancient civilizations, where giants are seen as irrational, semi-divine, and powerful beings. They also represent the force between the perfect creation and the breaking of laws, between chaos and order.
Give them the
or
dopamine
between
suppressants.
the
Yes,
hybrid
dopamine
and the
suppressants.
pure.
No. Serotonin suppressants. Serotonin
In a
suppress.
sense,
I'm good.
They symbolize human nature and how its actions influence the world and the lives of everyone.
Oh, stimulants. Stimulants. Possibly. I have a couple, pretty good, but I'm trying to experiment with them.
Celestial visions.
No, see, they're whole plant supplements.
Hold a place of great importance. They are described in rich detail.
They're more effective than you expect for certain diseases. Spiritually.
The text delves into celestial territory.
My body's like that and like that and like that too.
Narrated in symbolic language, the visions portray heaven as a physical place, and the universe and cosmos in all their magnificence. It describes the dwelling of the righteous and chosen angels, where peace and undisturbed beauty reign. Another vision refers to the punishment of the fallen angels, a place of desolation and pain. Enoch witnesses prodigious things. The pillars that hold up the sky, the movement of the stars,
and I knew that too.
Thunder are formed.
That is that fucking rare. A mutation like that, and a man like that age here.
He has shown the mechanism of the seasons, the solar and lunar cycles, and how.
And his cat too. He claims. So why not take it seriously, guys? Someone else knows it, is studying it from afar, and he can tell they're trying to drive him crazy, so he shuts up about what?
In this cosmogonic journey, Enoch receives revelations about humanity's
God. Some discoveries I was making scientifically.
And the final judgment.
I need to get back to. I need some help.
His journey is both spiritual and physical, which is why there are many details.
I already laid the pathway, so trying to walk down it, but it's a hard one.
For instance,
so why not bring me back? Well, because they're fucking selfish.
Or realms, each with its own characteristics and inhabitants.
When I cyclically get to them and get to them and get to them too, because they're fucking evil, turns out.
These celestial realms are incomprehensibly beautiful.
You'll see why.
Harmonious.
Ignore that part.
Filled with light and indescribable colors.
It's spiritual. No, it's spiritual.
In these spaces, the divine throne stands out, symbolizing God's majesty, authority, and omniscient power. The throne is the central point of divine sovereignty. Around it, Enoch sees a multitude of angels of different hierarchies and functions. All are in service and worship of God.
No, we try not to hide our symptoms, I guess, most young people. Some of us do, though. Most of us don't. We exaggerate, never.
Of the divine word.
We kind of know better.
Of the law.
It just sucks that much and they can't believe it.
Choir, whose melody contains and sustains the entire creation.
Don't play shit down.
Among the visions, Enoch describes a river of fire flowing near the throne.
Yep, 708. 709.
This is not a destructive river, but represents God's purifying power. He also sees celestial books recording the actions of all beings in the universe. These symbolize God's omniscience, seeing and knowing everything.
Creamer! Creamer!
The cosmos is a place of harmony, beauty, and order, governed by the true God, just, benevolent, powerful, and merciful. His visions can be interpreted as profound teachings about the divine and humanity's
raisins too.
In creation. Chapter 8. Enoch, the Mediator. Enoch's most prominent role is as a mediator between angels and humans.
That's
He
garbage.
can act as a bridge that connects these two dimensions, traversing both worlds.
We'll see you, George, when he gets here.
He is capable of relating to and interacting with celestial beings while also engaging with humans.
So when we say enough crazy shit statistically, that's what I believe.
This role of mediator is expressed in various ways. On one hand, he is the bearer of divine revelations received during his celestial journeys.
I really changed my mind and changed my brain completely.
Not
I'm in the middle of some crazy shit. I'm just like, okay, I have to go through it.
But he also interprets the
worst case scenario
to ensure understanding, acting like a translator.
Financially for my family, possibly, but it's long shot bet. But it's not that much of a long shot. I know if I get there in time.
On the other hand, he serves as an intercessor for the Watchers before the divinity.
It'll work. If I don't, it'll still work.
Despite their sins, Enoch shows compassion and offers a way for them to bring their repentance to Yahweh.
Why? Because I have fucking superpowers.
This emphasizes his merciful side.
And I'm not Peter Parker.
Divine justice
or Clark Kent.
Also comprehending the error.
Not a fucking retard about it. No, the enemies are that powerful. They got Peter Parker.
Also means he's
Clark Kent, no way, never.
Revealing secrets of the universe and the laws to follow to maintain harmony.
See, probably, but he's magic, and I know it. Spider-Man just doesn't fucking die.
Through him, humans learn the consequences of their actions and the possibility of transformation.
See, I'm not Spider-Man, but the way I am Spider-Man. Now, very Peter Parker-like. But it took a long time for it to kick in. Whatever you want to claim the game.
This possibility is expressed in his very nature, as being elevated to heaven, granted him transformative.
Poison always.
Though human in origin, Enoch shares divine traits. Thus, he symbolizes communication and union between two different worlds. Chapter 9. Prophecies and Revelations. The revelations Enoch receives are not just announcements for humanity. He must convey the consequences of behavior that goes against divine laws. He also explains that following God will free them from eternal punishment. One of the most important prophecies is that of the final judgment, where every being will be judged for all their actions. This judgment will occur at the end of Earth's existence. The righteous will receive their reward and live eternal life beside God. In contrast, the wicked will face eternal punishment. Enoch prophesies the fall of kings and the powerful, of empires that oppress the weak. Historically, this is interpreted as the liberation of the Jewish people. Another fundamental prophecy in the book of Enoch concerns the coming of the Messiah, a redemptive figure who will restore cosmic order. This Messiah is a strong leader, capable of ushering in an era of peace as promised by God and saving the chosen people. Enoch's revelations include the downfall of the rebellious angels, the punishment of the wicked, and a world where all actions have consequences. They emphasize that no act of evil will go unpunished, as the harmony of the cosmos will inevitably be restored. Therefore, the figure of the Messiah is essential, as through him, humanity will enter the Messianic times, that is, his 1,000-year reign.
If he dies, he dies. If the humans do it, like I'm worried about, it's not fair, is it?
Chapter 10. Enoch's Journeys. Enoch's journeys are mysterious and fascinating narratives that guide us to an otherworldly realm. Through his vision, he undertakes a series of celestial travels, describing everything he sees. In these journeys, he receives revelations and prophecies that he must communicate to humans. These journeys are possible for him because he did not die. God took him, thanks to his extreme virtue. This absence of death allows him to traverse the boundaries between earth and heaven, guiding the mystical explorations in his narrative. The Book of Enoch narrates 2 journeys, detailed in chapters 17 to 19 and 21 to 36. In his first journey, Uriel guides him to the ends of the earth, allowing him to see things no human has seen. Simultaneously, Uriel explains the interconnectedness of the universe.
Exactly.
The angel takes him through space, where he sees the pillars of heaven and earth, the mouths of the abysses, and the stars. It is during this journey that he witnesses the fall of the rebellious angels and sees how they unite with human women. In his second journey, Enoch sees the final judgment. He knows it is not just for the Watchers, but for all humanity, when the spirits of the dead, both good and bad, will be judged. He also sees the terrible place that serves as a prison for the fallen angels, a great abyss of fire, which fills him with great sadness. He observes another place, also an abyss, with 3 deep, smooth, dark grottos. This time, the Archangel Raphael explains that there rest the souls of the dead, awaiting the final judgment. He describes 4 sections in which the souls, righteous or sinful, are divided. These 4 sections are as follows. 1. The righteous who were persecuted and suffered an unjust death, exemplified by Abel. 2. The rest of all the righteous. 3. The sinners who did not suffer any punishment in life. 4. The sinners persecuted during their lives and murdered by other sinners. In the final judgment, the righteous from the first 2 sections will be resurrected and receive their eternal reward, which is to be beside God. Those in Section 3 will leave there and go to a worse place to receive endless punishment. Those in Section 4 will not resurrect or leave. They will continue to suffer penalties, although milder than those in Section 3. But not everything is terrible. In this journey, Enoch encounters the Garden of Eden and the ends of the earth, where there is a land of fragrances. These journeys through the cosmos showed him the past, present, and future of the universe and humanity, which he would later have to communicate to humans. Chapter 11. Symbolism and Allegory. The central figure of the text is Enoch, a pre-flood patriarch, father of Methuselah, and great-grandfather of Noah. Because he was an exceedingly good man, God took him, and he did not suffer death. Here begins the symbolism of these texts, offering multiple interpretive perspectives. The heavens are not merely physical spaces, but realms or dimensions with various levels of consciousness. Enoch's ascent to heaven represents the human quest for wisdom and understanding beyond the earthly plane. The archangels he encounters in heaven and the watchers, or fallen angels, would represent opposing spiritual forces, namely the struggle between good and evil. Likewise, the fall of the rebellious angels could be read as an allegory of human errors, and how they could lead people to suffering. Judgment and redemption would symbolize divine justice and mercy. His visions speak of retribution and the possibility of returning to the right path. One interpretation could be that ethics, as well as the spirit, govern both the universe and each human life. On the other hand, geographical features like mountains and rivers, or the stars themselves, can be seen as principles or eternal truths. In the case of the stars, it is common to interpret them as divine beings. Mountains are viewed as
redneck cannibal serial killers
or elevated states of consciousness.
Richard Boyle.
The flow of knowledge from Enoch,
or even
from the
slaves,
divine to the earthly world, could be a metaphor for enlightenment, through which a person opens up.
Or maybe technology. Good for you. Yeah, war too. A few of them.
But it can also be seen as an allegory of the journey to the underworld, a recurring theme in many ancient civilizations. Additionally, Enoch's visions can be interpreted as part
medical
of
treatment,
history, such as the Maccabean Revolt around 150 BCE. Chapter 12. Influence on Abrahamic religions, Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. Although the Book of Enoch is not included in the accepted scriptures of most monotheistic religions, its influence on them is undeniable. This mysterious work, filled with references to angels, apocalyptic prophecies, and celestial visions, has shaped religious thought in various ways. Therefore, it is important to discuss its influence on the Abrahamic religions. These religions, which trace their origins to the patriarch Abraham, are Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. Judaism is the oldest of the three religions. The Book of Enoch fits into what is known as Jewish apocalyptic literature. In addition to its influence on apocalyptic literature, it also impacted other texts, such as the Book of Daniel. For rabbis, it was a source of debate and discussion. Though they acknowledged its importance, they did not include it in the canon of Hebrew sacred texts. However, the themes of angels, demons, and the cosmos resonated particularly in Jewish mysticism, or Kabbalah. In fact, the third book of Enoch would become one of the foundations of Jewish Kabbalah. In Christianity, the influence of the Book of Enoch is very noticeable. There are some references in the New Testament, the most well-known being in the Epistle of Jude. In this epistle, there is a direct reference acknowledging the story of the fallen angels. Additionally, there are notable parallels between Enoch's prophecies and those in the book of Revelation by St. John. Some suggest that these ideas influence the Christian belief in the end times, or millenarianism. In Islam, the Book of Enoch is not explicitly mentioned, but some themes have parallels with Islamic teachings. For instance, Idris, an ancient prophet and patriarch of Islam mentioned in the Quran, is frequently associated with Enoch. Idris also received divine revelations. Similarly, the concepts of celestial ascension and the night journey appear in Islam. As Muhammad experienced them during a night in the year 621. Chapter 13. Apocryphal and Canonical Texts. A canonical text is one that a religion accepts within its sacred scriptures. It is called canonical because it is a part of the canon, or the collection of texts accepted by the religion. In contrast, an apocryphal text is one that, for various reasons, is not included in the sacred scriptures. But this does not mean it is necessarily false. The Book of Enoch occupies a border space between canonical and apocryphal texts. Although the Abrahamic religions recognize its value and authority, none have included it in their sacred texts. The only branch that accepts it as a principal part of its scriptures is the Ethiopian Orthodox Church. In Judaism, it is not part of the Tanakh, which consists of the 24 canonical Hebrew books, nor the Septuagint, the Hebrew Bible. However, it influenced some Jewish sects, such as the Essenes, who emerged after the Maccabean revolt in the mid-2nd century CBC. Historians believe the Essenes valued the Book of Enoch, though the Rabbinic canon expressly excluded it. Various subsequent Jewish texts vindicate it. This is the case in apocalyptic and mystical literature within the Judaic. In Christianity, although most of its religious traditions acknowledge its historical and theological value, it is considered an apocryphal book. Chapter 14. The Universe According to the Book of Enoch. The section titled Astronomical Book offers an intriguing description of the universe, as witnessed by Enoch, guided by the archangel Uriel. There, the patriarch carefully details the movement of the stars, the effect of winds on the celestial bodies, and the organization of the cosmos. He also provides a meticulous account of the ancient Hebrew solar calendar, which had 364 days divided into 4 seasons of 91 days each. Each season consisted of 3 months of 30 days, with an additional day added to the last month. The year had 52 weeks and always began on a Wednesday. This was in accordance with the text of Genesis, which indicated that on the 4th day, which was Wednesday, God created the lights, the seasons, the days, and the years. The universe, on the other hand, is structured in several levels. This idea is not exclusive to the Book of Enoch, but its description offers very interesting details about its formation. There are 7 levels, or heavens. In the first, natural phenomena like rain, snow, or winds originate. The climate is also controlled according to divine will. The second is a place of darkness and fire, containing the prisons of the watchers, where they await the final judgment. The third is like the Garden of Eden, where everything has indescribable beauty. There, the angels live in a state of contemplation and holiness. In the fourth, Enoch sees the celestial bodies, including the sun and the moon, and understands their functioning. Each celestial element has its own purpose and trajectory. The heaven is the abode of warrior angels preparing for battle. Here exists a celestial order with a mission to fight against evil. Both the sixth and seventh heavens belong to the highest and most complex celestial hierarchy, with angels directly serving God. The seventh, as one might imagine, is the region where God resides, full of majesty. This structure of the universe reveals a very strict hierarchical order, where each creature, in each level, fulfills a purpose in the divine plan or design. In this worldview, obedience, lawfulness, justice, and worship of God reflect the cosmic and moral order, connected since the beginning of time. However, the universe is not isolated from the human realm. On the contrary, human actions intertwine with celestial events, influencing them. This is why Enoch's revelations are so important, as they indicate to humanity what must be done to stay on the right path and maintain universal harmony. Chapter 15. Divine Judgments, Punishments, and Rewards in the Afterlife. In the Book of Enoch, punishments are essential for restoring divine order in the world. Both humans and celestial beings are subject to divine law, to which they owe absolute obedience. Every action generates a reaction in the environment, whether earthly or celestial. Therefore, corrective measures are needed to restore harmony. The Watchers, led by Azazel, are described as rebellious angels who succumbed to human temptations and brought chaos and destruction to earth. They transgressed all the limits established by divine law and imparted forbidden knowledge to humanity. The result was punishment. All the Watchers were chained and taken to a place where they await the final judgment. Suffering eternal torment. But just as the wicked receive their punishment, the righteous also receive their reward. The righteous are placed beside God in paradise, free from afflictions and pain. The divine justice described by Enoch not only applies punishments, but also corrects and educates. Through punishments, humanity is taught to act correctly. Thus, every action has a consequence. If one acts according to divine law, the reward is to be beside God. But if one acts contrarily, the act is punished. Furthermore, the Book of Enoch justifies the universal flood, one of the greatest punishments humanity has faced. The flood became necessary to eradicate the evil that the Watchers brought to Earth, personified in the Nephilim. The only option was to exterminate them completely. Thus, part of the Watchers' punishment included their own chaining and witnessing the death of their children. Chapter 16. Literary Style of the Book of Enoch. Among all biblical literature, the Book of Enoch is considered a special work. Considered part of Jewish apocalyptic literature, its language emerges as unique for its time. Literarily, it is a text of great symbolic richness, filled with allegories intertwined with ethical and theological messages. It combines elements of apocalyptic literature, abundant in prophetic text, with mystical features, giving it a notable position in ancient religious literature. Although written at different historical moments, it maintains thematic coherence centered on divine revelations, celestial journeys, and Enoch's prophecies. With simplicity and strong descriptive power, the narrator immerses the reader in an unknown, otherworldly, and fantastic realm. His visions offer many details and serve not merely a narrative purpose, but also to convey moral and theological teachings. Metaphors and symbols are used to communicate divine messages with greater precision. These are better understood through impactful visual language. The symbolism in the Book of Enoch encompasses elements of nature, cosmic events, and celestial figures. For example, angels and their actions symbolize various aspects of moral conduct and divine justice. Astronomical phenomena often represent elements of human destiny. All of this effectively transmits ethical messages that invite reflection. One of the most notable characteristics of its style relates to apocalyptic narrative, which emerges in times of crisis. Its aim is to console, bring hope, and provide a sense of reparation and justice to the readers. In this sense, it has a utilitarian purpose. Beyond symbolism, the narrator strives to tell what he sees as simply as possible, making the context accessible to the intended audience. Therefore, it also has a didactic sense, as these visions aim to guide, teach, and shape people's behavior. The combination of all these literary techniques has created a profound and singular work that remains relevant. Chapter 17. The Book of Enoch in popular culture. Despite being rejected by most religions, the Book of Enoch has endured in the human imagination. Its influence can be seen in various artistic expressions, such as literature, television, cinema, and art in general. Its rich narrative and symbolism have captivated artists over the centuries, offering humanity works related to mystical cosmology. In literature, its influence is evident in Dante Alighieri's Divine Comedy, with its conception of the circles of heaven, purgatory, and hell. William Blake, a British poet, painter, and engraver from the 19th century, illustrated the Divine Comedy and his own works. Deeply mystical, Blake incorporated themes of sin and redemption, angels and demons, cosmic conflicts, and celestial visions reminiscent of Enoch's. More recently, the Book of Enoch's influence can be seen in the genres of science fiction, fantasy, and horror, featuring characters with demonic or angelic traits. These themes, especially those related to fallen angels and demons, explore the conflict between good and evil, life and death. In film, its presence is notable, albeit indirectly, in movies like Constantine. The television series, Supernatural, showcases the entire angelic story based on Enoch's narrative. Its influence is also evident in video games. The game El Shaddai, Ascension of the Metatron, is loosely inspired by it. It's an action-adventure game where players assume the role of Enoch. Another interesting game is Darksiders, with a clear Judeo-Christian influence featuring angels, demons, and an apocalypse reminiscent of the Book of Enoch. In painting and scripture, its influence is more tangential in themes: fall and redemption, paradise and hell, chaos and creation. Besides William Blake, other notable artists include Bosch and Gustave Doré. The figure of Enoch appears in popular culture, even in the lottery game. This influence comes through Kabbalah and numerology. Chapter 18. Differences between the books of Enoch: Ethiopian, Slavic, Hebrew, and fragments. In addition to the Book of Enoch, or First Enoch, there are other books, namely the Second Book of Enoch, Second Enoch, the Third Book of Enoch, Third Enoch, and Coptic Enoch, Fourth Enoch. First Enoch is the most well-known and studied. The Ethiopian translation is complete. Hence, it is also called the Ethiopian Book of Enoch. It was excluded from the sacred books of most monotheistic religions, but is included in the scriptures of the Ethiopian Orthodox Church. The Ethiopian version was written in Ge'ez, the liturgical language of Ethiopia, used in religious rituals. This preservation allowed the Book of Enoch to endure over time. Divided into 5 books, it narrates the fall of the Watchers, prophecies of the final judgment, and the coming of the Messiah. It also includes a series of counsels, teachings, and warnings to humanity, stemming from his visions and celestial journeys. The originality of the book lies in its multifaceted view of the cosmos, intertwining mystical, moral, and theological elements. The second book of Enoch is also known as Slavonic Enoch, or the Book of Secrets. It is unrelated to any of the other books, and philologists and historians state it was written around 70 CE. Some fragments from Russian sources have been preserved, but they are confirmed to be translations from a Greek original, derived from Aramaic or Hebrew. Professor Matjev Sokolov discovered it in 1886 at the Belgrade Public Library. It narrates Enoch's journey through the 10 heavens and his encounter with Yahweh. God instructs him to return to earth and spread what he saw. These teachings last 30 days, after which Enoch returns to heaven and becomes the angel Metatron. The third book of Enoch is also known as the Hebrew Book of Enoch, or Sefer Hekolah, Book of Palaces in Hebrew. It narrates Enoch's ascension to heaven and his transformation into the angel Metatron. This book is directly related to Jewish Kabbalah. Fourth Enoch, or Coptic Enoch, was written around the 5th century, with very few fragments of the text found in this language. No further information is available about it. In addition to these manuscripts, various fragments, written in Greek and even one in Latin, have been recovered. Chapter 19. Enoch in Esoteric Tradition, Alchemy, Freemasonry, and Other Traditions. The captivating figure of Enoch has found a place in various esoteric traditions. Enoch symbolizes hidden wisdom and the ability to access divine knowledge. In alchemy, the ancient practice combining elements of chemistry, philosophy, mysticism, and astrology, his influence is notable. Alchemists sought the philosopher's stone, a substance capable of transforming metals into gold and achieving immortality. In this context, Enoch represents spiritual enlightenment and access to higher wisdom. Indeed, some ancient alchemical texts reference him as someone whose knowledge allowed him to access divine secrets. Thus, in alchemy, Enoch symbolizes spiritual transformation and the aspiration for pure knowledge, paralleling the transformation of metals. Freemasonry, on the other hand, gives him a more significant role. In the rituals and teachings of the Scottish Rite, he is seen as a master of ancient wisdom. Various Masonic traditions recount how Enoch, knowing that the flood would occur, hid stone pillars where he inscribed basic human knowledge. These pillars represent the preservation of knowledge and the idea that wisdom is the most solid foundation upon which any society can be built. Symbolically, Enoch is the seeker of truth for the Masons, the individual who accesses and safeguards knowledge for the future. In other esoteric traditions, such as Hermeticism, Gnosticism, and Kabbalah, his figure continues to shine. He is often associated with Hermes Trismegistus, the father of Hermeticism, and Metatron, the powerful angel in Kabbalistic tradition. Hermes Trismegistus symbolizes the union of the human and the divine, and the mediator between heaven and earth. Metatron, on the other hand, is a powerful channel through which divine energies flow, and the guide for mystics in their spiritual ascent. It is intriguing to consider that Enoch not only represents the quest for knowledge and spiritual transformation, but also that his wisdom comes to those who are prepared. Chapter 20. The Book of Enoch in Mystical and Occult Traditions. This work holds a prominent place in mystical and occult traditions, serving as a bridge between the known and the unknown. The celestial visions, prophecies, and cosmic mysteries in the Book of Enoch have fascinated mystics, imbuing it with esoteric significance. The book is considered a source of hidden knowledge, revealing to humanity the secrets of the cosmos, the celestial hierarchy, and human destiny. As a spiritual traveler, Enoch transcended the boundaries of the physical world and experienced divine reality firsthand. Both mysticism and occultism take the descriptions of fallen angels, apocalyptic visions, and celestial journeys as true. They see in them a kind of cosmic map filled with clues to understanding the dynamics that underpin material reality. The clearest example lies in the theme of the fallen angels, who shared forbidden knowledge with humans. Occultists interpret this as superior wisdom, accessible through the transgression of laws, which brings great danger to all. He is an emblematic figure in occultism. His ascension to heaven and transformation into Metatron is an allegory of the initiatory journey. Therefore, he is the archetype of the initiate, one who has traversed mysteries and reached the highest degree of knowledge and wisdom. His influence extends even to rituals of ceremonial and divine magic, where angelic names are used and invoked. Those seeking communication to otherworldly entities often turn to the Book of Enoch, using it as a sort of spiritual manual. Moral and spiritual teachings. As previously mentioned, Enoch, being a man of great virtue and righteousness, was taken by God without experiencing death and walks beside God. In heaven, he was revealed fundamental concepts that he was to transmit to humans by God's command. These revelations cover themes such as justice, responsibility, mercy, sin, and punishment. Thus, they are indispensable for humanity. The moral and spiritual teachings refer to the ethical behavior that a person must maintain in life to access divine grace. Every act, whether good or bad, carries a consequence. If it is good, the reward is heaven. If it is bad, the punishment follows. Moreover, all actions affect the celestial and earthly fabric, indicating an interconnection between the created and the Creator. Evil actions destabilize the cosmos, while good ones maintain order. This means that every being in the universe has a responsibility to fulfill in maintaining the balance and harmony of creation. Another notable idea is the concept of redemption. Repentance and the purification of the soul are essential to access God's kingdom. Compassion is another of his great teachings. By interceding for the fallen angels, he demonstrates the value of mercy and empathy. Thus, obedience, righteousness, ethics, mercy, and humility can be seen as the primary lessons derived from the Book of Enoch. And, above all, the possibility of transforming into a new, wiser person through knowledge and the elevation of consciousness. Chapter 22, Conceptions of Time and Eternity. The Book of Enoch describes a world where time and space are altered. Heaven is depicted as a dimension where eternity is perceived differently. In the text, the past, present, and future are not a sequential line of events. Instead, time follows a different cosmic order, where it flows simultaneously. One of the most important concepts in the book is the differentiation between human time and cosmic time. Humans perceive and experience time in a sequential manner, with limits. In contrast, cosmic time is a multi-dimensional reality, where centuries and millennia last mere moments, and hours can seem like centuries. Time, therefore, is not a fixed notion that flows in one direction. It is fluid and obeys the divine route. Regarding eternity, it is described as a realm where earthly temporality is nullified. Celestial beings and God remain, and divine truths are unalterable. Belonging to the human world and accessing the divine world, Enoch becomes a bridge between them, able to see the separation of earthly and cosmic time. Finally, a redeemed time is also established, in which restoration and harmony are possible despite chaos and corruption. When the universe realigns with divine justice and order, it will be the moment of the final judgment. Chapter 23. Why was it excluded from accepted sacred texts? There are several reasons why the Book of Enoch was excluded from both Jewish and Christian sacred books. In Judaism, it was rejected for not aligning with the formal commandments of the Torah. The existence of fallen angels was also not accepted. Enoch's solar calendar contradicted the traditional Hebrew lunar calendar, which determines religious festivals. Moreover, its exclusion coincided with Judaism's shift toward a more orthodox and radical monotheism. In Christianity, it was not accepted for various reasons, including questions of authorship. One requirement for including a text as canonical is that the author and the attributed text must be contemporaneous, meaning the writing should have been done during the author's lifetime. In the case of the book attributed to Enoch, the historical figure would have lived several thousand years before the text was written. Experts indicate that multiple authors contributed to the Book of Enoch over several centuries, and within a tradition, it is considered a book not inspired by God. Another reason for its exclusion was the content, which was explicitly seen as contrary to canonical scriptures. The influence of the Book of Enoch in early Christianity and Hellenistic Judaism played a determining role in its exclusion from sacred scriptures. Church fathers thought it contained many concepts that could be misinterpreted.
I need to survive too.
And lead to heresies.
Stop psychically interrupting my ability to survive. You're bullshit.
In the early Christian centuries, the growing ecclesiastical authority began to establish more defined rules concerned with theological coherence. Thus, uniformity in teachings was essential to achieve a seamless religious system. This led to the rejection of unorthodox texts, or those with controversial content, like the Book of Enoch, which many deemed full of myths and falsehoods. They assumed that the detailed descriptions of celestial realms and the final judgment could provoke overly radical interpretations.
I'm cleaning it out. No, I'm cleaning it out. Cleaning that shit out. These high vibrations.
The only Christian tradition that accepted it was the Ethiopian one. It is part of the sacred scriptures of both the Ethiopian Orthodox
but I got the
Church
better stuff
and
right
the
here.
Jewish branch of that people.
Tobacco. Mostly. Turns out.
Chapter 24. Legacy of the Book of Enoch. This ancient text has an enigmatic history, and its relevance remains intact for several reasons. Its influence is undeniable in various theological and religious aspects, but also in artistic and cultural
813
domains.
Garfield.
Firstly, the Book of Enoch provides insight into the ancient Jewish cosmology and beliefs.
So I'm like, it must be 86, or at least some part of it.
Their place in the world.
Somewhere in Dreamland.
It offers a rich and comprehensive story about angels, giving specific names to each one. Additionally, it imparts invaluable teachings on justice, ethical behavior, and the possibility of redemption. Its influence extended beyond theological and religious fields, permeating literature and art due to its aesthetic and narrative value. Its meticulous and detailed descriptions of celestial beings, the accounts of the Watcher's sin, and its abundant symbolism have inspired artists throughout the ages.
What, send my dad to hell? Never.
Although its origin is Jewish,
so he's litmus test too, because he didn't understand his motivations.
And later, by Muslims.
You still don't, dude. See, I kind of do. But he plays both sides.
It found its way
even in his
into
head.
Kabbalah, alchemy, Freemasonry, occultism, and esotericism, demonstrating that spiritual history has the power to unite different cultures. This work offers a powerful narrative about the pursuit of truth and justice,
Where'd my phone go?
inviting reflection on individual actions.
Right, better it'll be. Sometimes it's not. The charging
Future generations can
good.
find
It's charged all the way.
examples of
Look
introspection
at my brother,
processes in
we got to call him back.
applicable to the contemporary world.
I think he goes on YouTube to check on me occasionally. Good for him, but he hasn't yet. Why? Big talker. Spiritual mission. Good for him. That's a good one.
Finally, it is a text that stimulates curiosity and imagination. For researchers and general readers, the Book of Enoch remains a source of wonder and marvel.
Security. Yeah, security. Big business, security. Oh, really? Oh, really? Yeah, I don't blame him. I do and I don't. 117 Garfield, or 817.
Real. The struggles, the setbacks, the frustration you feel, it's not what you think. You've been living in a reality shaped by invisible rules, rules you didn't agree to, rules you don't even know exist. But here's the shocking truth. Those rules are not fixed. They can be rewritten by you. And the most mind-blowing part, filler, by the time you finish this video, you'll have the tools to not just see the rules of your reality, but to break them. And when you break them, you'll finally step into the life you've always dreamed of. Now, here's the big question. Why is it that some people seem to achieve their goals effortlessly, while others, no matter how hard they try, remain stuck? The answer is not in their intelligence, talent, or even luck. It's in their understanding of one simple truth. Reality is negotiable. Yes, you heard that right. The life you're living right now, the obstacles, the limits, the frustrations, it's all negotiable. The problem? You've been playing by someone else's rules. Rules handed down to you by society, by your parents, by the world around you. But what if those rules were nothing more than illusions? What if you could rewrite them, starting today? Here's what no one tells you. Your reality is shaped by an invisible force. No, this isn't magic or some mystical concept. This force is real, measurable, and incredibly powerful. It's the force of your beliefs. Your beliefs act like the lens through which you see the world. If you believe the world is full of opportunities, you'll see opportunities everywhere. But if you believe life is a struggle, guess what? Your brain will only focus on struggles. This isn't woo-woo talk. It's neuroscience. Your brain has a system called the reticular activating system, RAS, which filters what you notice based on what you believe. Here's an example. Have you ever learned a new word, and suddenly you see that word everywhere? That's your RAS at work. It's not that the word magically appeared more often. It's that your brain started noticing it because it became relevant.
If they have?
Now imagine on a bigger scale.
Cats like that start disappearing everywhere.
Word. Think about how much
look like my old cat, my new cat even.
You choose to notice. This is where it gets
then I'm right
crazy.
About every detail.
Most of us didn't choose what we notice. We've been programmed. Society, culture, childhood. These things programmed us to notice the negative, to focus on limitations.
And to got really cold about that. Yeah, you're fucking scared.
But here's the good news: that programming can be overwritten.
It was like one of my MS flares right in my face.
The reality you're living right now might not even be yours. How much of your life is driven by what other people told you to believe? You need to work hard to succeed. Money doesn't grow on trees. You're not smart enough to do that.
I know what I'm talking about now.
Do these sound familiar? These are rules, but they're not the truth. They're someone else's truth. And the moment you accept them without questioning, they become your truth. But here's the twist. Truth isn't fixed. It's flexible. And it's shaped by your beliefs. This is why some people can go from broke to billionaires, while others stay stuck in cycles of poverty. It's why someone with zero experience can start a business and thrive, while others with years of expertise fail. The difference isn't in their skills, it's in their beliefs. Here's a real-life story to blow your mind. In the early 20th century, a man named Henry Ford revolutionized the automobile industry. But here's what most people don't know.
That one.
He did it with one simple belief. While other car manufacturers focused on building expensive luxury cars, Ford asked, what if we made cars affordable to the average person? That one belief shattered the industry's rules, and it's the reason we all drive cars today. Now think about your own life. What rules are you living by that are holding you back? What if those rules aren't real? So, how do you start rewriting your reality? It begins with one simple question. What do I believe that isn't serving me? Here's your first exercise.
822 Garfield.
Grab a notebook. Write down the biggest problem in your life.
And I know this one, right?
Ask yourself.
Yep. No,
what
she's
belief
cool.
is keeping this problem alive? For example,
whoever that was to them,
if your problem is,
the cat
I can't make more money. Your
she had
belief
many
might
names
be,
back in the day.
I'm not good enough to succeed. If your problem is, I'm stuck in a toxic relationship.
Fucking powerful.
Your belief might be, I don't deserve better.
And kind of evil.
Now here's the twist. Once you identify the belief, ask yourself, is this really true?
And she's the sister in the background.
Most of the time, you'll realize it's not. It's just a story you've been telling yourself. Let this sink in. The rules you've been living by are not
like, who is this sister
set
in the background?
in stone. They're written in sand. And the moment you decide to challenge them, they start to dissolve. You don't have to accept the life you've been given. You can create a new one. But it starts with rewriting the rules in your mind. Here's a question
who is this?
That will shake you
even
to
this
core.
fire?
What if the entire framework of your reality
and who's this
is
darkness?
A game where the rules, the outcomes, even the obstacles, none of it is permanent. A game that most people never realize they're playing because they've been too busy following the script handed to them. The craziest part, you're not just a player in this game. You're the one holding the pen. Let me blow your mind for a moment. Scientists have discovered that the world around us, the things we call real, like the chair you're sitting on or the problems you think you have, is made up of atoms,
what is her mind now?
which are 99.99% empty space. That's
crazy?
Right. The chair you're sitting on is mostly nothingness.
Good.
So, what makes it real?
It's good for you, long term.
Your mind, your perception, your belief that it's solid. Now, think about what that means for your life. If your perception can take empty space and turn it into something tangible, what else are you
it smells like that guy, or that guy,
and what else
that
could
guy
you
even?
create if you knew
I'd have done it by now.
the game differently? Let's talk about the invisible force that controls everything. No, it's not fate. It's not luck.
Those real fox motors on their car would go fucking nuts.
Yet, it's something most people completely
almost
ignore.
all of them, eventually.
This force is your focus. Here's how it works. Your brain,
just so you guys know,
is like a spotlight. Wherever you shine it, that's what you see.
825 on that clock.
And because what you focus on grows, you're constantly feeding the reality you're living in. If you focus on problems, you'll find more problems. If you focus on possibilities, you'll start to see opportunities everywhere. But here's the shocking part.
825.
Most of us are shining our spotlight on the wrong things without even realizing it. And it's not your fault. You've been programmed by society, by your upbringing, by the media to focus on scarcity, fear, and limitation.
Well, you know the voting machine's rigged, and
Here's a quick example. How often have you told yourself, I can't afford that, or I'm not good enough to do that? That focus, those words, they become your reality. Why? Because your brain starts looking for evidence to prove those thoughts true. But the game changes when you shift your focus. Here's a concept that will flip everything you know on its head. Your reality doesn't dictate who you are. It reflects who you believe you are. Think of it like a mirror. When you look into a mirror, you don't blame the reflection.
I can't tell you from certain perspectives how this shit works.
You understand that
but it's interdimensional, and I know which one I am.
The same is true for your life. If you don't like what you see, whether it's your financial situation, your relationships, or your sense of purpose, the problem isn't out there.
826 now, Garfield.
It's within you. But here's the good news. Just like you can change your outfit and the reflection in the mirror will change, you can change your internal beliefs and watch as your external reality transforms. Let me give you something powerful you can use right now to start shifting your focus and, in turn, your reality. Step 1, the reality audit. Take 5 minutes and write down the top 3 areas of your life where you feel stuck or dissatisfied. Next to each one, write down the first thoughts that come to mind when you think about that area. For example, money, I never have enough. Relationships, nobody understands me. Career, I'm not qualified for better opportunities. Step 2, flip the script. For each limiting thought, write down its opposite.
Don't be scared. I know you.
I never have enough. I am always finding new ways to attract abundance.
My mind.
Nobody understands me. I attract relationships
Putting
that
a red one over
support and uplift me.
Big old.
Read these new statements out loud every morning for the next 7 days. Why does this work? Because your brain is a pattern recognition machine. When you start feeding it new patterns, it begins to look for evidence to support those patterns.
They're not strings like that. They're strings to her,
it's
mostly.
Backed by neuroscience.
That one, that
Step
one, that
3,
one, that one, that one.
The 5-minute visualization.
Them too, the big butterfly.
Close your eyes and imagine yourself living the life you desire as if it's happening right now.
To me still. Feel over it.
Feel the emotions of success, happiness, and abundance. The stronger the emotion, the stronger the signal you send to your brain.
Them, mostly.
This might feel weird at first, but let me remind you, you're already visualizing all the time. When you worry, you're visualizing failure.
Like Spider-Man.
When you doubt yourself, you're visualizing rejection. The only difference is, now you're doing it on purpose. What if I told you the life you desire is already waiting for you, existing in a parallel version of reality? You're not chasing it. You're not working toward it. It's already here.
Like that and like
and the only thing standing between you and that reality
whole world is like all hell Jay.
Right now. Let me explain something so profound. It might just make your jaw drop. Your energy is your signal to the universe. It's like a radio station. If you're tuned into a frequency
so that cat was that powerful.
Doubt, that's exactly what
he died.
But when you align your energy with abundance, confidence,
I'm God.
Joy,
no, God
you start
told me
pulling
so.
those things into your reality like a magnet. This isn't just spiritual.
No, Dad. Most people aren't God.
Every thought you think, every emotion you feel sends out a vibration. And guess what? The universe responds to those vibrations, matching you with experiences that align with your energy.
The universe responds to those vibrations.
This is the essence of life.
I gotta keep mine up most of the time until I get fucking exhausted and forget about
that. Here's the question no one talks about.
I love sleep.
How do you actually shift your energy? How do you go from feeling stuck and frustrated to radiating the kind of energy that creates miracles? First, let's talk about what's holding you back. Most people don't realize they're trapped in a cycle of low vibrational energy. This energy comes from fear.
Low vibrations,
anger,
they could be better
guilt,
actually, sometimes. Depends how you balance the low vibrations with the high vibrations.
Stuck.
Where are you
Here's
vibrating
something
high?
shocking. Holding on to
Everywhere?
negative emotions is like dragging around a bag of bricks.
In what direction?
Every brick is a memory, a belief, a fear that's keeping you from moving
Where does it slow down? Where does it speed up?
And here's the craziest part. Most of us don't even know we're carrying it. Take a moment right now.
When and how exactly?
Close your eyes and ask yourself, what am I still holding on to?
What's your blood pressure? What's your heart rate? How do you breathe?
Maybe it's a fear of failure.
That can tell you a lot
Maybe
about
it's
your soul.
towards someone who hurt you. Maybe it's the belief.
Skin color. Your hair color, eye color? Less than that.
Now, here's the truth.
I learned that.
You cannot shift
the fun
your
way,
energy
actually.
field
I know he was good
while
at fucking
holding on to
dancing.
these bricks. You have to let them go.
Turns out.
And I'm going to show you exactly how to do that. Step 1. Identify your
Go figure. Yeah, black people.
Take out a notebook and write down one thing you're holding on to that feels heavy.
And Native Americans
it could be a
too.
regret, a fear, or a limiting belief. Ask yourself, how is this brick serving me? Be honest. Most of the time, you'll realize it's not helping you at all. It's just a story you've been telling yourself. Step 2.
Except for that one thing, huh?
Release the weight.
Spinning in a circle.
Close your eyes, take a deep breath, and imagine holding that brick in your hands. Visualize it clearly. Its size, its weight, its texture.
See, it's still
Now
competition.
Picture yourself dropping it. Feel the weight.
But there's some guy in Africa
Say out loud.
who's always better at you,
It no longer
better than you at everything. Except for him speaking your language.
Step 3. Replace the void
Almost.
with light.
But not at
After
this.
releasing the brick, imagine a bright, warm light filling the space where the brick used to be. This light represents new, empowering energy.
And don't forget about these guys over here on these islands.
The next week. And
Whether in
how
the
your
jungle,
energy begins to shift.
which is an island to them almost.
Here's something no one teaches you. Emotions are just energy in motion.
Or a literal
They're not
island
permanent,
somewhere.
And they're not
A tall island or a short one.
They're simply signals trying to move through you.
They're almost just as
When
powerful.
you resist or
Spiritual.
suppress them, they get stuck. And that's what creates low vibrations.
What's a mountain?
The secret is to allow
big
your
island.
emotions to flow. When you feel fear,
If you like
don't
that and
fight
like that and like
When
that
you
too
feel
now after being
sadness,
isolated for how long?
Don't bury it. Instead, acknowledge it. Thank it for its message and let it pass through you. Here's a quick
How fucking
technique.
tall? How fucking
The
short?
next time you feel a strong emotion, stop what you're doing.
How fucking
Close your eyes
far
and
beneath
take
the ocean
3
are you?
deep breaths.
And you're still alive.
Ask
Why?
yourself, what is this?
When you're a water breather, you know how this goes when you're why?
Emotion trying to tell me. Once you've identified the message, say, thank you.
For like
for
5
this
fucking
lesson.
minutes and they die.
I release you now. This simple practice will keep your energy flowing freely, preventing it from getting stuck in negative patterns. Now that we've cleared the blocks, let's talk about how to instantly raise your vibrations to align with the life you want. Step 1, gratitude as a superpower. Did you know gratitude is one of the highest vibrational states you can be in? Start each day by writing down 3 things you're grateful for. But here's the key. Don't just list them. Feel the gratitude in your body. Let it flood your heart. Step 2, visualization as a portal. Spend 5 minutes every day visualizing your dream life. See it, feel it, hear it. The more vivid your visualization, the stronger the energetic signal you send to the universe. Step 3, movement.
Let's see, they are the
as
best at
energy
something.
activation. Energy flows where motion goes. Dance, walk, stretch. Do something to get your body moving. Physical movement shakes up stagnant energy and raises your vibration instantly. Step 4, surround yourself with high vibe energy. Pay
I'm a
attention
harmonizer.
to your environment. The people you hang out with, the media you consume, the thoughts you entertain, all of it
I don't
affects
know.
your vibration.
Generated to you? Maybe.
Start curating your life like an artist curates a
See what I mean?
masterpiece. Here's what I need you to remember. You are not a victim of your circumstances. You are the creator of your reality. The energy you emit is the energy you attract.
How
And the
strong can you
moment
be
you
in people?
start
They just make
shifting
shit
your
up seemingly.
vibration,
They don't explain
your
why.
entire life begins to change.
It's like why?
Right now, you're already
book.
shifting. Can you feel it? That's the power within you waking up.
There's a few books
But
on
we're
this.
not done yet.
I'll get the audiobook.
In the next section, We're going to take this to the next level. I'll show you how to use these tools to not just change your energy.
Unless you can read that fast, some people can't.
To rewrite the rules of your entire reality. Get ready. This is where things get truly mind-blowing. Let's start with something revolutionary. Everything you believe about your life, your limits, your abilities, your potential, is based on rules you didn't even write. Think about it. Who decided you had to work 40 hours a week to be successful? Who said you have to wait for the right time to pursue your dreams? Here's the truth they don't want you to know. These rules aren't real. They're just stories. Stories created by society, your upbringing, your past experiences. And the craziest part? These stories only have power because you believe them. But here's where everything changes. You can rewrite the story. You can break free from the rules that have been keeping you stuck and create new ones. Rules that empower you to live the life you were meant for. Imagine this. You're trapped in a prison, but you don't even know it. The walls of this prison aren't made of stone or steel. They're made of
flesh-eating demons.
Beliefs like, I'm not good enough. I can't take risks.
Oh, yeah.
It's too dangerous.
What's this one?
People like me don't succeed. Now, here's the shocking part. The prison door is unlocked. It's always been unlocked.
That's good enough for
on
that
most people never try to open it because they've convinced themselves they're stuck.
See, almost not.
Take a
trying to watch something else right now.
To reflect. What rules? Have you been living by that feel, like prison walls?
So he's getting on these days.
Maybe it's the idea that you need permission to chase your dreams, or the belief that failure is something to avoid at all costs. Now ask yourself, what if these rules aren't real? What if I've been holding myself
And he understands the shit like you just don't. A lot of you guys.
Let's take this deeper.
When you're watching theories of everything, you're like, oh, I get this right. And you're like, no, I don't. And you're like, I kind of do.
To identify and rewrite the rules that are holding you back. Step 1. Find the rule.
So you've always known that.
Of your life where you feel stuck. It could be your career.
Like, they just don't care, do they?
Your personal
growth. Are they dumb? Like, no way, right?
What rule?
Oh, look what they just did. Hack me. Trying to make it annoying enough by making my eyes crooked and like, yeah, that I just can't learn anything anymore.
I can't start my own business because I don't have the skills.
Hack my computer always. My phone too, I remember.
I'm not good
now
enough.
I do.
Step 2. Challenge the rule. Ask yourself, is this rule true?
I'll get there. It takes me a little longer. And I kind of know that.
Will be no. It's just a belief you've accepted.
Then when I get there, I'm just there.
Dig deeper.
For a little while.
Did this?
I remember who I am again. You get there again.
Maybe it's something your parents told you, or a fear that developed after a past failure. Step 3. Rewrite the rule. Now,
see, hacking has to come later when I get there again.
For example, old rule.
Magic.
I need to stay in this job.
Magic.
Secure. New rule. I deserve work that fulfills me, and I trust myself to find it. Old rule. I can't start my own business because I don't have the skills. New rule. I can learn anything I need to succeed. Write down your new rules and read them every day. Watch how your mindset and your actions start to shift. Let me blow your mind for a second. Your brain is constantly negotiating with reality. It's like a lawyer, always looking for evidence to support your beliefs. If you believe you're not good enough,
easier route. Always easier route.
But if you believe you're unstoppable, your brain will find
mine is not
for that too. This is why rewriting your rules is so powerful. When you create new, empowering beliefs, your brain will start looking for evidence to support them. And the more evidence you find, the stronger those beliefs become. Here's an example. There's a famous study where a group of housekeepers was told that their daily work...
So he gets obsessed with one man, and he gets tired of it. His name is Yeshua.
Within a few weeks, they started losing weight, even though they didn't change anything about their routines. Why? because their belief about what they were doing shifted. Their bodies literally responded to their new mindset.
So what's this now?
Now imagine what could happen if you shifted your beliefs about your own potential. Rewriting the rules is just the first step. To truly...
That's a good one. That's a good one. What one's looking for, though? I've seen that one many times.
Reality every day.
It's not even completely the UI.
Step
so 1. I can watch the one again, basically.
Daily affirmations. Create 3 affirmations based on your new rules. For example, I'm capable of achieving
that one's good too.
I set my mind to. Opportunities flow to me effortlessly. I am worthy of love and success. Say them out loud every morning and feel the truth in your words. Step 2, act as if. Start acting as if your new rules are already true. If your new rule is, I can learn anything I need to succeed, sign up for a course or start watching tutorials. Action reinforces belief. Step 3, surround yourself with empowerment. Pay attention to the people and environments you expose yourself to. Surround yourself with people who inspire and uplift you. Curate your social media feeds to include content that aligns with your new reality. Let me ask you something powerful. What do you believe about yourself? Not what you say you believe. Not the beliefs you share with others, but the deep, hidden truths you whisper to yourself when no one
that's a trick. Watching. I kind of know it.
Because here's the shocking reality. Your life will never rise above the level of your beliefs.
There we go.
Think about that for a second. Every choice you've ever made, every opportunity you've ever taken or missed was shaped by what you believed was possible for you. If you believe you're destined for greatness, you'll find a way to make it happen. But if you believe you're not good enough, no amount of opportunities will change your reality. Here's where it gets even crazier. Most of the beliefs you hold about yourself aren't even yours. They were handed to you by other people. Parents, teachers, friends, society. And you've been carrying them around like a heavy backpack.
What's infinity even? So I'm trying to prove.
But today, we're going to
fuck even is that? I don't even an idea if it's not real.
And by the end of this section, you'll know exactly how to master the power of belief to create a life
it's only 6,000 years old. How?
It feels like magic. Here's a secret most people never realize. Belief isn't just a thought.
You want to limit God?
Mind. It's an instruction to the
universe. A number?
Let me explain. When you believe something, your mind goes to work proving it true. This isn't just wishful thinking, it's science. Your brain has a built-in system called the reticular activating system, RAS.
Now it's fucking chosen. Get over
to filter through the millions of pieces of information you're exposed to every day and show you what's relevant to your beliefs. For example, if you believe you're bad,
so it's getting obvious now, huh?
Your brain will filter
so
out
obvious.
Opportunities for
getting pissed off they can't find them yet. And I'm telling you, they're my neighbors. They're right over there.
But if you believe you're a magnet for abundance,
you test every other theory first.
Your brain will start noticing opportunities to make and attract more money. Here's the shocking part. Your RAS doesn't care whether your belief is true or false. It just follows your lead. So the question is, what are you instructing your brain to focus on? Here's something that will blow your mind. Your beliefs don't just affect your thoughts, they affect your body. There's a well-documented phenomenon called the placebo effect. In medical studies, patients who are given sugar pills but believe they're taking real medication often experience the same benefits as those who take the actual drug. Why? Because their belief triggers a physiological response in their body.
See, no way though.
Now think about
that
what
made
that
the fucking clouds move. I've seen crazy shit that you can't explain with brain chemistry.
What it can do for your
You're retarded because they can explain with brain only.
But here's the twist. Just like positive beliefs can create miracles, negative beliefs can sabotage you. There's even a term for this, the nocebo effect.
I can explain with the brain.
Negative beliefs
explain with the brain. Well, test my brain. See if you can explain it.
So ask yourself, what beliefs are you carrying that are holding you back? And what would happen?
Must be a brain thing. A brain thing here. Brain. I don't think any of it is.
Let me walk you through a powerful technique to reprogram your beliefs and unlock your full potential. Step 1. Identify your limiting beliefs. Take out a notebook and write down one area of your life where you feel stuck. Ask yourself, what belief is keeping me stuck here? For example, if you're stuck in your career, your belief might be, I'm not smart enough to succeed. If you're struggling in relationships, your belief might be, I'm not worthy of love. Step 2, challenge the belief. Write down all the reasons this belief might not be true. For example, if your belief is, I'm not smart enough to succeed, list times when you've solved problems, learned new skills, or achieved something difficult. Ask yourself, where did this belief come from? Often you'll realize it's based on a single moment or comment from your past that you've been carrying ever since. Step 3, replace the belief. Write down a new belief that empowers you. For example, old belief, I'm not smart enough to succeed. New belief, I'm capable of learning.
$847 Garfield. Yeah, I was about to say that kind of one, 846 is just as good. Because here we are. And somehow my pipe made it when they tried to set it up like that and like that and like that too.
What's the most important problem for a scientific theory?
They're cannibals, no, right? They know they're cannibals, right?
Oh my goodness, that's a wonderful question. I think
No, these people aren't cannibals. No, you're cannibals. They're like everyone must be a cannibal. They're like that.
I have difficulty prioritizing just one. I'm going to say there's 4 that any scientific theory of consciousness must be able to satisfy, which is, first of all, any theory of consciousness has to explain why consciousness exists to begin with.
My neurologist is not a cannibal.
Second, it has to explain what's called the palette problem. Essentially, what are all of the qualia values and varieties out there and the interrelationship between them? Why is there the blueness of blue?
See what I mean? How some people so crazy.
A rose
I was like, I know I'm not schizophrenic.
Like, what is that? And how are they connected to each other?
But I can never come back now and I know it.
What are the causal properties of consciousness?
Why would he
in
want
other words,
when he's a genius?
Why are we conscious? From a biological, evolutionary perspective, what kind of function is it playing? And then the fourth one is the binding problem. How is it possible that pieces of information can actually be put together into unified moments of experience?
The will of the pharmacist.
For me, these are kind of like 4 hard constraints that any theory of consciousness must be able to satisfy. And I think what is very common, though, is for theories of consciousness to only really care about a few of them, or sometimes like none of them at all. But I think it's sort of like, if you want to go to the moon, you've got to be able to not only, have the escape velocity to get there, you also, need an airtight container, right? Like so that you don't asphyxiate on the way there. And I think of it something like that. There's like a series of things that theory of consciousness must be able to do. And if you only do a few of them, it's not really a theory of consciousness.
Okay, we're going to get to your background, who you are, how you got interested in the field of consciousness. But I noticed you didn't talk about the hard problem, nor the boundary problem. I'm curious as to why.
Yeah, great question. I tend to
until they're incredibly powerful, basically,
the binding
mentally
problem and the boundary problem, even though legitimately you can think of them as different sub-problems. The reason I do this is that I sort of think of them as equivalent, just in different ontologies. So if you start out in kind of the
theta waves,
common sense
mostly
view of the universe,
turns
where
out
the universe is made of atoms and forces, then typically you will think of it as like the binding problem. Right? It's like, how is it possible that atoms, and neurons can somehow be put together into unified experiences. If you start out with a different ontology, which is a unified ontology,
recipe.
Let's say
I kind of know it.
Field ontology, where you say, hey, the universe is a gigantic field, then you
gargantic
really
field,
have
huh?
The boundary problem is like, how do
It's
you have
gargantuan.
this that is already unified to break down into subcomponents? So I think like there's a lot more detail to it, but I tend to think of kind of like two sides of the same coin. As to the hard problem of consciousness, in a sense, the hard problem of consciousness thrives on an ontology.
Somewhere in time, Garfield's a big fucking cat.
Is really surprising, especially if you kind of like start out with an ontology, like in materialism, where the universe is made of insentient matter. Then, as David Chalmers would put it, okay, like how do you go from form and structure, or like function and behavior, to subjective experience? And like that seems kind of an unbridgeable leap in a sense. However, if you start out with an ontology where you say, well, the existence or the universe is fundamentally made of consciousness or qualia, then the hard problem, as stated, is not really kind of like valid, or doesn't really apply. You really would have like other problems to deal with, which is usually how we think about it at the Qualia Research Institute. We essentially take consciousness as fundamental, and then from there, you have these problems like the boundary problem and the problem of causality and the palette problem and so on.
So for Bernardo Kastrup, with his dissociated alters, would that be an attempt to solve the quote-unquote boundary problem?
Kastrup, almost.
I wouldn't exactly.
But not even though.
Yeah. I would say so. Like it is sort of like, he starts out with kind of like a monism, a really strong kind of monism.
I'm right, and I know it because someone told me one time in my head, I think.
Analytic idealism, where, there's just one thing. And then the question is, how do you break that one thing into things such as like, your experience and my experience right now, or the sense of continuity over a lifetime, or something like that. And I think, you really have to kind of like postulate some mechanism of action that satisfies a number of constraints for like, how is this possible? How does this fit that into evolution? Like how the full picture makes sense, essentially.
Okay, let's talk about your background. How did you become interested in the field of consciousness?
Yeah, great question. I would describe myself as a hyper philosophical. Since I was a small kid, essentially just obsessively wondering about the nature of reality, why there's something rather than nothing, what happens after we die, and I guess like people in your audience probably. You're probably a hub or selling point for people in this with this condition, this mental condition, for a long time I actually just thought that physics was the way to answer all of these big deep questions, and I wasn't really thinking about consciousness all that much. I mean, I was thinking a little bit about it, and I'm like, okay, what is the soul? What happens after you die, and things like that.
Take my vegetables slow.
It actually was. At the age of 16, where I had a kind of like a ego death mystical experience.
I've seen them
where it really made me kind of like reconsider that the sense of being a person or the sense of being me was kind of like the default state of affairs. It made me question like, hey, hold on a second.
Stay like that, low key and low key
you can enter a state of consciousness where it feels like you're everybody, or you're everything, or you're pure consciousness. That means that
anymore?
This feeling that I had of being Andres, of being an individual, was really just a feeling. Was kind of like one of the, one of the ways in which my experience was getting painted, rather than being in touch with some kind of mental truth. And the biggest question actually isn't about physics. It really is about consciousness. So that if we were to kind of like map out the depth of human knowledge and the how satisfying explanations are for different fields, in physics and chemistry, biology, there's a lot of mysteries, but we have kind of like quite a bit of a picture. At least like we can do a lot of things with this picture. But when it comes to consciousness,
it really feels like we are, kind of like babies. The science is really just not there. Like there's so many things that we just don't know and can't understand. And I just thought, hey, actually, if I'm serious about understanding reality and making sense of it, probably the biggest bang for the buck actually is going to be on the field of consciousness. And for a bunch of other reasons too. If like happiness and well-being turns out to be, what life is all about, or what the meaning of life is, then really understanding consciousness, will give us a window into how to access that in a much more, efficient, robust, rigorous way. And in that sense, while, understanding physics can be really powerful and has a lot of applied technology,
I'm looking for the meat. No, the meat. What's the meat? Definitely not the family squabbling. Orange and a blue, kind of. They're both kind of an orange. I need a blue effect, but I guess that can't kind of work. I'm this lighting.
Okay, great.
I
Now,
can't.
I said I had 172
I know that I can't,
questions.
so they can't too, right?
I didn't say that every 3
is that
minutes that you
specialized
speak,
nowadays?
10 more questions occur to me. So that no, it's drastically over 200, and I have to choose.
I know that I'm
to
not.
pursue. So, firstly, this is going to be part one of another conversation because there's no way that we can cram all of this into 2 hours or so. Let's talk about the impedance matching then. Yeah, I mean, I don't think this is super rigorous at this point. I mean, I think when I've talked about impedance matching, it's well, think of like when you have several kind of like vibrations going on inside you, something that you can like tune into in meditation. You know, if you try to kind of like slow down in meditation, really calm down, and then you do, let's say, like a body scan of like what is happening in your body, you will notice that there's a series of metronomes. There's kind of like some wave emitters, as it were. You know, to start with, there is your breathing, right? Like you have a periodic kind of like oscillation just coming from breathing that is exciting your whole body at that frequency. But then there's also your heartbeat, right? Like, and your breathing and your heartbeat can be aligned or misaligned. Playing with the alignment of your heartbeat and your breathing actually is a really powerful technique for making progress in meditation. For example, aiming to do one breath cycle every 6 heartbeats and kind of like really honing in on that resonance, you know, so like, yeah, you have a kind of this integer ratio between those 2 vibrations or options. So that would be a kind of impedance matching in that you have like these 2 different frequencies and you're taking steps to essentially make them aligned, make them integer ratios of each other. But you know, that would be just the very kind of like the base frequencies of your experience, because there's a lot more that is happening. I mean, on increasing levels of subtlety, you can notice, kind of oscillations or vibrations in your stomach, in your arms, in your legs, in your face. And one thing that I have found, you know, something for which I don't have a rigorous empirical paradigm, but I'm pretty confident there is something here, is that whenever you pay attention to 2 things at once within your field of experience, they slowly but surely begin to synchronize. So this is an exercise that people at home can do. You know, you can just book 5 minutes by the clock. And let's say once you calm down a little bit in meditation, pay attention to the vibrations in both of your hands. I mean, most of the time, I guess people don't notice that there's vibrations in their body. But if you relax enough and you're concentrated enough, you will notice that, everything is vibrating in different ways, usually pretty subtle, sometimes much more overt. But my claim is, based on a lot of personal experience and trying it with other people, if you kind of like tune into the vibrations that are happening in both of your hands, and you try to kind of like place your attention in an even way, right? Like not kind of like, oh, this hand and then this hand or alternating. No. Like try to pay attention to both of them exactly at once in a continuous kind of homogeneous way, almost kind of like spreading some kind of attention liquid, as it were, in both of your hands. You will notice that over the course of minutes, the vibrations slowly but surely synchronize. And after a while, you may even actually get kind of this like strobing sensation where both of your hands are kind of like aligned with your heartbeat, for example. Now, this is just 2 parts of your body, but let's say that you do these
over and over again, what you do, kind of the algorithm of this meditation would be, you find the two parts in your body that are vibrating in the most desynchronized way possible. Then you spend like 5 minutes paying attention to both of them until they harmonize. So that would be kind of an instance of impedance matching in a way. Like you're connecting them in such a way that they can slowly but surely synchronize, like metronomes in a table.
Okay, let's be clear here. So when someone is focusing on, say, their left leg and their right ear, and those are the most dissonant. Now, maybe you say what was likely be the most dissonant will be the heart and the brain, or the like some place of significance. Whatever, doesn't matter. Place A and place B. They're not trying to will the synchronization. They're just paying attention to the dissonance.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would say there's a slight, a very slight kind of like twist here, because if the thing that you're paying attention to is the dissonance itself, like if the thing that you're paying attention to is the way in which they're out of phase, actually that may exacerbate and enhance the dissonance, just because that's kind of like how attention works. Like whatever you pay attention to becomes stronger. That is kind of like a very big perspective. So instead, what you really have to do is pay attention to the way in which they are kind of similar. And then slowly the ways in which the vibrations are similar will be the part that becomes amplified, until eventually you have kind of this like synchronized strobing of the different parts of the body.
Right now.
Okay, so you have Justin Bieber playing in one ear, and then you have Nirvana playing in another ear, and they're different. And you can tell they're different, and you can focus on their difference. Or you can say, okay, I noticed that they're different, first of all. Now that I've noticed that they're different, how are they similar? And then they both have lyrics. They both just similar vocal range. They're not, but you understand. Is that correct?
Yes, exactly. Like, absolutely. Something like there's an undercurrent of similarity or kind of like shared nature, and you try to focus on that. And because essentially whatever you focus on, whatever you pay attention to becomes stronger, then the shared aspect of experience will be strengthened over time.
Need a porter.
And then if you kind of do this recursively, I mean, it's like, okay, like both of my hands now are vibrating in a synchronized way, but maybe not my feet. Then, okay, I'm going to pay attention to both of my hands and my feet at the same time until it synchronizes. And you repeat, again and again and again. Eventually, actually, your whole body and all of your sensory fields will enter into coherence. And the moment you do that successfully, actually you enter the first jhana, which is this very powerful whole body vibration, which is coherent across the board and is usually described as extremely pleasant. It's also, by the way, one of the kind of like intuitive reasons why we associate at Qualia Research Institute the kind of like harmony and symmetry of the experience with the feelings of well-being and the valence of the state. That when you're like in this very, very concentrated state of consciousness, you notice how like even subtle kind of like movements and subtle imperfections in the synchronization process drive kind of like a sense of unease or a slight body discomfort. And every time you actually bring together and you harmonize the vibrations, you get this feeling of happiness and well-being. And so you can actually just take it all the way, and more levels of synchronization will eventually happen until something really exotic. Like you become this powerful sense of joy, and then peace, and then equanimity, and then even you absorb into space, for example. Like the fifth jhana is absorption into boundless space. And as far as I can tell, the reason why that happens is because everything is in a state of coherence, and the sense of a boundary and separation within our field of consciousness is literally implemented with out of phase interactions or vibrations that are not in synchrony. So whenever you synchronize everything, the boundaries dissolve. there's nothing your brain can use to kind of like generate the sense of separation. And usually, that's a very pleasant, positive experience. And once you get used to kind of like those very high valence, very pleasant, joyful states of consciousness, you realize that essentially our motivational architecture all of our life was driven by the pursuit of those kind of like that gradient, except that we were pursuing it in a very inefficient, kind of roundabout, circumvent kind of way.
Okay, so we're going to get to impedance matching. But before we do, like I mentioned, several questions occurred to me. So one of them is that if what reality, quote unquote, is ultimately unified, why care about the difference, quote unquote, difference
see your 19th
between
century
positive and negative? If it's ultimately
you're like,
non-distinction to begin with.
And you're like, okay.
And so let me tell you what's underneath that.
Let's kill it.
With your focus on initially the effective altruism movement and now maximizing pleasure, how do you know that you yourself haven't induced a frame of mind where you are focusing on the difference between positivity and negativity in the same way that you shouldn't focus on the dissonance, and you've manifested that difference as mattering more? So that's why you care so much about the positive. Hi, everyone. Hope you're enjoying today's episode. If you're hungry for deeper dives into physics, AI, consciousness, philosophy, along with my personal reflections, you'll find it all on my Substack. Subscribers get first access to new episodes, new posts as well, behind-the-scenes insights, and the chance to be a part of a thriving community of like-minded pilgrimers. By joining, you'll directly be supporting my work and helping keep these conversations at the cutting edge. So click the link on screen here, hit subscribe, and let's keep pushing the boundaries of knowledge together. Thank you and enjoy the show. Just so you know, if you're listening, it's CurtJaimungal.org, kurtjaimungal.org.
Sorry, my
So that's why you care so much about the positive.
Oh, that's a wonderful question. I mean, it really is because it's wonderfully tricky, and I actually see a lot of people like kind of like subtly be confused about this. So I mean, first of all, if you identify kind of like how good or bad the universe is with the amount of suffering that there is in it, or the sense of separation that there is in it, and you try to solve that problem, absolutely, internalizing that problem is going to cause the suffering inside you. There's no doubt about it. At the same time, that can be an altruistic type of suffering. I mean, in a similar way to.
You're a shit talker, and you knew it, right?
A mother and the child, like if the child
is
going
to hell,
crying,
you know that, right?
The mother could be choosing to pay attention to the TV instead of the child crying, and of course she's going to feel better by doing that. But there's a good reason why to pay attention to the child crying, because hey, we're all connected. Consciousness is one thing, and if the child is suffering in some sense, yes, that's all of us suffering. It makes a lot of sense to actually represent accurately the states of suffering in the world. If you can do something about it. I do think,
help me out.
If you're powerless about what you can do, let's say you have like severe cognitive disability, or let's say you have a life expectancy of like 1 week or something like that, actually probably deceiving yourself about how good the universe is, or like the world around you, may actually be good for you, and good for everybody, because you're not going to fix it anyway, so why not forget about it? But if you're like a young kid in university and you're choosing a career in order to actually have a positive impact, then yeah, actually taking in some of the suffering of the world by internalizing kind of like that sense of separation and discomfort, it is a kind of altruistic action. And I do think it is beneficial to do it, even if it's not all that good for your well-being. I mean, I do notice, the temptation to do otherwise. I mean, it is very common in spiritual circles, for example, to have the trope that, hey, everything is already perfect.
One more evidence of what's going on right here? It's in the water, in the backyard.
Circles, people who meditate a lot, very often they will arrive at a view where they think something like, well, it's not about good versus evil. It really is about the balance between good and evil, and everything is perfect already. So like you don't have to fix anything. And but I think that's kind of a type of wireheading that is kind of like misrepresenting, the rest of the universe and the states of consciousness out there in the universe just to feel better, which again can be helpful in some periods of life, or if you don't plan to do anything about the suffering out there. Yeah, sure, that's a perfectly valid thing.
Their experiment.
But yeah, I think like the strongest case I would make is that.
And forget about that. But I'm immortal.
The issue is that
my yard, kind of.
Yeah, the world actually, and especially the suffering in the world, is actually, I would say, much worse than our intuition tells us, and even much worse than people like Viktor Frankl, my somebody who survived the Holocaust. Even people who are kind of like have witnessed that level of suffering, I think usually are still underestimating just how bad things are. So if you want to actually help, you do require, I think, to internalize a little bit, okay, just how bad it is, with the caveat, that you really have to take care of your own well-being as well, right? Like it really doesn't help for you to become deeply depressed, and because then you become powerless as well. So, which is something that happens in effective altruist circles. Yeah, when somebody starts reading a lot about factory farming and just how bad it is.
And like that too.
Oftentimes, they actually become so depressed they can't actually do anything about it, and then things are worse on the whole. But if you combine kind of this awareness of the suffering in the world together with practices of well-being and practices that enhance surveillance, I think you can strike the right balance where, let's say, you're doing jhana meditation on the one hand, you're taking care of your long-term well-being, but also you're not neglecting what's happening in the world. And I think that is the balance that I try to strike.
So firstly, that happened to me as well when I was 18 or so, and I started to read about and watch videos. Geez, some are still burnt in my mind about factory farming and just the suffering of people and beheadings and torture.
You do that shit, George?
Some of it still.
Some of them are like that too. What most of them are evil.
So I resonate with that.
Almost all of them.
So
except for how many?
My question still remains about if the ontology is ultimately unified without distinction. So maybe my premise is incorrect. My rendering of your premise
that way.
But anyway, so if that's the case, how can it be the case that there's a fundamental distinction?
Oh, let me know the mysteries. Those mysteries. The cannibalism mysteries. First.
Yes. I think maybe it's
that comment turns out
slight mischaracterization.
There's the odd Jasper mysteries.
Yeah, leading to a very different kind of picture of the universe. So let me try to paint it as follows. So
please.
I do think, in the QRI ontology and view of the universe is a gigantic field of consciousness. And in some sense, we are all it. The spiritual trope that, hey, we're all one consciousness, I think there's something really true about it. At the same time, this gigantic field of consciousness also is divided into various pockets. And this is where what we call the topological solution to the boundary problem comes into play. So this is essentially how we solve the boundary problem, which is, hey, if everything is one, how come you're there and I am here? Like it's kind of like a strange thing. If everything is unified, why are there different people, different animals, different subjects of experience? And our answer is that, well, everything is one. However, within that oneness, you have a rich topological structure. And this is something that we see in physics. The best simple intuitive example I can give is to imagine the surface of a balloon as kind of the field of consciousness. If you take a balloon and then you twist it from both ends in opposite directions, there is a precise moment where the center collapses and you get a pinch point. And in some sense, now you have like two balloons that are connected by one point. And this is one of these cases where, a difference in degree, how twisted the balloon is, catches to a difference in kind. Where like now you have effectively kind of two balloons connected by a point. You can still argue it's still just one balloon because it is kind of a continuous surface. However, if you have kind of different pictures or information in both sides of that balloon, there's going to be a bottleneck in how information can transfer from one side to the other. Whatever you try to send from one side to the other will have to be compressed through this one-dimensional point, and that's going to eliminate a lot of information. So in our picture of reality at QRI, we think, the universe is something like that. It's kind of this gigantic balloon, this gigantic surface, but that is twisted in such a way that there's a lot of pockets, a lot of little bubbles. And each of those bubbles corresponds to a moment of experience.
Oh, you want your kibble.
Now, what's also kind of trippy and maybe unexpected here is that
see, I kind of do, but I don't sometimes.
This also happens within one person over the course of even like a second. You know, in our model, each moment of experience is actually very temporarily thin, as we call it. Meaning that a moment of experience may be like less than a millisecond in terms of its temporal depth. And so even just one brain that is awake is going to be producing lots of little kind of like pockets, lots of little bubbles of experience within 1 second. Now,
basically,
I do think that if you want to kind of like quantify the total suffering or the total happiness in the universe, what you have to do is look at the structure of all of those little pockets and quantify the harmony, the dissonance, the symmetry and asymmetry in all of them. And that can give you a total score for like, hey, like in this region of reality of the universe, there is this amount of suffering, this amount of happiness. This is the net valence of the state. What you raise, it is kind of like really relevant and tricky in that like one may ask, okay, like if actually the thing that is deep down, the deep reality behind all of these different pockets is actually just one large field, you know, why would something like pleasure or pain
one large
matter?
field, just more than that, kind of, but almost.
The thing that I would argue is that while kind of the identity of reality cannot be changed, the features that it expresses can. And depending on what happens, different features will be expressed. And I think that at the end of the day, the features that matter for ethics is the valence of those experiences. So you legitimately can have like a better or worse reality. And it's sort of like, to put it poetically, is the distinction between a reality in which God is having fun and a reality in which God is, you know, in a very unpleasant kind of hellish state. Let's see how you react to that. There's more I could say, but yeah.
Okay, so there are various definitions of oneness. So one would be there's a New Age conception of oneness. There's, broadly speaking, a Buddhist conception of oneness and a Vedic conception of oneness. They're not all the same. And even within Buddhism and Vedism, there's several facets that disagree with one another. So I need to understand what your definition of oneness is. So my confusion is that most of the time when people speak about oneness that I speak to, they're referring to something that's undifferentiated. Now, in your balloon example, the material, we could all belong to the same material of the balloon, but the material of the balloon is of a different nature than the twistedness of the balloon, and of a different nature than the pressure that's inside the balloon. So you could say we're all of the same vellum, so we're all of the same cloth, but there are still other properties, and thus it's not entirely undifferentiated to me.
Yes, that's right. Yes, maybe this is a really great place to maybe talk about zero ontology, because this I think like unifies these different threads. So zero ontology is this theory by David Pearce about why there is something rather than nothing. Like the big question, why is there anything at all? And his kind of like answer to this is that, in kind of the deep reality, there is something that is zero. There is something that is unchanging, and it's a kind of nothing that by necessity exists.
Primates love poison.
And out of it, by implication, everything that we experience is entailed. And it's not necessarily kind of like a causal relationship. It's not kind of like this deep nothingness is causing our reality. It's more kind of in the language of logic, where this deep nothingness entails, it implies our reality. And the bottom line is that he thinks that all of the values in reality cancel out to zero. The three kind of like areas where this shows up, which ultimately may be equivalent of different facets
like
of the
that
same
and
thing,
like that and like that too for a long time.
And consciousness.
And someone's just
so in
figuring it out.
physics, and
you know it much better than I do. I think you probably have studied this much more deeply than I have.
Poison here, poison that, test this,
but
test
you have things such as
that.
the total
Science.
charge in the universe adds up to zero, or the total energy of the universe, or angular momentum,
progress
add up to
until
zero.
we hit a fucking brick wall.
And so there is a values in physics are kind of like there's some kind of accounting system.
Physics even
that if you put them all together, they cancel out into some kind of net zero. I mean, maybe it's not like strict nothingness. Maybe it's kind of this charged quantum vacuum or something like that. But there's like a sense in which everything cancels out.
It's a liable saying, yeah.
There's of course a lot of different philosophy of mathematics, but there is some attempt to, for example, reconstruct all of mathematics out of the empty set, where you interpret, let's say, natural numbers.
What's this? What's this? So what's this? Definitely not decision making. Can't be decision making.
Sets
on a quantum level, no, definitely not.
Within.
It must be our minds. Only our minds do this, right? Only human minds.
Out of quote unquote nothing.
Cat might do it too, right?
And in the realm of consciousness, this applies
better than ours, maybe.
The values of qualia. So
they're still alive up there, and they should not be.
There are some states of consciousness, both in meditation and psychedelics. One in particular, very worth noting, is 5-MeO-DMT. They call it the God molecule, which is essentially a psychedelic that tends to produce quite reliably this effect of the values of consciousness canceling each other out. So, a very kind of classic example is if you take a moderate dose of 5-MeO-DMT,
basically, you just have to get in line.
You may experience your visual field kind of like diffract, quote unquote.
You know who God is.
And you kind of like see all of the colors at once, all of the colors of the rainbow. And then if you take a slightly higher dose, something really peculiar happens, which is that you sort of like take all of the colors of the rainbow and you look at them from a certain angle.
We needed Jesus too, guys.
They all cancel out into a transparent or kind of nothingness. And the same also seems to happen with tactile sensations and audio sensations, that there's kind of like a dose where you get kind of the full palette, the full, state space of possible quality.
This paddle one.
And at a higher dose, they all cancel out. And you get kind of this sense of nothingness or emptiness, which is, kind of like a very profound feeling
powerful cycling, isn't he? Already,
differentiation. In fact, one of the fascinating things of this is that the feeling of, God consciousness, as they call it, kind of like the profound feeling of like, well, there's only one subject of experience in all of reality, and we're all.
It can't be the life pod.
That happens at a certain dose.
You're like
but
that,
if you take an even higher
too.
dose,
turns out
actually that cancels out
a good fucking
with a feeling of separation, which is kind of like another type of qualia. And actually, the feeling of oneness and the feeling of separation are kind of two aspects of consciousness that can cancel out. And there's something that just doesn't feel like anything.
So
that is kind of
I'm just a hungry kid. See, I'm a kill stealer.
So what I want to say is that
I kind of know it.
Yes, there is absolutely a sense in which, the total amount of green, as it were, in reality, the subjective quality of green, needs to eventually cancel out with the total amount of red in reality. So there is a sense in which the values of consciousness do cancel out. However, there are aspects of consciousness that don't cancel out. And in particular, I think valence doesn't cancel out. I especially don't think it is the case that how good and bad experiences feel need to sort of like average out.
Plants live longer than animals, but not even sometimes.
Whenever there's a positive experience, somewhere else there is a negative experience to balance it out. And the reason is that valence is kind of a special property of consciousness that is not one of these raw, kind of low-level features like color.
Okay.
Is actually more something structural and emergent out of how you put together those features. So it is.
Yeah, see, I'm not digging that either.
Such as,
George is great,
so
they can frame me.
A musical piece.
The conflict for two seems like it.
Take a musical piece.
Big frame job, so I shut up.
Count all of the A's and B's and C's. Like the different notes that you played. And
929. Yep.
Whether the piece sounds good is not dependent on how many A's and B's you have, right?
Right.
It's dependent on the order and the precise combinations that they had, right? So
the harmony and dissonance is an emergent property of the actual structure, how it is put together. And I think it's exactly the same for consciousness. You could have a universe that is organized in such a way that every experience is actually wonderful. And even though everything cancels out to quote unquote zero in a sense, the thing that cancels out to zero is the raw, very low level features of reality, not these emergent kind of high level gestalts like Valence.
Busy. Oh, they're busy.
Okay, so a variety of questions. Okay, so number one, if you were to just continue to zoom into these higher level emergent properties, though, it would become undifferentiated. So where is this mattering coming from, that it matters how it's put together at some higher level? I wonder if there's a different analogy other than the math and physics about cancellation. So in physics, it's not the case that the total charge of the universe is equal to zero, or that the total mass of the universe is equal to zero, or the total momentum. We don't know. We know that in localized regions,
you want me to be a cop
to create matter, that you would have to create it of equal charge and opposite. There's local conservation laws. But it doesn't mean we don't know how the universe started. We don't know the boundary conditions of the universe. So it's like an extra condition of top. And then when it comes to math, building math from the empty set, it's somewhat misleading to say math is built from the empty set, because firstly, there's a difference even between saying math is built from the empty set and math is built from emptiness, because otherwise you just be like,
it is built from nothingness, emptiness, almost.
And then you just look at the students and you just stop. But the empty set means something, and then you also have to have sets of
I think nothingness came before emptiness, right?
Other sets, and then there's also rules of logical deduction, and those aren't the same as the empty set. That's what I mean. It was also similar to what I was speaking about earlier, between the difference between the vellum, so the balloon material, and then the pressure inside the balloon and the twistedness of the balloon. So some people will look at that it's all of the same cloth and say monism, but that's not quite. It's not clear to me that that's monism, as there are other properties associated with it. And then at what point does a property collapse into the vellum? I don't know. But anyhow, so take that however you like, and I'd like to hear your responses, please. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, so I think it's something like definitely, of course, in the realm of speculation, but when you have a network of kind of these variables that can cancel out, if you have like, okay, color, you have for every blue quality of blue, you have a corresponding quality of yellow.
Just in there
somehow. And whenever you have kind of like movement in this direction, you also have movement in this other direction, somewhere else, and so on.
It's just fucking piercing.
On the one hand, that sounds like it's impossible to produce like something larger. It's kind of like, okay, these are just oscillations around a kind of zero in a flat surface, so to speak. But when they're interrelated to each other, when you have kind of like a kind of like energy that has a shared currency across these different variables, where let's say you can transform oscillations in color to oscillations in movement, and then maybe you can transform oscillations in movement into expansion and contraction, and if these variables are networked in a certain way, then a lot of like emergent structure can arise. I mean, the recently something that is quite beautiful. We're gonna release this pretty soon.
That'd be good too.
We have a bunch of simulations using networks of coupled oscillators.
Why not?
A bunch of different variables are interrelated in a way similar to how I described.
Stone soup.
And one of the things that is kind of like really beautiful is that you can actually have kind of the emergence of topological pockets within this field of interconnected variables. So, I mean, it is kind of a boring universe where the only variable is kind of oscillating around zero.
Oh, no way, right?
You don't really have much structure. But when you connect, like movement and expansion and contraction and kind of the elasticity of the oscillators,
nose tobacco was really popular back in the day.
Then
fish oil.
Very intricate structures can arise, even up to the point of kind of like these very enduring self-reinforcing patterns, like for example, a vortex of color, or a saddle of kind of movement. And what I would be hypothesizing here is that, yes, out of kind of like this field of nothingness in a way, where there's a lot of different variables that can cancel out into that nothingness,
if those variables are interrelated to each other, then you can have actual
like that too,
topological
turns out.
structures emerge in that field.
Oh, a little
And my
tobacco in
hypothesis would be
right.
that individual experiences
Oh,
are
some
actually
sauce.
those topological pockets in that field. So
that much
even
tobacco,
though
see,
it's,
not even
kind
though,
of like a
but
field of
sometimes
nothingness and
it's
a
good
way
enough.
out of it, you can get subjects of experience to arise. Well, yeah, extremely speculative, and maybe more in the realm of poetry. But
that's some honey
maybe
sauce.
gives a bit of an intuition.
See, that goes.
I mean, in the same vein, I want to learn physics much more deeply, but
and I'm talking about, trust me.
I would, hypothesize or think of essentially particles as less so kind of just oscillations in the field and more kind of these knotted topological structures.
And then it's fucking good, and I know it.
One way in which
spin again, I boil those fucking demons. Think that they're better than me.
But one
cooking
way
even
to talk about, for example, electrons. Is
it looked better. Oh, it looked better.
An electron as a
it took longer. Oh, it took longer.
Kind of
cool.
Like a particle in a field.
That texture. That's the texture I like.
As like a region in the field where the field lines converge. So it's sort of like it's almost kind of you do a figure grounding version, right? Like where you realize, hey, the thing that is real was the field, and the electron is just kind of a special point in that field where field lines are sort of
astonished
or connecting to in a certain way. And I would essentially think something like that gestalts and like whole experiences are kind of these ways in which the field is knotted with itself. And that doesn't cancel out in a sense. Like the total number of those pockets in reality can fluctuate widely depending on what happens. Whereas maybe something like blues and yellows could cancel out.
About this?
There's no way to get more without also producing yellow or something like that.
Okay, let's stick on the zero ontology. So is it the case that from nothing contradictions can happen? Like, is there inconsistency in the universe?
In a strict sense, I would say no. However, I think the pockets of experience do have certain properties that you can interpret as internal contradictions. In particular, consciousness does have kind of these like superposition or superposition-y quality. Where you can have like many things kind of like happen simultaneously, and especially during advanced meditators, they oftentimes describe kind of like the sense of superposition of experience actually becomes like stronger the more you meditate. And like people who are like quote unquote enlightened, oftentimes they will say that that actually is very connected with not trying to resolve the contradictions or the kind of superpositions in your experience that normally most people, myself included, on a moment-to-moment basis, we're trying to kind of like collapse and define what we're experiencing as much as possible, right? Like we are kind of like somewhat uncomfortable with looking at a scene with kind of like unfocused eyes, or if our eyes are not perfectly focusing in the same point, if there's some kind of like binocular rivalry and so on, like we're uncomfortable with that. But a lot of kind of like what awakening is about is to actually be okay with those kind of like states of, well, it's not perfectly focused, it's not perfectly coherent, and that's okay. You don't fight it anymore. I mean, and in that sense, if you define kind of that quality of superposition as, let's say, the coexistence of contradictory features, it's like, well, is this blue or is this yellow?